困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮助给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊？
可以选择这种。我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶级选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。然后干这工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Yun, si GYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CrossFire sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos yung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit. at nakikipaglaban sa international.
Ngayon o alias dati?
Siguro parehas eh, kasi halos parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami naging professional crossfire player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko na may kilala silang professional gamer sa crossfire.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung crossfire. And ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko crossfire player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami. Mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Hello Crossfire Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advanced to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifier. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS Major Tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
大坑没有人 ，A1 2个人正好是贴墙的，有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。 正面自己弹上来，脚下球到了4个，又是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有吗？这边又是一个残血4杀。
Garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante um ponto e a vitória, 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CrossFire garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. Equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô! Segunda temporada da CFBL.
Na
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Lát là đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, có lát ở kìa không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai Kaba. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill. Còn đây cái IceQ vẫn đang cố gắng loay hoay. IceQ bị phong vào. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và vẫn còn có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islanders đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi, và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IceQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một bạn cho IceQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây, khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IceQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IceQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ của là 10 giây. Kịp hay không? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover sai thì là đô la không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người cờ B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Grau chào Lát ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A vì sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô La đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô La 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô La. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô La muốn bắt TGM. Đô La anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô La tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô La thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh à thì có cái double kill chui từ dưới không.
Welcome everybody, we're ready to go here for the CFS Summer Championship here for 2024. It's myself, Laz, and I'm joined here again once with Sneaky Frog here to get these first couple games underway.
Yeah, finally on the first series again.
Yeah,
time.
It's good to feel back.
Yeah, I mean, back on the Pacific Macta series we go. You know this man, a bit of a war cry from me right before the cast. Just want the boys to feel my presence, but of course we can't be too biased on the broadcast. I'm going to try to stay as impartial as possible. It is the last day of group stage. IMPERIAL right up the alley of Pacific Macta. This is probably going to decide whether or not who is going to occupy that second seed, because first seed is already Wolf Empire after the banger from yesterday.
Yeah, oh my gosh, we've had a lot of banger matches going on so far, but like you said, this is the last day of the group stage, so that means there's a lot riding on this for quite a few teams to be able to see if they can make it into the playoff stage. We've already seen some teams kind of, you know, pack their bags essentially. I mean, they are going to be here playing, but essentially their tournament life is going to be at an end point here after these matches here today. But we'll have that graphic up in just in a few minutes. But I mean, this one is going to be an interesting one. It is the Imperial game against your home favorite of Pacific Macta, and I mean, both these teams kind of sitting at that 2-1 record right now. They're both in a very unique position where I think, you know, Pacific Macta have been able to show that they can compete with some of the best teams. They may be just not getting as many wins as they could have had, but maybe things have changed now for the individuals.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Pacific Macta, the only thing that really threw a curveball for their run here in the group stage is them not beating BaiSha. And then right after that, everyone beat BaiSha for some reason. Yeah. And yeah, it seems like N9 and the boys weren't too happy about their performance. I think I saw some of their posts on Weibo, and even they feel bad about it. They're like, N9 said in the 10 years that he was playing, that was probably the worst that he played his entire career. And I agree with him, man. I mean, N9, just like ZY, the expectations are at an all-time high. But of course, the broadcast channels, we are available in 5 languages, but hopefully you do stay here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go in towards the Brazilians, we do have the Twitch and YouTube, of course. China has 5 different platforms. I'll try to guess. That's Douyu, Huya. It's like the 3 others. There we go. And Vietnam, yeah, they do have the in-game client as well, which is interesting. You can watch from the in-game client, Nemo TV, Facebook, and of course for the Filipino broadcast, it is Facebook. Here we go, the schedule. It's the last day, baby.
Yeah, I can't believe we're here. Like you can see on the graphic, today is going to be the last day, and then that means there will be the playoffs. And you know, that's where things are going to get really, really interesting, because the format is going to change, right? I mean, the group stage has been, every team's going to be playing each other. It is those best of 3 matches, so it's not the typical, you know, like kind of BO2 format. It's really going down to the wire. And honestly, a lot of these games throughout these last couple days have really shown to be, you know, right to the end point in 2-1s. It's just been an absolute roller coaster of a group stage, not going anywhere like we expected, like we talked about. I mean, you can see like some of the teams that are at this tournament, but even like the #1 CFPL team, BaiSha, they're out. Yep. They're not even here anymore.
Not even here anymore after, yeah, after what we already said earlier. Wolf Empire, of course, taking them out after such a stellar game from 3 players. I mean, the storyline yesterday was Lucas popping off, and Ice Cube, the return of the king himself, and it was an absolute banger of a game. We do have, of course, the standard good old maps. Hopefully we don't see, just like me and Elfish said, hopefully we don't see Mexico, but you know, we want to have a hype series.
Look, I want to see Mexico. Look, I love Mexico. Everybody hates it, but no, I get it.
Yeah, that map is anything but hype. So,
I know.
Here we go. I mean, man, I'm nervous. I can feel the nerves from here.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this graphic's a really good summarization of it, because we said, look, there was 10 teams here, some of the best teams in their respected leagues and their respected regions. It is the BO3, which then means after today, we're going to have the solidification of who is going to be making it through, and that is only 4 teams. So it's a cutthroat, you know, bit of a format here where you lose 6 teams essentially, and then it is a double elimination best of 5. So very different for me. I've never been in a format like this before, so the fact that you even have a best of 5 and then there's even more of an opportunity for you to bring things back is very different, but also it kind of just keeps the momentum of like the games, and you really have to prove that you can be the best team, right? It's not just like one, you know, best of 5 and you're here and you're done. So either way, I mean, we'll have to see, because if you lose that opener game in the playoffs, you're going to have a long road ahead of you, meaning you have to play more games, which just makes it even more tough. So a lot of your strats are going to be pretty much exhausted at that point.
Yeah, and I think the implication here for the side of Pacific Macta is they have to win the first game, and that is going to put the sets. If you guys don't know how it works, so if a team loses a set, they lose the number. So for example, Imperial is going to lose the first game, the set turns into 1, and Macta turns into 2, and kind of vice versa. So that is how it works. So I think, I mean, anyone who wins this series is probably going to go through, but we are going to focus on Group B as well. 3BL still hanging on to #2, but Looking at the sets, I think 3BL might have a fair shot. I mean, if they hang on enough against all gamers and Ranking Esports doesn't show up to the plate, maybe they can secure that second seed.
Yeah, and honestly, it's it's hard for someone like me that covers a lot of 3BL here for CFWL, and we get to see them after this one, right? Like you can see on the far right of the screen, the first game we just briefly talked about it. It is Imperial versus Pacific Macta, but then the following game is going to be AG taking on 3BL. Where I mean, AG, we just saw it previously, but just in case you missed it, I mean, this is a team that has kind of breezed through the group stage. I mean, I think a lot of expectation for that. They're sitting at a 6-0. They haven't lost a map. They've been tested. I mean, there's definitely been some close games where I thought maybe they could have, but they do have that, ticket to go to playoffs. They got themselves done. It's kind of a unique position for them because obviously they're still going to be playing their best, but you know that 3BL are going to be fighting for their lives here because they really want to get that playoff spot. I don't even think the expectation was for them to get there, but if they can, this is going to be a huge achievement.
Yeah, and it is honestly up to AG what they want to do today because they're already in guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
6-0 in terms of the map score, so even if they lose 2 maps, they're still that far ahead that they can just secure the first seed. So that's why they have that green highlight in the wiki. But we are going to have team intros very, very soon. Looking forward to the very last series of the day as well, I think. Oh, no, not the very last series. The third series of the day, which I think I'm also on with Jordan. Vasco versus Ranking, man. I feel like those two teams, if both of them show up to the plate at the right time, especially Ductuan, especially Nevis, it's going to be quite the interesting thing. But we are going to have the team intros in just a bit, guys. So make sure to stay tuned and check it out.
All right, well, it is Brazil that we get the little bit of a glimpse of here. Imperial, like we said, a 2-1 team. I'm really torn about this team because we saw them before. They were able to beat BaiSha. They were able to come in, they get a 2-10-5 victories. And then, last night, I mean, they played LCK. And look, I love LCK. Like, they're from the CFWL.
True.
I got to remove my biasness a little bit, but they barely were able to find that. Like, there was a world where LCK maybe found that 2-0. Like, just in case, again, just for a little bit of a summary, is LCK, they lost that series 2-1, but Imperial were able to get a 13-12 win on Port, which I don't even know how they did it.
That was that close.
That was that close, and then they lost Eagle Eye. And Eagle Eye was a map that they took out on BaiSha with a 10-5. So I feel like the consistency isn't there, but look, I feel like consistency has been for some of the performances of this roster. You can see on the screen here, though.
Yeah, for sure. I was really surprised that LCK was that strong in Eagle Eye, considering the amount of games they have on that map, especially in CFWL. I just didn't expect it to go up against Imperial, right? Considering, just like you said, the history. BaiSha, BaiSha did get beat by Imperial on that exact same map, but it seems like maybe there's levels to this, right? BaiSha did not play that well that day. LCK played really well on that Eagle Eye, and I would argue Port as well. They just went down to 13-12. And one messed up 8-take later, and they lost that first map, and I feel like they kind of lost confidence a bit, but then they kind of bounced back in map 2. Ankara could have been close, but I feel like it was already a bit too late. Imperial already had the ball rolling for that particular map. But I would say Imperial, maybe we do expect something of an Eagle Eye still. I think I would still be confident if I was Imperial here to pick up that map because, why not?
Yeah, definitely, why not? And I mean, look, the stats definitely paint a small little bit of a picture, but I think what we've been able to see so far in the group stage is that 7-7 is clearly a beast. He is someone that has been, a consistency. Where I was saying is a team, I don't think they have the consistency, but his performances have definitely been, occurring a lot. But look, we're going to talk a little bit about Pacific Macta. We want to show you who's here. Nothing's probably changed, but we want to give you a recap. So let's take a gander.
Pacific Macta, the pride of the Philippines.
The boys.
Inches away from playoffs. Only have to go through Imperial now. Best team, first place for the past few times here in CFS PH Masters. I mean, the expectations for them are at an all-time high to get out of this group stage. But still, Imperial is no joke. But I mean, with the form that they had the past few days, beating Wolf Empire, which is the first seed of this group, beating LCK pretty handedly. The only loss to BaiSha Gaming on that first day, the only day that they actually looked good. But other than that, they look pretty solid in the group stage.
Yeah, they've actually been looking pretty good, right? I mean, we know that a lot of these players individually, they got a lot of firepower. They do pack a good punch. You know, Revenge is somebody that, you know, I still put him as definitely one of the top 5 on players here, like no doubt. Like he is one of those guys that if he's playing his game, look out. Like the guy is just going to be, you know, pushing and shoving. He's going to be doing everything he can to win the game. And when he's a little bit more quiet, we do notice it, right? This is where we have seen Pacific Macta kind of dip down in that performance.
That's true. And the other players actually stepped up. I think Justin has not had the best few days in terms of consistency, but in Game 2 and 3 of their last series against Wolf Empire, he actually played amazing. So if they can do that exact same thing like they did in Port last time, then maybe they can get away with the series. Of course, ZYK was one of the key players of keeping the defense together in that particular map, especially on the underside of Bridge. He was not letting anyone through that smoke at all. And NBA, just like how I said it, man, it's always the lowest KD, but he can provide the biggest surprises, especially with the clutch. The 3v1 clutch from yesterday was mind-blowing.
Man, that was so mind-blowing. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, it's exciting to see this team, and like you said, with them being able to have maybe the slack, if you want to call it that, from Revenge, and then everybody else kind of stepping up when they need to. That was something where I think we talked about that with Wolf Empire, where, you know, the other day when they were playing Pacific Macta, that wasn't the same case, right? I mean, I think it was like Dola was essentially the only guy that was kind of like trying his best to keep them in the game and getting clutches here and there. But Pacific Macta have really shown that they do have a lot of really good tools here in the tool shed. So it's just a matter if they can get the right connection for this against a team like Imperial. But man, this is probably one of the best matches of the group stage in my opinion, just because both these teams are sitting at that 2-1. They do have a little bit of history. Imperial has been successful in the past, but I really don't think that matters anymore.
Yeah, I think in all honesty, in 2024, anything can happen here in the group stage. We already saw 2022. It wasn't too much of a good showing by them. 2023 was the exact same thing. And yeah, maybe this year could be different. Of course, the key players are going to be 7-7, the man who refuses to die, and Aldrin, who kind of tapered off a bit in the last series, actually. But I think maybe, you know, kind of trading the last series, and maybe it's going to be a step up in this series. So we might not know. But having him being online for the side of Pacific Macta is very, very key here.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, you can see the stats definitely are quite significantly different, right? Whereas 7-7, I think this has been a really good tournament for him so far. He's been able to have himself a few MVPs of the matches, which has been great. And I mean, that's the thing where I was a little bit surprised for like a team like Imperial that you see on the screen, is that I think, you know, like Ryuzao has been very consistent. Like he's been putting himself at like 1.60 KD when he played on Port yesterday. He was also putting himself, you know, at a 1.43 when they played on Ankara. You know, he's been able to just find a lot of entries. He's been able to play his attacking role very efficiently. So I think for Pacific Macta, they have to be able to find a way to shut this down. And look, I mean, the predictions are here. This one was really tough for me personally. I mean, it's, you know, surprising actually. You went with Imperial here too.
You already know.
Yeah.
After what happened yesterday, I feel like I can do it again. a little sprinkle of a curse, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. You know, and I like this thought. I like this thought process because I was talking about this with some of the group here, and I was saying, like, I think this match is a bit of a coin toss, because I think Imperial do need to show their consistency. They need to show the form that we saw against BaiSha. If they do what they did yesterday, I think Pacific Macta have a chance. I think Pacific Macta are going to be able to capitalize and take reins of this if they want.
Yeah, I tried my best to do what I can from my side. So
hey, I appreciate it. I get it.
It's all up to the boys now to see if they can actually execute it. But yeah, Imperial is not a joke of a team, man, especially with the pace that they play. It's very, very slow, but still that's the pace that they want to play at. But at the same time, Pacific Macta maybe trying to see if they can look for some counterplay in and around the map here, because I think they've already successfully punished slower teams, just like Wolf Empire the other day. They kind of caught them with their own pace. I think Wolf Empire was forced to play Pacific Macta's way of things. And yeah, I mean, it worked. It definitely worked. But we do have the map ban and pick right up our alley. First ban probably is gonna be I'm trying to think. Mexico? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Probably no surprise. I mean, that's going to be a
Probably
call
Black
from.
Widow.
That's got to be Pacific Macta calling that. I mean, there's no doubt. Yeah, Black Widow makes sense because that's also their best map. So Imperial they've done a little bit of homework.
All right, so I think we are gonna go map 1 port, of course. Map 1 port. I've been watching these scrims here for the past few times, and I feel like I'm not too instilled in the continent of Eagles, and especially in how he plays top A. So I would have wished he was a bit more aggressive when it comes to that one. Sub-base going to be map number 2, which I think it is understandable from the side of Imperial because, yeah, they did beat BaiSha on that map and their retakes are super solid in that map. So the next 2 ones are going to be Ankara. Understandable, especially Imperial is really good on that map. And you want to ban Compound against Macta to be specific because you don't want to go up against that exact thing. So most likely we're going to go Eagle Eye for map number 3. And it's a pretty good veto for Imperial actually, but I think if Macta shows up today, they can maybe take it in 2. But if they cannot, Eagle Eye is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn about this one because I think, you know, for me, I think Imperial actually won this veto. I think, you know, Port, I mean, for me, from what I've been able to find out from these guys, it's not really a Pacific Macta's like, I don't think that's a bread and butter. I don't think this is like what they want, but maybe they can, right? Maybe they've been able to practice, maybe they've been able to watch a lot of the games, but I mean, it is important. This is where the veto, in my opinion, is if Pacific Macta want to win this, it has to be Port they find first. Like, there is no doubt. Like, a reverse sweep, I don't think there's the odds there.
Yeah, for sure. But Port's going to be interesting, especially with, you already noticed that Pacific Macta is really good at handling with their their momentum. And even though they were down for the first 4 rounds in their match against Wolf Empire, they came back with an 8-point streak.
Yeah.
And that was just, I was mind blown on their side. So, yeah, hopefully that can result in the exact same thing. But Imperial, of course, not a joke of a team at all. 7-7, of course, has been picking up the slack for Eagles for the past few times, and he's been picking up the sniper for their side. And here we go. Pacific Macta is going to start things off with the BL side of Port. Imperial going to go on the GR side. 7-7 with the sniper is not going to hit Justin, so they're going to get a bit of mid-control. And Catwalk A is going to be occupied for now. Pacific Macta getting that minor map control, and they're going to slowly move forward in towards this A site. But still, I think Pacific Macta just wants to take over Z at the moment and try to wrap around going into B. Justin trying to catch the animals, but 7-7 looking for the trade. Nate's going to go out. Flash going to go through, but I don't think not much is happening at the start. But 7-7, fully knowing that Zeke is going to go for a push. Aldrin with the first kill, but the animals gets one in return. So a great start from Imperial. They eliminate the 2 mid players.
Yeah, this is a really good pickup for Imperial, and this is something they've done quite well, is the fact of, you know, as of late, they've been able to find these first rounds, they've been able to get some opening engagements, so it definitely makes a world of a difference here, but Pacific Macta now still down by the 1, and MVA's very, very low, but now this begs a bit more questions. You can see that Imperial trying to still kind of throw a little bit of a ruse here in mid, but the fact that Eagles is still alive is not a good situation here with the Alm. I felt like, you know, from yesterday when they played this on LCK, he had one of the, I think he honestly had one of the worst performances we've seen throughout the group stage. So he's going to go down, and not bad, but a good trade back from Imperial.
Yep, not a great start from the side of Pacific Macta. 3 high HP players. MVA, though, getting a shot off on that AWM. Eagles is out of the question, so it's all on Aldrin to see if he can create an opening for his squad. Ryuzao getting a bit aggressive, but maybe too aggressive. AK-47 shot to the face. The animals still in towards that bridge side. They gotta wait for that smoke to plume before they go for the full cross. But I think Aldrin's aware of what the animals is trying to do. He's got the read. But GDSC so far from the side. 29 seconds left on the clock, but they're not gonna go for the plant just yet. They want to hunt for this last player. But Aldrin steps down from top A. MVA trying to swing from his side. Aldrin gets shot in the head, but MVA, the only one left alive.
15.
GDSC, do you have any idea of where the last player is? Sniper in the hands of MVA. GDSC does not hit the shot. Down to a 1v1, and Imperial takes first.
Oh, man, that's so tough to watch because you could just see that Pacific Macta, like you said, they were like looking for the duel. They were just trying to see if they were able to catch him off guard maybe with a big flank. I mean, that's where the C4 was, so it was a long time for the cross. But, man, the overextension for the one player just, again, creates the one-on-one. And I feel like this is not the team you want to do that against. I mean, there's some teams you can maybe get that away or get away with that, but I feel like a team like this, no. And Revenge, well, he's going to stay true to his name. He's going to be able to win the engagement. Does take down 7-7, so this is a really good pickup considering they lost that first.
Yeah, I think what Imperial is doing different here compared to Wolf Empire is there's more emphasis for fighting for mid control. I think Wolf Empire just kind of ignored mid the entire time, and even if they take mid, they only go in towards Catwalk A, and the counter that Pacific Macta does is they just toss the smoke in towards the bridge side for BL, and they operate from there, but let's see how they work a 4v5 here in towards Port, but still, Imperial is very dangerous despite it is being a 4v5.
Yeah, I do like the composure of this from in Pacific Macta, like the fact they're just kind of waiting it out. I don't mind this at all because they got the man advantage. They realize they just can't be a bit too antsy on this, but now they're going to try to test Eagles, so he's in a good position. But again, he was really struggling yesterday on this map, so this is a little bit about if he can get some redemption. And now, Pacific Macta, they're just going to go for the full exec. They're going to try this once again. They're going to do it as a 5-man unit. Eagles, he's giving his head away, but he does survive it. But Ryu Zhao, once again, does find the opener, but it's only going to be the one. So now Pacific Macta, they're trying to barrel in.
You have to be careful. Eagles is still on site. Cold headshot. Going to be there, but Aldrin slowly creeping in. Zik getting the top 8 player, but can they get the last 2 exit players here? The Animals face-to-face with danger. GDSC, the only one left alive. The shots are missing, but it finally hits for ZYK. And there we go. 1-1. Mano-y-mano now at the start of the game. And here we go.
Are they wearing new jerseys? Pacific Macta? Was it always these ones?
Yeah, it's always.
I don't know why I thought there was like a.
I wish they had like an away version.
I thought they did. I thought that maybe they were wearing like black and white, not like where it's mainly white and black. If that makes sense.
I think they have 2 jerseys.
Okay,
because I think they have 2 jerseys.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to ask them after because I was like, I swear they look a little different today.
Maybe
you know, look good, feel good. You know.
Yeah, maybe just to change things up. Last time they had the black jerseys on. They did lose to Imperial, so maybe shaking a bit of that bad luck out. GDSC out of the picture. MVA not going to get chased down in towards the Z side. There we go. That's a good start once again, man.
Yeah, now we've seen 2 rounds in a row now where Pacific Macta are going to be able to find that engagement. I was just giving some praise for Imperial that they've kind of improved that a little bit, but I think it was short-lived. So Pacific Macta are doing a good job on the review of their demos. Oi, this is bad. This is really, really bad. 7-7, he's got the big flank, and he's going to be able to have the C4-2. He's able to get an easy duel. So now they have to refight for this, but good play from 7-7 now. He's going to fall back.
He's trapped, though.
He is trapped, but at least he can kind of reposition himself. He might be able to find one more. No, he's a dead man.
Yeah, that's a good play, honestly, from 7-7, but there's already someone in towards Catwalk A, so if he does back off, he dies to Zik. If he doesn't, he dies to Aldrin. So 3v4, that's a great start from the side of Pacific Macta already. Imperial gonna look to go aggressive to get some pickoffs so that the Animal spotted so they know exactly where one person is, so that means there's only one person on each site.
Okay, they're gonna go back for A. I mean, I think they really want to test Eagles. Like, I think they realize that, you know, LCK showed some vulnerability here for Imperial, so they're gonna try to take advantage of this. So, okay, Ryu Zhao once again will be able to save Eagles for a miss. That's gonna be 2 shots. Swing and a miss one more time. A big flank once again. Tanimals, oh my god, he's able to come through the back lines, but he cannot get the job done. He can't seem to land a shot yet. We're back to the equal footing. C4 not going to get planted as of yet. These guys finally will make the decision to do this, but look at this retake positioning here from the GR side.
It's a bit spread out.
I don't know if I like it.
Yeah. I mean, Macta has the opportunity to kind of create some space here in towards bridge, but that's the headshot. Aldrin with the 1-tap. The Animals is out, but do they know that there's one more person behind? Aldrin! 7 kills, 7 headshots, but speaking of headshots, Eagles getting his own. Aldrin, he's just gonna hide the entire time, gonna swing it, but I don't think that was the move, my friend. Maybe just hiding would have been nice, but I think he had to risk it because he was on 1 HP. Even a wallbang on that Colt is gonna kill him.
Yeah. Again, you know, I always struggle with this because that second shot, that opened it up. Like, the fact that he was able to hit that with a Colt that quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. And that's the thing. Like, for Imperial, like I said, like, I think the teamwork has been inconsistent, but I think the players themselves have shown consistency. Like, you know, Ryu Zhao, you know, Eagles normally has, except for yesterday.
Yep.
You know, 7-7. So
this probably is like 7-7's best tournament.
I
Honestly,
think it might be. Like, it's something I'm gonna have to look up, but it seems like it is because he's been influential this entire last couple days. But oh man, those ones hurt.
Revenge slowly. Oh my God! How did he know?
Wow.
How did he know?
That was a good pre-fire, and now Danimal's trying to find a little bit of reply back, maybe, but I mean, there's a lot of damage going against Imperial for them trying to find another duel, but double player on drop, and oh, they're gonna go for the boost. Yeah, okay, 7-7.
Yeah, he's been having a hard time trying to climb up here.
Yeah, you gotta.
There we go. Finally does it.
Oh, this could be so big though. I mean, this is a good position. I think I like this better than him just swinging, but I mean, he could get timing if they try to slip through mid like this.
I think as soon as they do get that catwalk A position, they just back off immediately. They don't have to guard that top A. Instead, they can kind of focus on B. But at the same time, they're only playing flashes at the moment. But Ryuzao is very close in terms of the rotation. So as soon as Macta attempts anything in the B side, Ryuzao is going to go for something. But Revenge has to be careful. Someone is already going for a flank on the backside. Nades are going to go through, but Revenge, are you going to get away in time? Here comes the flashes on towards the B side. The Animal is going to get the first kill, but everyone is absolutely fine. 7-7 coming in from behind. 3 versus 4. Zik. Oh, he's going to get taken down by 7-7 as well. Well played lurk coming in from him. Aldrin trying to get the trade, but look at the HP bars from the side of Imperial, but it doesn't matter. M4 shot to the face still. Aldrin, the only one left alive, but this is 4 low HP players. He has the C4. But Eagles with the sniper. Aldrin, I think he knows what's up here in the B side. They want to go for the stack first, maybe a 4-man retake. But that sniper is going to be super dangerous, especially for Aldrin. He's going to have to look to see if he can kill Eagles first here.
Yeah, and the fact they're so low, I mean, this makes a very good chance for him to be able to have a winnable round, right? I mean, this is pretty much one shot each person if he can land it, but it's the numbers that are against him, and now Eagles, okay, yeah, plays that perfectly. Just toys with him, just a little jiggle peek, and then just goes back for a swing. But I was thinking, if Aldrin was going to be able to find a duel like that, it just could have, you know, created some space. But right now, the space is for Imperial.
Yeah, I can't blame him for going for that one, man. I mean, if he does eliminate 2 players in towards the spawn side, that's going to force the other 2 players to go from long. And especially with how far the angles here are on towards that long side, I think that AK is going to do a number. But Imperial so far on the more favorable side of the port map. So far so good coming in from them. I mean, those 2 flanks coming in from 7-7 has been pretty effective in stopping Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and I mean, for Imperial, I mean, this is, when they play on port, this is one of their best sides. Like, they are a GR-sided team on this. So Pacific Macta really needing to be able to find some more rounds, bringing it closer for the transition back. I mean, I think theoretically, like, Pacific Macta like to be on the defense. Like, true. I think normally, yeah. It's pretty close. Like, I think it was like, overall, I think the math was like 55.
Yeah, 55.
GR. Maybe like 50-something for BL. Like, it's close, but still lean on that defense, though.
Yeah, I mean, especially on port, man. You do want to be on that GR side by the time that the second half comes around. So, I mean, it's obvious from yesterday that they look more comfortable on the defense, but they've gotten some tricks here on offense as well. So, Imperial needs to focus on every single round because you could start 0-4, but you could end up 8-4 in just an instant. Justin gets caught, though, 7-7 once again. The man that just refuses to die for the side of Imperial has found the head of Justin.
Yeah, showing the impact once again and showing why he's been able to have some good match MVPs so far in the group stage. Just making a play like that, such a world of a difference right now. A minute remaining. C4 is going to make its way across into long, and they're going to swing before that smoke even dissipates, so they're just going to try to send this Ryuzao on the lower end to the ground, but Eagles up top. Finds himself one, maybe. But Pacific Macta kind of being in a bit of a halt, and Aldrin trying his best. It's just not enough. And that's C4. Look at that position, man. Yeah, this could be all over unless somebody pops off, but now it's over. And Imperial, they keep it on.
Ryuzao was on 1 HP there. They were trying to go for the chase, But unfortunately for Macta, Ryuzan was a bit too good on that M4. Timeout is yet to be put out here by the coach of Pacific Macta, and I think they're going to try to save it for the second half potentially.
I don't mind it. Unless...
Never mind. There you go.
Okay.
I was looking at the Marshall, he was like, is he going to pump fake a timeout?
Yeah, like, raise that hand, brother. You know what? I think... yeah, I think it could have been okay to wait till the second half, but I think right now, like, we're getting that gap. So I think this might be good just to clean it up. There's still a couple more rounds they can get through onto this first half, so it's not like it's going to be wasted. But it feels like they're being really, really slow. In my opinion, like I feel they're not playing the same kind of not aggression, but kind of a little bit more assertiveness, if that makes sense, than we've seen in the past games.
Could be. But last time that they pulled the timeout here on port, the streak did start, but I think they're just going to try to talk it out what mistakes kind of happened. I think they're having a hard time trying to kill Eagles on towards top A. Eagles actually playing a lot more aggressive this time. So I think they're countering the counter of Pacific Macta at the moment.
Yeah.
So I think Pacific Macta is going to try to figure out in this timeout what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, B-side is pretty hard to take, especially how good the Animals is with that M4.
Yeah, and you know, it's great that you bring up Egos too, because I think yesterday him and Spoxy were kind of playing the same position when they were on the GR side, and it wasn't working. Yeah. Like it kind of felt like it was a one-trick pony, and it just, you know, it was a short ride, and then the teams were able to read that really quickly. But you can tell that Eagles being aggressive is helping, but he's also playing very passive, where he's gonna readjust his position. He's just gonna allow his teammate, like Ryuzao is always there with him now. So it looks like they've definitely, you know, kind of patched things up a little bit in the sense of, you know, the gap they had yesterday. So it's good to see. I mean, I always talk about how the group stage is just so, you know, ruthless in terms of timing. Like, you don't always get a lot of time to clean things up. But it's looking like it is.
But Justin hasn't been too good of a start for him in this game, 0-5.
Yeah.
Hasn't had the best games in port. But when it comes to any other map, though, maybe port's kind of cursed here for Justin. But to be fair, his role is pretty hard. You're going to have to take Catwalk A, and 7-7 has been doing a great job of just facilitating it. And 7-7 once again, right at the bottom of that Catwalk A side. And he is just going to be a human landmine for now, but Justin is looking for this one. Nades are going to go through. Are they going to swing it in time? And it seems like the timing is not good for Justin once again. And 7-7, how have you done this?
Wow, he is just really looking for those entries, trying everything he can. A good counter flash, thrown from Eagles, staying alive, still in the nest. But look at this, Pacific Macta now been able to do something with this, and even the C4 can pull back. They got lots of time, they don't have to commit to this. Ryuzao still playing on the tower. And now even the rotates are commencing as well. They have a feeling that something could be afoot, but Pacific Macta, instead of just completely going back and rushing B, they're actually just going to chill. They're just going to wait things out.
Yeah, Revenge. They already know exactly where he is. But Ryuzao barely breathing. So MVA is going to get called in since he does have the M4 in his hands. Easy one wallbang would be the way of him dying in this position. MVA, who's going to peek first? Maybe Revenge is going to try to peek, maybe bait the shot here from Ryuzao. One wallbang later would be the difference. EYK spotting out Ryuzao, but instead Ryuzao hitting. 35 seconds left on the clock, and the Animals, great teamwork from the side of Imperial, but MVA is finally going to finish off Ryuzao here, and he's going to go back all the way into spawn. But that was pretty disappointing from the side of Pacific Macta. I mean, Ryuzao was on 1 HP. He's the only one with the sniper.
Oh, no.
MVA with his knife out, going to get caught. And the 5 has been given by the side of Imperial. Pacific Macta has yet to recover ever since that 1 point that they'd taken.
Yeah, this is kind of feeling, you know, I don't know. It looks a little deflated right now from Pacific Macta, right? It doesn't kind of feel like the same energy and the, you know, manifesto that they had earlier on. But I mean, look, it is a tough side.
Yeah.
But they got to be able to bring a couple rounds to make that GR side a little bit more of a, not a long stretch, but because it could be a marathon, which is never fun to do on this map.
Where's that nade going? Oh, that actually goes on the second floor of B house.
It's pretty cheeky, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen 7-7 normally. He likes to push down long A, but this time he's actually, I think he's essentially on the lower end or the top end here with, I would imagine that's Eagles.
Yeah. Oh, but GYK gonna try to go a bit aggressive, but does get taken down. But he does spot 2 players in towards the spawn side, so Macta's gonna try to start the move in towards B, but I think Imperial are gonna be trying to be 2 steps ahead in the B site, but no. Maybe there is going to be a fake going in towards A. Justin still has a flash and a smoke, so maybe they can kind of divert attention. But still pretty tough, man. Look at the Imperial; they're already here.
Yeah, they really got a really good read on this. GDS, I mean, I don't know, man. They got a little bit too cocky on it. They were starting to pre-fire. They were trying to just get some wall spam, but it doesn't work out. 7-7 once again. He might be able to get the timing. He might be able to find Justin. Okay, he's able to tuck away, but now Revenge gets a little bit aggro. Man, he's just dry-buying with the sniper. Okay, and Pacific Macta maybe now on something here to find them a second round.
Yeah, and it's on Revenge, right, to kind of heat up a bit in this map, especially how important his role is. Oh my god, he just jumped in on Ryuzao's face. Eagle's the only one left alive. He's going to quickscope Revenge, but they already know that he is in hot pursuit of the last player. But C4 is ticking down. Eagle's just going to decide to use the rest of the bomb timer to talk to his teammates, and Macta, an explosive second round, and that shot, while the second player was falling in towards the bottom side of B, was insane.
Okay, that's pretty good timing, right? I mean, I like that Pacific Macta read that, okay, they're just spamming, we might be able to get the timing, because their recoil would have been all over the place too, right? I mean, it's not like they would have been able to find that, first shot accuracy or, been able to control it very well. So that was a really high IQ swing. I really like that from Pacific Macta. A little risky, a little ballsy, but it definitely was worth the reward. So a good way for them to bring it back with a second round here on the Blacklist side, but still a few more to see if they can maybe do it backwards here. And now they're going to commit on the swing. Utility is going to be thrown, and Justin does get taken out. Look at 7-7, who other than him? Oh my god, he's able to find this triple. He's looking for more. He's bloodthirsty. Wow. And now Imperial have just taken this by storm.
Yeah, Imperial doing a great job using the bait angles, man. You really thought that there was only one person around that corner, but there's actually 2. There we go. Revenge. Muzzle fire through the smoke has been spotted, so a pre-fire is right then and there. So 6-2. Last round needs to be taken by the side of Pacific Macta, so the deficit cannot be that far.
I mean, look, I know it's probably tough to watch, but I mean, I got to say, Imperial are playing a pretty solid game right now. Like, I think there's been a lot of tune-ups that have happened from yesterday to today, and things are cleaned up very nicely right now. There's no way that they were playing like this against LCK. And Pacific Macta, they want to go again. They want to see what they can do. And Eagles, look at what he's been able to do. He just rotates himself out. I mean, 27 HP. He's taking a ton of utility damage, but he's not dead. He's still a threat.
He doesn't know Revenge is on Metal Box, I think. There we go. I think Eagles is just going to play it safe, yeah. This is a good decision by Eagles, honestly. You don't want to get rained on by HEs. The Pacific Macta starting to move up in towards Catwalk A, of course. ZYK going in first, as is the IGL, but Justin trying to bait out a shot. Here comes the 2-man peek. 7-7, the first one down. The Animals and Ryuzao. Oh, caught the attention of the sniper. Ryuzao spotted. ZYK does not check Ryuzao.
Oh no.
And Aldrin, he sees him, but where's their fans? There we go. That's a triple kill for the sniper. But GDSC, the shot is not going to hit on him. And Revenge is getting absolutely pelted down. No help that MVA can do. He does not have utility, but the smoke is going to try to block the vision. But GDSC, man, down to 6 HP. Revenge goes. But can he dodge it? I think he might be able to slip by. Yes, he's just gotten away, but there's still one person in the B site, and that's going to be Eagles. Who's going to swing first? What a nice shot. And it's all on Revenge to try and make this a 6-3, but this is looking grim.
This is looking so grim. I mean, 44 seconds remaining. C4 is just it's on a silver platter right now for Imperial. So Revenge has to be able to get the ace. Not meant to be. It's going to be a 7-2. That's actually one of the most, I think that's actually one of the highest scores we've seen going into a second half, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe the 3BL game that they lost on. I think that might be different because that was a 10-1 loss. So that might be different. But this is definitely the top two. And oh boy, I don't love that play from MVA. Like it was so risky. He just needed to wait. He just had to wait for Revenge. I know time was getting low, but that's a 1v1 fight that it's not easy to win.
Yep, and we are going to go in the classic pace of Imperial at the moment, very slow. MVA going to smoke this one early, does not like the feeling of lower B at the moment. But look at Imperial, man. Look at the patience from the boys. But Justin going to try to see if he can spray a bit of damage. He's always been hanging in that second floor of house, that little lip that you can play on LB. But no damage just yet on the side of Imperial.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, Imperial in the beginning were able to get some good opening duels. And then Pacific Macta finally, you know, were able to get something back. But okay, even in this engagement, Imperial find it. And this is a bigger advantage for them. You know, sure, you're going to lose the cost of Ryuzao, but now you've lost 2 defenders. This is not going to be a good situation because now you have to gamble. You have to gamble on your defense. Essentially, you're going to play a 2-1. You see that it's going to be the double players down long A. Now they're getting desperate. This is where they want to be able to find some kind of a duel. And Revenge, oh God, he just spotted him.
They're going to go all the way in towards Steel Door, but Aldrin's here.
Oh, he knew.
Aldrin's here, but oh, the wrong crosshair placement at the wrong time, and Revenge gets the trade. It's a 2v3, and it's looking painful. Justin has yet to get a kill in this map. He's here. He's either can save this one or he just gets absolutely murked by the drive by Eagle Spot. The GDSC does go down to lower B just in time, but can he hold on for dear life? Flash is going to go through just to delay the entire squad. Eagles with a nice shot on the code. The 3-man swing from the side of Imperial. And Revenge is trying to survive, but he's not going to do it. 8-2 Imperial, they have taken over on port.
Yeah, they really have. They're looking really, really good right now. Really swift, and the way they're playing, honestly, I hate saying it, Sneaky Frog, but this could be a quick port, and we might be departing over to sub base very shortly.
Still, pretty tough road for the side of Macta. Especially this is their map pick. Sub base is not too unfamiliar with their map pool, but you just want to close out the first map just in case. Yeah, very aggressive angle here from ZYK. You can see all the way into the left side of lower B, the spot Ryuzao crossing. So they do get a clue. ZYK getting a bit aggressive, but does he want to repeat? Yep, I think that might. Oh, he just wants to go for more. Oh, doesn't get it.
Yeah, see, this is now like this is desperation. This is a moment where, you know, Pacific Macta, they're trying to have a play. They're trying to do something big. Aldrin, oh my, it's okay. It's a little weird. It's a little awkward, but it doesn't work out. But
yeah,
now,
oh no, Matt.
Oh man, 7-7 is just big brain, dude. He is sitting at 13-9, and he has been able to just read the positioning of Pacific Macta every day of the week here.
Justin doesn't get the kill. The Animals, man, he's been insane for this entire tournament. But 9-2. And it seems like Macta has the wrong read on towards port. Started with Eagles being a lot more aggressive and towards that top A side, a lot more mid-control.
Oh, man, oh man. Well, map point right on the cusp here for Imperial. And now MVA will be able to find that first opener, so not too bad. C4 actually dropped in spawn, so these guys are, they're feeling it right now. They're really, really feeling it. They think they might be able to find some big duels, and yeah, that's going to be a nice flick of the wrist, taking down Aldrin. So one of the star players that's been here in the tournament so far is, he's already gone.
Yeah, they're looking for kills here. Oh, but look at MVA. Being a bit frisky, Smoke's gonna go down, spots the shoulder of Ryuzao, but is Ryuzao gonna go for the peak? MVA gonna get traded out, and this is what Imperial does best, right? I mean, they're so good at trading, being right next to each other. Eagles making sure that the back line is not going to be in danger, but Revenge getting his own flank going. Eagles can go down.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's looking for more. He's looking for more here.
This is good.
Does he know that the C4 is behind him?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think so. He's going to go for more here.
Oh, maybe he didn't spawn it.
Oh, big.
Oh, man. Okay. They're going to survive, man. This Band-Aid is going to hold on to the wound. It's going to be able to block something, but again, I think you said it perfectly. It was a round of Pacific Macta where like, you know what? Let's just go frag. Everybody run out. Just, you know, try to win the fights, and they do. And again, you know, we talked about Revenge and what he's able to bring to the table. And I mean, that round there, he was able to get a flank. He was able to find, you know, some big important duels, and the curtain closed pretty quickly.
Oh, MVA wants to go aggressive. He wants to surprise this team. 7-7 going to be fully blinded, but never mind. Aldrin going to be the only one left alive after that skirmish in towards Long, and ZYK trying to get in towards top A. But he only gets one, unfortunately, so it's all on Revenge once again. And this is looking like a lost cause, not going to lie. I think they know exactly where he is already. And the smokes are going to go out. There's a gap on the right. Ryuzao is going to take it. And a quick one from the side of Imperial on Macta's own pick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a quick one. Imperial don't want to mess around at all, and they want to get the job done.
It's a rough one. Rough one in all honesty, but map 1 is not really the best for Macta. Judging from the pattern for the past few days, I might just be coping, but yeah, let's see if they can reconvene. Justin had a not too good of a game in all honesty. I think they kind of needed him there, not gonna lie, especially on that B site. Couldn't really get anything going. And it seems like that shaky start from Justin and every other member trying to find if they can get a trade. But Imperial is just so good at just keeping it together, especially on that B side. There's a prime example, right? When they pushed LB, they got ZYK first, and then they pushed as 3 people, and they knew that Aldrin was going to go from that Z side. So it's pretty hard to catch Imperial off guard, especially when they have this kind of spacing.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like for Imperial, they were just creating all the space. And I mean, they took that map and they were able to do a lot of, you know, medic repairs and everything like that. And they were able to, you know, put the bandages on for themselves from yesterday, the bumps and bruises from LCK. And this is what we talked about, man. This is where, again, I'm going to play the same track. I'm going to be, you know, a little bit of a broken record. But that consistency factor of Imperial, it's just, it feels so up and down, like it's a bit of a scale. We have no idea because we saw them do something like this to BaiSha, not on this map, but, you know, dominance, like just crazy performance. We don't see it the next day, and now here for the last day of the group stage, they just bulldoze these guys. I mean, I hate to say it, but it really it was just a masterclass from these guys.
Yeah, I think they had the wrong read, because I think they were kind of going off of a read that from the exact port game that they went up against on LCK. And it seems like, just like how I said it, man, Eagles is more confident on towards that top A side, which he needed to be, because for the past few times that Eagles is playing top A on port, he was just, as soon as one person goes out, he's just going to hide immediately. And it seems like the help coming in from 7-7 kind of made Eagles a lot more comfortable here on the A side. I think 7-7 was one of the key reasons why they actually won most of their defense, and especially his aggression going in towards Catwalk A, in Long A at the same time, even the flanks. Imperial has done everything right here.
Imperial really has done a lot of things right, and I mean, getting this, you know, 10-2 is going to be a pretty nice little bit of a swift victory. But look, it ain't over yet. There is still a possibility where we've seen a lot of these teams here in the group stage have been able to, you know, somehow, some way make the second map in their favor and even do a reverse sweep. I think actually it's happened a lot. Like I think it's only been the odd time where a team does win the second map and then they can't close it out. But this is the thing where Imperial do have to still have the proper form. I mean, now we're going to be playing on sub base. This is a good map for them. So I mean, they showed that they have a lot of packing to here to do. And I mean, I think for Pacific Macta, they don't have too much time, but they're going to have a pretty quick pep talk here with the coach.
Yeah, to be fair, I think comparing the competition from the side of the Philippines and the side of Brazil, I think Brazil has a really good sub base. They love playing it fast. It's not similar to what Horus did in this map. Horus is a whole nother beast of just taking woods by himself, and that's not the thing that we usually see back at home. But I think there is a lot of teams who are good on sub base back home on my end. and maybe it could kind of help here, but at the same time, Imperial has done a great job of kind of revolutionizing that A defense, not committing too hard on A. Instead, you know, as soon as one person comes out on the A side, they go on the full retake, maybe get a pick or two, and try and see if they can knock out the door before the bomb even ticks. So, going to be interesting to see if how Macta is going to try to see if they counter that.
Yeah, and I think for me too is the fact of, like, we saw, you know, it's hard to kind of rely heavily on the stats here, but I mean, let's not forget when we saw Imperial playing on sub base, sorry, is they were able to get that 10-5, and I mean, that was against BaiSha. That was probably the #2 ranked team here at this tournament going into it, and they're not even here anymore. But I mean, they're here, but they're out. But I mean,
Might be watching, I don't know.
But to get a 10-5 against a strong Chinese team like that, and the way they played too, like it didn't even feel like it was a fluke. You can't make those arguments. Those guys played a flawless GR side. Their rotates were perfect. Their retakes looked really good. So, I mean, if they can do even a quarter of that, I think Pacific Macta, they're gonna have a lot of work cut out for them here.
Yeah, I think the course of action here for the side of Pacific Macta is to just try and forget what happened in map #1 and try and see if they can lock in towards Subbase. Subbase was one of those maps where they kind of done better internationally, especially in 2023. Yeah. But still, you know, it's Imperial, man. Just like how I said it's Imperial. I think, are they the strongest team on Subbase? I think Vasco had a better record on Subbase in CFBL, but I think, you know, just having Vasco, you already know what they're throwing in towards Subbase, especially the BL side of Vasco is really good on that map, so maybe might have picked up a thing or two from their fellow Brazilians here.
Maybe, and I mean, this was the other thing too, where I'm going to be actually a little bit curious about the overall stats from this game, because I didn't really feel like, you know, last time we saw Ryu Zhao, he was able to get himself into high numbers, pushing over, you know, a 2.0 KD. I think he did quite well. He's definitely going to be one of those guys that he should be near the top, but I really do think that we got to see Imperial having all the players, you know, equally contributing. Like 7-7, I probably would put as the MVP in this game once again, just because he was able to read a lot of the plays from Pacific Macta. He was able to get big flanks when he needed to, but I mean, it was maybe not the amount of frags in his way, but it was the fact that he was able to maybe find that one, maybe find that third one later in the round that really did change everything.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, overall it was a better game here from the side of Eagles. And every single time, Imperial, every turn, everything that Pacific Macta was trying, they got an answer to it. And yeah, it's kind of tragic, man. They had so much confidence, especially when it comes to this map #1, but it seems like Imperial kind of dashed it. And Imperial is so good at just finding the holes of whatever Pacific Macta is trying to do. And this is actually a Pacific Macta that kind of adjusted to what Imperial wants to do as well. So it seems like the Animals was just 2 steps ahead this time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for, you know, Danimals is one of those guys that, you know, being the IGL, he's always so impressive, because I just love to see what he's able to kind of cook up in the kitchen. And I mean, look, he was able to cook up a 10-3, like we said. Ryu Zhao actually did top frag with the most KD, which, I mean, it does kind of make sense. But like I said, for 7-7, he was on near the bottom, but look at his ratings. Like, he was able to just make so much influence in the game. Eagles, a gigantic leap of what we saw from yesterday. Such a bigger improvement. I mean, he was able to have himself, you saw those highlights before, he had some really great shots, but I just love the way that he was repositioning himself. He wasn't over peaking. He was playing a very passive setup, and he was just allowing time to be built, which is really important. And I mean, look, I never like pinpointing anything, so I'll do it so you don't have to, is look, I feel bad for Justin, because he was absent in this game. He did not exist, and I think you made a really strong point for him, is this map is really difficult for his role. So I think obviously there's going to have to be some things tweaked after this group stage in the tournament, but I mean, for him, he's now in a moment where maybe this will light a fire under him.
Yeah, for sure. I think having a bad first game is definitely, you know, not the best, especially with the way that Justin did it. He had 0.0 across all the stats, so anything that he does in sub-base is an improvement at this point. So maybe he's like, guys, I'm sorry about this first game. Let's kind of try to lock in for the second. I'll try to see if I can do the carrying this time, because Revenge is doing such a great job in map #1. But sub-base is going to be right up next. Kind of depends on what is going to happen here on the A side specifically, right? I mean, Imperial has a really good BL side on this map. I think their percentage on the BL side on sub-base is actually higher than their GR side. And it's been kind of the trend for the past few times that we have casted or sub-base has appeared in this event, that the BL has gotten more and more rounds. And it seems like it's more about the teams getting more creative on this BL side more than the sides actually kind of switching. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of take Pacific Macta has in map number 2. But Imperial, they're looking good, man.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And I mean, if they're able to find themselves, you know, this win here, I mean, this could really just kind of put them as a pretty scary team, you know, pushing into the playoffs. So, and I mean, that was the thing. Like, I think even for me in the beginning of the tournament, I was kind of saying Vasco were the team that, you know, if I was going to pick a Brazilian team to get pushed through, I probably would have said them. And I think Imperial have really done a lot of preparation, a lot of homework, you know, before we got here for the Summer Championship. So you gotta give it to them, because now this is going to be their map pick, like you were just talking about. And it's going to look good here. And I mean, for them, we'll have to see if we have the same effect from some of those players. And I think out of 4 to 5 players, they were like well over a 1.3 KD, which is just filthy to say the least. But I mean, Pacific Macta, do you think there's anything different we're expecting from them on a map like this?
Yeah, I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable in towards that defense. I think the trouble is going to brew once the BL side does come.
Okay.
But it seems like there is a lot more problems that you have to think. But it's still pretty tough, man, especially after what happened in map number 1. And momentum is kind of at an all-time low, and both teams kind of do a great job of just kind of carrying their momentum slowly in this game. But it wasn't slow at all from the side of Pacific Macta.
No, it really wasn't. But look, they'll be on the GR side. They're going to get aggressive, and that aggression is gonna kick back a little bit, because Eagles has other things in store. Justin, unfortunately, still on the tail end of not finding the impact he's looking for yet. Still plenty more to go, but Imperial have just been really a step ahead here in terms of the opening duels. Now with that opener, they're going to try to overwhelm potentially on revenge. And this is interesting. I feel like I never get to see an Alm player kind of sitting in this spot, right? You normally have the rifler ready for the counter flash, just buying a little bit more time. So this is a unique little thing they've cooked up.
Yep. Especially there's not much pressure that you can gain from the A side. The only problem is your entire second mid is wide open, so Aldrin having to watch 2 angles at the same time, especially with how aggressive Macta is on this machine room side. So as soon as the smoke goes down, they're probably going to try to call the rest of the members right back here, and Aldrin going to shoot a warning shot, just going to tell Imperial that this is not a safe place to cross in. But 2 flashes later, Aldrin not going to get spotted, but they're all blind. And Aldrin's going to go down. He was blinded by a flash, maybe by his teammate, but he already saw the opportunity to make a big play happen. But Revenge and MBA, the only 2 left alive.
Oh man, that could have been everything too, because I think he even went for the shot. He was blind, right? So, I mean, that quick little shot just cost him his life, unfortunately. But you had like every single player in front of you, and they didn't even clear him, which is so funny. So, what could have been, but Danimal's going to open the round up here with a triple kill. They're going to carry on what they, you know, started off from port, and now bring it into sub base. And all right, well,
yeah, it's sort of a risky defense to go for that one, but I think they're trying to blindside Imperial from round number 1 by taking machine room control. But Eagles is kind of expecting it, and look at the defense, or look at the offense on the side of Imperial. They're actively trying to punish those early peaks coming in from Pacific Macta, and yeah, I feel like they've done a bit of watching on some of these games, and they know what they are capable of.
Well, it's funny you say that too, right? Because it's like, you know, they got the practice rooms of the hotel, and as soon as the games are done, I think that most normal circumstances, the teams take a bit of a break. Like, they'll go for food, you know, they'll go grab like a coffee or something, you know, just kind of decompress from the game, whether it's a win or a loss, right? And then it's right back into the practice room. Like, all these teams don't mess around. Like, I don't think I've been able to see any of these players just kind of like lingering. Like, they're not like on the street, they're not going for walks. Like, these guys, if they're not playing the matches, they are scrimming. They're in the workshop and they're just trying to sharpen the tools. So that's it. It was, you know, just kind of alluding to your point about Imperial really just getting a decent read so far, and it's proven to be the factor. Okay, so MVA is going to be the player onto A stairs. He's just going to be by himself. And once again, Imperial finding that opener, this time from GDSZ. Oh, MVA getting a little aggro.
They're really trying to play into the desperation of Pacific Macta to get a trade here, man. It's kind of giving them a lot of trouble. Maybe it's the pacing. It's the pacing that Imperial plays at that, yeah, they do get one kill, and then they back off immediately. And just like how I said it, man, they're basically the slowest team to come in from the CFBL side. So, I mean, Pacific Macta expecting something fast, but it's not coming at all. But Revenge coming in from the Darkroom side. Justin has to defend his backside here. He's kind of in trouble from lockers at the moment. GDSC is going to spot him for Yuzao coming in from the second floor. 7-7 is getting absolutely pelted, but 7-7 gets the kill anyways. And it's a trade after trade after trade. NBA catching all the players from the second mid side. The only one left alive is GDSC. Does have the advantage in terms of the health. Revenge calling for help here, and that's a blind GDSC. 2 seconds left, not much time. Even if he dies, it's going to be fine. Pacific Macta gets there first, and a really good delay on their side. I mean, that is also the danger of playing very passive, especially when it comes to sub-base. As soon as any delay comes, I mean, that timer is going to tick down very, very slowly. So Imperial, maybe they're going to switch up something, going to try to go for some fast map control. Good Flash is going to come into Machine Room. And Justin is going to try to fly in, but he might want to avoid Eagle's angle here.
Oh, yeah. This is a tight angle, but I do like that Pacific Macta now are really trying to be a bit more aggro. This is good. I mean, they do take in radio, so this is a good position for them. So they've gotten some good real estate. Now Imperial push back a little bit more. Even them just kind of holding this is still causing a lot of disruption in the game. So, I mean, for Imperial, they just got to now focus either on mid, second mid, maybe A. Unless they want to go for the fight. I mean, they've shown that their firepower is it's definitely on point here today. It's definitely not a lackluster thing, but maybe ZYK, though, he can prove that's going to be a little lackluster for them. Oh, God, he's going to go for a swing. Is he going to do it? Oh, my. Oh, that flash. He's blind. He's so blind, but he's got 3 other players right beside him on his right. Now make it 4. He has to be able to hit these shots. He has to be able to make every sort of connection here. He has to find the 1, but it's only 1, so an immediate trade back from Imperial.
Yep, and NBA trying to help Revenge gain some space. Revenge needs a way out on the A side. Ryuza's going to chase him down. Quick scope. Not even going to be attempted. NBA does get the punish on the sniper, though. C4 is down. C4 is down on the side of Imperial, and here comes the rest of Pacific Macta. NBA and Justin trying to play together, and that is a really good team play. I mean, granted, Imperial got control of the A site, but the C4 got dropped.
Yeah, that C4 getting dropped, that's going to be the potential demise. It is. Aldrin's going to solidify that. And that's the thing, man. Like, it's such a good detail because, yeah, you can get the site control, but if that C4 carrier is in the back of the pack and they get caught by somebody being a little bit aggressive on the GR side, it just creates so much, variables and obstacles you have to go through, and then refighting for the bomb control is the worst. Like, it is so much of a struggle. So it really is a funny thing when you have your BL side. You have to be really mindful of that positioning of the C4 carrier because we've now seen it a few times in the group stages where it really has kind of bit them in the behind a bit.
Everyone is going slow for now. It's classic Imperial pace once again. And they realize that Pacific Macta is not trying to go for machine room control, so they can finally just enter it, no problem. But default has kind of changed on towards the side of Pacific Macta. More of a focus on this A site after what happened in that last round. That could have easily went in the way of Imperial if Eagles did not die in the backline with the C4. But it's not the way to go. Instead, Revenge is going to be placed in towards Darkroom, one person playing Rafters. So pretty solid defense on B side, but if anyone misses, this is a free B for them.
Yeah, really could be. Interesting setup, though, from Imperial, too. Just kind of, once again, splitting things off. C4 going to get thrown around, so it's going to go to 7-7. Oh, wow, GDSC. Woo-wee. That's lucky. You're lucky, boy.
Yep, gets away. Just a leg or just a wall bang actually from Revenge. And snipers work differently this game. Usually that does kill in any other game, but here you only take 80 damage. But NBA doing a little crouch action here on Metal Box, waiting for the Animals' head to pop out, then he's going to pop that flash immediately. And they're kind of moving up in towards second mid. Everyone dodging the flash in time. And NBA, can you play this angle successfully? It seems like he gets hunted down, but the delay is already good enough for Justin to run into the site. M4 is doing a lot of damage here, and he's just staying put in this missile. So much damage has been done, but Justin finally goes down. ZYK is going to get spotted as well by 77. But Aldrin, I think they're aware that someone might be in that fence position, but they're too busy fighting for site control. 7-7 is going to get another kill, and 7-7 once again, man. What is this guy on? It's been so consistent for the past 5 days.
It really has. Like, if there's a player that's been consistent, it's definitely him. It's somebody in the group stage that he's been having a phenomenal run. So, and he's still maintaining it. And I mean, look, like through all those unique fights, like Imperial didn't even lose a single person. Like, I don't know, like if it's just me noticing this, or maybe you are too, but I feel like Pacific Macta, like that firepower, it just doesn't seem like it's quite there. There's something kind of slowed back. Like it feels like they're kind of just coasting with the amount of frags they're finding.
Kind of similar to some of the games here of 3BL, right? Oh, NBA, okay. That's a good start. But it's kind of like 3BL yesterday where they were playing catch-up the entire time. They weren't really in the lead. So they're going to need to see if they can gain a lead. And oh, Justin, so unlucky, man. Through a smoke, through 2 smokes, actually. Does get taken down on jail, but it's not too bad. Everyone can adjust just in time. But still, 4 on this map. That means there is going to be 2 split players on each side. So, I mean, it's a 4v2 once people get into the site.
Yeah. Once again, I mean, now things are brought back to the 4-on-4, and I mean, this is always, you never want it to be the man disadvantage here on the GR side, because then it just you have to change this composition. But a good composition setup right now. You got a couple players, or actually 3, double in jail. They're just going to wait things out. Revenge going to get smoked out though, unfortunately, so his alm's not going to be as effective as normally. Danimals now, he's just trying to barrel on through, and now Revenge tries to get a little bit cheeky, but Imperial, once again, this firepower is something else right now. Aldrin and NBA needing to come up with a clutch scenario. They find this one. So things are opening.
Ryuzo's not going down for Vance. He's still watching that stair side, and they're kind of looking for GDSC here. But Ryuzo is going to go low. Aldrin, the only one left alive, and the clutch is needed from him. See how much of a key player really is. But no nades on the side of Imperial. The Animals using that little cover on the site. His head does get spotted, and that's going to call 7-7 from the stair side. But it seems like the Animals has got the handle of things here. And 3-2, Imperial gets the lead once again.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is a very impressive showing right now for Imperial. I gotta say, like, it just feels like a bit of a masterclass performance we're getting from them. It is still a close game, but it just feels like they're, any kind of a situation they're in, they look like they have some decent control, but now Justin does try to assist here with MBA, but even despite getting those duels, Justin will be able to win that engagement. So now Pacific Macta put themselves in a man advantage early.
That's more like it, kid. Oh, but good support from Aldrin, and there we go. Finally, a machine room crunch working. And that was the exact strat that they have attempted in round 1 and also now in here. So it finally works. So that might be one thing Pacific Macta can hold on to in these next few rounds. And are they going to try it again? Yes, they will. They're going to go Valky, GDSC on towards Machine Room. Justin from the left side. He's going to get faded immediately. NBA is going to go down as well. But here comes EYK. GDSC is going to spot him. And maybe a bit too frisky from the side of Pacific Macta. 2 versus 4, Aldrin and Revenge. Both on opposite sides of the map, and look at Imperial. They're going to slow it down. They're not going to show anything at all. They're really so aware of smoke timings here.
Yeah, they are.
In and around the map, they can cross so easily.
Oh, Revenge, you got to turn around. Oh no, they're just going to get themselves in the sight, and he's thinking somebody in the flank, and now he's kind of wondering like, hey, what's going on here? And now he's like, oh crap, they're all here. They're all in the site, and I'm by myself, and I get taken out, and 7-7 again. Oh my. But now Aldrin on a 1-up-4 does find this one to make it to the 3. Looking to see what he can do. A little bit of utility that he still could use. He might be able to get the touchdown.
Oh, how is Eagles not dead?
Good reposition from Eagles. Oh man, this might be asking a lot. He has to line one of these shots. This flash has to make the connection, but Eagles, the one that survived from the nade, the one that was wounded, he is still able to fly.
Yeah, it's a way better series coming in here from Eagles. Kind of a second win that he got for the past few days, and 4-3 now for Imperial. I mean, you kind of mix the insane performance that 7-7 has with Eagles kind of coming back into the plate. Hasn't been the best time for Ryuza, but we already know the tendency of this man to not be there in the early game, but then when it comes to the later rounds, he kind of just appears out of nowhere. Justin jumps out 7-7. How have you done this? MVA is going to go down. The Animals will get a wall bang in return. 7-7, man. How is he doing this?
It is a question. It is. That's probably the best way to summarize it, is how does he find himself every single time to find multi-kills and that much impact, and now impact needing to be required from Aldrin, but it's just not going to happen at all. And this is such a change-up from 7-7. I mean, look, he has been really good. Like, we said he's been consistent in the group stage, but it's just something about this right now. I think these guys have a little bit of fire under them, knowing that, look, playoffs are really potential, but getting this win here is just going to solidify that. Now Pacific Macta, once again, they're going to try to do it again. No! No! They play the same track, and it just gets read like a book.
Yeah, usually I would disagree with you there, but I kind of agree. Now is not the time to go for that.
Oh.
But 5-3, maybe Imperials were expecting that, or rather Macta was expecting Imperials going to play passive, but no. No. It seems like the Animals is in their heads, man. He can read every single thought that Pacific Macta is thinking, and again and again and again, they're getting caught making an aggressive play happen, and it's not working at all. It's pretty tragic, but that's just the power of the Animals, man. Once he catches your gaze, he knows every single thought that you're thinking. It's something that he's picked up for the past few years, especially in last year's 2023 tournament. That's why they did get that impressive top 4. Revenge is going to get Ryuza out, though, but he's only playing distraction here on the A site. B could be wide open if Zik does decide to go and rotate. GDSC, that's 2 spotted, so it's all up to him to try and save the side. AK is going to hit this time for ZYK. But can he get 7-7? Eagles spotting him out. Does he see that Eagles is in jail? Oh, Revenge spots him instead. Is Eagles going to peek it, or is 7-7 going to peek first? 7-7's already on low HP. Eagles, though, just going to go all the way back in towards lockers. 7-7 with the spray. And Revenge does not hit the shots on the Colt. 6-3.
Oh, boy. Well, look, it's...
You got to cope for me, man.
Yeah.
Please.
You're the one that's usually supposed to, you know, pump them up. The copium's usually just oozing out, you know? It's in the veins, but it's tough. Look, like, I mean, like, Revenge, unfortunately, has never been in a position where he can succeed. He was sitting at a 2-8. That's where I talked about this in the beginning, where I thought if Revenge can play well, if he can get the right shots, it just seems to be a big momentum shift for these guys. And unfortunately for him, it's just been quiet. It's been difficult. But like you said, Danimals, it just feels like he's Charles Xavier. Like, he's just been reading them. Like, he's in their heads the whole time, and he's just been able to anti-strat and just outplay them.
Yeah, ever since, I feel like ever since the smoke changes here, specifically on LAN with the red name. Oh, I was talking about this yesterday by the voice, because I think Horus was doing the exact same thing, and it works. It almost works there for Zik. But I don't think anything's going to happen. But back to my point, right? I mean, the smoke changes, the red name not being seen through the smoke now. I feel like Imperial has done the best job of adjusting to it. The only thing that you can see through the smoke now is the muzzle fire. And I feel like Imperial has used that to perfection, especially 7-7 here. He's been so good ever since the fights are now more head-to-head rather than behind the smokes. But the Animals spotting out that mid side. Eagles already on 1 HP. ZYK inching ever so closer, but nice flash to just try and put the Animals back into the A site. And Justin is just going to run through Eagles inside of the site itself. MVA with a good trade. They know Ryuzawa is still in the lockers, but MVA takes him out. 2 versus 2 situation. ZYK having to defend by himself. DDSC turns around in time, but can he get the 1v1? No. IGL on IGL violence for now, but now it's Entry versus IGL.
Oh boy. Okay.
What is he gonna do though? Oh. That's not gonna feel good. That's
Felt
for sure.
like a Michael Jackson song. Oh. Oh man. All right, Paul's gonna be tossed in. Not the towel, but
just a pause.
Just a pause. They've enough's enough. They want to have a chat. They want to reconvene. They want to figure out what on earth do we do differently. How do we get Danimals out of our heads? How do we find a way to put that helmet on his head so he cannot read our minds?
Gotta get the tinfoil now, man.
Yeah, you gotta get the tinfoil hats out. Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the boys. They're really hoping to get that 1v1 down, but it seems like that is not what happened here. Imperial, though, full dominant effect. This is what I like about Imperial, not gonna lie, is that when it comes to games that really is super important for them, that is where they really step up. Happened last year, is happening now as well. So the form is just better, the Animals and the boys. I don't know where they found 7-7, man, but that guy, that guy, if Imperial does go top 4 and they somehow beat AG, because they're most likely going to be the 2nd seed, man, the Animals, you've gotten away again with another good result for this squad. But that's it. That's just how strong the Animals is, man. I mean, granted that Vasco did get that 1st seed back in CFBL, I feel like Imperial's game is more translates better on the international stage, more than Vasco's.
Yeah, you know, and it was such a, it was so interesting because like for Imperial and their debut it was just heartbreak, right? Like it's hard not to not talk about it because Wolf Empire, I mean yesterday was nuts, but I mean the fact that, you know, Wolf Empire were able to, you know, do a reverse sweep golden round overtime against a team like Imperial, where I thought they were playing really, really well, and then just seeing the difference of Imperial, their journey here in the group stage, I mean, they've really been tested a lot. A lot of these games, I'm just looking at them right now, like 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, like no matter what, there always seems to be a third. It's just, these playoffs just are just, it's so exciting. Like it just, now that we've lost 2 Chinese teams, like this thing is just blown out of the water. Anything can happen now. Like a BO5 possibly could be like 3-2s, which is just even insane.
If Imperial gets in, that's 100%. That's a game 5. They love it slow.
They love it slow.
Oh, Eagles. He's just on fire, man. It's impossible for them to get into the side when Eagles is playing this position. 8-5 so far in the game. I mean, it's not much of an explosive game from Eagles, but you put him in an angle where he doesn't have to move too much. And he does exactly this. Revenge gonna try to spot him out, but it's not been too stellar this time. ZYK getting tagged through the box. Eagles has been on fire, man. How have this man came back from the depths? ZYK trying to tap him out. Ryuzao is right on top for the insurance policy. But most likely, it is going to be Imperial just taking it.
Oh, this is going to be the ace? Okay, all right, nah, shut down. Not happening on Pacific Macta's watch. But a round is going to come through for the old Imperial.
Yep.
Why not? We really at 8?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Well,
this has just been such a, like, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It doesn't matter. 8-3 is the score. Pacific Macta, what do we got? What is left in the chamber? What are we going to be able to scrape up? Ooh, Justin, wow, I thought he was going to actually win that fight. Was that MBA that just pushed downstairs?
Yeah, he kind of just sent it.
Oh no, not again! 7-7, are you kidding? Oh, the trigger discipline. Oh my god! How does Revenge know? How does he know?
Wait, he was breathing down his neck. Oh.
You've got to be kidding me.
I stared at the screen. I was like, what?
Dude.
I thought that was done. I thought that was cooked, but it seems like Revenge. Looking behind at the right time. Revenge planting out in the open, so ZYK can also see the C4, but he has to back off. Oh, he gets spotted. Ryu's out, gets the spray, so it's all on Zik to make something happen.
Well, they might even try to go for the ninja. I think they just threw a smoke on top of the C4.
It's pretty tough. They can see, he can see it, I think.
Can he? Oh, you might be right. Yeah, I think you're right. Such a big brain, Sneaky Frog. Oh, God. CYK now. Okay, so Diffuse is going to get stuck. Ryu's out sticking it. Oh, but he gets taken out. So now Eagles not able to have his back. And I think this round has been able to come through for Pacific Macta now. Somehow, in some way, and...
It's the plan.
Oh, man, I wish...
Holy Revenge.
That highlight's going to be sick to watch later. I can't believe it. I just caught the glimpse of 7-7. I was like, oh my God, he's already behind them. Like he just pushed it, and then Revenge is like, something doesn't smell good here, and bam, takes him out.
Oh. Yikes. I mean, NBA's gone already. He's been the best fragger for the entire squad, and Pacific Macta has to work a 4v5.
Yeah, I think this is now the second, if not the third round. NBA has actually gone down very early, so it's a bit unfortunate. Ooh, GDSC. Okay, they're gonna commit. No flank yet. You can see Revenge in the back. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna look it out. I'm gonna scope things out, and good spray with the the AK, I should say.
I mean, it's pretty much fine. But the Animal's scared of this man because as soon as that smoke disappears, he's just going to push through it. But ZYK kind of welcoming that joust. Pacific Macta having to slow down a bit, but Revenge, going to get pelted through the door, and he misses the shot as well. And this is most likely 9 for the side of Imperial.
Well, you know what that means. The music's cued. It means that Imperial are on map and series point to close things out with a potential 2-0 of the day. I had this as a 3-mapper, a possible 3-mapper. But now they want to get it done. They want to be able to just go relax, hit the Chakuz, be able to get ready for the playoffs. And it's looking so good right now. Pacific Macta, they're all just dropping like flies, and there's Imperial. They make the statement, they find the victory, and Brazil is going to be on top.
There we go. We are going to have one representative from South America in the top 4. And top 4 is looking very colorful right now in terms of the flags. We have Brazil, we have Vietnam, and we have China, possibly either Egypt or Vietnam, or maybe even Brazil once again. I mean, Imperial, if they play exactly like this, it is well-deserved, but honestly, Pacific Macta, yeah, the Animals, once again, he was just in their heads reading every single strategy that they pulled out in both maps. Port, I think Port, the Macta side kind of expected that it was going to be more of a passive game from Eagles, more of a passive game from the other side, maybe try and see if they can stick the weakness on the defense. But it seems like Imperial has been watching a fair few games of Pacific Macta as well, and has kind of caught their tendencies here, and especially time and time again, Machine Room was being punished. Time and time again, second mid was actually being opened up by the side of Imperial. And it's not even the exact same game that they showed from the side of, from their game against BaiSha Gaming. It was a lot more active. It was a lot more, how would you say this? A lot more face-to-face with the enemy. So I think Imperial kind of changing gears in sub-base especially, it kind of just blindsided Macta. I mean, everything that Macta saw from the prior games was really for nothing. That was just Imperial having to switch modes because, I mean, different games, different teams, I guess.
Yeah, different games, different teams, and I think Imperial definitely did a lot of hard studying. You know, they were able to get themselves cracking down on the books, and they were able to get a 2-0 here today. And look, I mean, this does raise a lot of excitement here because this is going to be the first Brazilian team, like we said, that is, you know, going to be guaranteed into the playoffs now. Both these teams were sitting at a 2-1 when they were walking into this matchup, so this has now put them at a 3-1 with only one loss that happened. But, I mean, even that loss was right down to a nail-biter. But, look, I digress, and we move on. And, I mean, for Pacific Macta, a tough defeat for them. But I think, you know, we talked about the veto. I think Imperial did a really good job manipulating the bans. I think the veto was in their favor. There was a lot riding on port where Pacific Macta had to win that, because then if we did make it to a third with the sub-base being the wash, it would have been Eagle Eye. And that maybe could have been something different. But unfortunately with them losing it the way it did, it just meant that the rug was pulled under.
Yeah, for sure. And overall, I think, once again, 7-7 with a very nice showing in this tournament. And I feel like if he keeps up this consistency, especially when it comes to playoffs, I think even the Chinese teams are actually in danger here. So most likely Imperial has now ended up in second place in this group stage. Is there any chance for any teams to do anything? BaiSha versus LCK, that doesn't matter. Both of them are eliminated. So yeah, it seems like Pacific Macta is just going to be joining BaiSha Gaming in towards that red stripe. It hurts to see, in all honesty. But in my opinion, I feel like they got some really good wins in this tournament, especially up against Wolf Empire, who ended up the first seed in this tournament. LCK, they swept them. And yeah, I mean, overall, it was a pretty good showing for the tournament, considering the expectations back home were to just, everyone was expecting them to just get swept in their group. You know, it's it kind of hurts that the people back home kind of expect that, but in my opinion, I feel like this is a bigger improvement from what they've shown compared to APAC Spring. So I think it's only up from here, honestly.
It really is, and I mean, it's a good way for a lot of these teams that have been very competitive in the group stage. So the fact that, you know, for Pacific Macta, it might be done, it might be packing their bags, but you know what? Their head can be high here. I mean, these guys were able to cause some good upsets. They've, you know, had some really close maps as well, even if it didn't, you know, go in the win column for them. So that's the thing you got to take away as a team, is that there's still lots of improvement needed, but it wasn't like, you know, they got blown out. It wasn't like they went like 0-4. Like, these guys still had a very competitive record. And I mean, look, we'll have to wait until the end of the day to see where kind of everything lands. But I mean, I think for them, it's still, I wasn't sure what to expect with them. You know, the only Filipino team here, there's a lot riding on you for pressure to represent the country. And I think they did a magnificent job doing that here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people saying that, oh, they should not be the first seed. It's been a few times that they bombed out of the tournament. You have to beat them first. You have to beat them first to replace them. Got to be reminded of that. So if no one can beat Pacific Macta, then it seems like they're going to be showing up in another tournament. But I mean, there's still a lot to improve. In all honesty, I mean, new coach, new style. So I feel like there's only up from here. The ceiling has not been realized for the side of Pacific Macta. So yeah, I mean, at least they go home $12,000 richer and try and see if they can recoup after that. But I feel like the $12,000 don't really matter, especially knowing them personally. I think their inner competitors probably going to be disappointed, probably knowing that they thought that they could have gone deeper in the tournament.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's always hard, right? I mean, it's a lot of cash that's on the grabs here. We talked about the prize pool being a total of you know, $300K, but you know, it's a nice little bit of a split, you know, when you go from first all the way down to dead last. But yeah, I mean, these guys are in a position where, you know, they're not going to be walking away empty-handed, but obviously as a competitor, you want to win the damn thing. You want to be able to have this on the resume and say, look, like we've been able to top an international tournament. But that's where we, you know, talked about this in the very beginning of this whole week, is saying, look, these are all the best teams across the globe that have been able to be on top of their leagues. They've been able to show that they can compete with the best. And this group stage has really, really shown that. Like, even Pacific Macta sitting themselves at the 2-2, they were able to have some pretty great victories. And they've been, like I said, they've been able to be very competitive with some of the best teams in the world. So it's just a matter of maybe what's going to happen next year and all these other factors. It just, how can you not be excited?
Yeah, and 1 second. All right, I'm over it. All right, I'm pretty hyped for the tournament anyways because it's still CFBL coming through in Group A. It's still CFBL and CFBL coming in. And yeah, granted, I'm sad that Pacific Macta is gone, but overall the tournament is still pretty exciting because we only have one Chinese team potentially in the playoffs. And I gotta, who do I switch on there? Do I just start cheering for 3BL now?
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, the next game is going to be, 3BL. But before we get there, before we go too deep into it, I mean, just in case anybody wanted to see it, is the match stats. And I mean, look, it's going to be no surprise if this isn't him, then I will be personally going to production to have a conversation. But 7-7, putting himself almost at a 3.0 KD. Besides just that, the guy played some of the best CrossFire I've seen in such a long time, just with flanks, getting multi-kills, repositioning, amping up his teammates. Like, he did everything to the book. He played his game. And then with that is Danimals. Like, he was a mastermind in this game. Like, when you talk about IGLs and you talk about calling a game, this just felt like every star aligned for Imperial, and it was just a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, that is for sure. Match result, it's still going to be brutal. 3 times that we have met, and 3 times we have been beaten. But still, Imperial, pretty good game, pretty good showing coming in from them strategically, and also in terms of the frag department. I think it is going to be 7-7 once again, possibly on that MVP who has been on a tear, going head-to-head against the best international riflers here. And since Imperial has gotten second, so they might go up against AG. That's a matchup that I'm looking forward to, in all honesty. I mean, if ZY is peaking at the right time, it's the Animals, actually. What?
Wow.
I mean, if the IGL is doing exactly this, then why not, right?
I mean, sure. Okay, look, I mean, I'm still going to have a conversation. I don't know if I fully believe this, and then I don't mean any disrespect to Danimals. Look, I mean, I think, like I said, he played his role. He did all the right things. I just felt like 7-7 had a bit more influence where he was able to kind of make the plays happen what Danimals is calling. So it is a combination here. It really is that 1 and 2. But I mean, look, that's a huge thing where an IGL is able to put himself as the MVP. He did have an overall 2.12 KD, just under 1,500 damage. But like I said, I think this is some of the best calling we've seen so far in the group stage. I definitely think this is no doubt actually probably the top in my opinion. So it's great to see, and a big congrats for him.
Yeah, that is for sure. The Animals, of course, when he's the one fragging, leading the charge, the entire group of the Imperial squad, they're going to be inspired. He's like a beacon of light for the rest of the Imperial squad, and everyone can follow suit. And I mean, if the Animals is playing this good with the combination of the other 2 players for their side, I mean, this is just going to be a sweep. And also, Ryuzao, as much as I said that this guy is not good in the early game, it was already a pretty good game coming in from him from port, so he wasn't really required for sub base. The rest of them can just do their work.
Okay, well, we're just gonna wait it out a little bit longer. I think an interview is just about to commence here, and that is gonna be Danimals that will be the man having a conversation to just talk about everything. And a big congrats to them. So it is gonna be their little bit of a ticket into the playoffs. We are gonna get ready to go onto the stage, so that'll be it for us here. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Và xin chúc mừng Imperial đã lọt được vào thi đấu playoff. Và một câu mình muốn hỏi Danimo là Imperial có bao nhiêu % cơ hội vô địch trong CFS Summer năm nay?
Muitos parabéns porque ganhamos hoje. Imperial ganhou hoje. E você acha que qual 100% de chance para Imperial ganhar a vitória, campeonato no final?
A porcentagem eu não sei, mas a gente está muito confiante, a gente está trabalhando muito para conseguir ganhar o campeonato.
Chúng tôi đã luyện tập rất là nhiều và với sự tự tin này chúng tôi tin tưởng rằng chúng tôi sẽ giành chức vô địch.
Vâng, và đâu là đội tuyển đối thủ nào Danimo muốn gặp nhất trong vòng playoff?
Então, qual time que você quer encontrar no último jogo? No final do jogo.
No final eu gostaria de encontrar a equipe da Vasco, com certeza, que é a equipe brasileira.
Tất nhiên là chúng tôi muốn gặp những người đồng hương là Vasco.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn chia sẻ của Danimo. Và đây là một yêu cầu cuối cùng của Danimo, đó là Danimo muốn gửi một chút thông điệp của mình gửi đến những khán giả đang theo dõi mình tại Brazil, và chúng hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ của Danimo. Xin mời.
Agora pode dar os seus agradecimentos para o seu fã brasileiros.
Salve, rapaziada do Brasil. Eu reservei esse momento aqui para poder mandar uma mensagem para vocês aí. Eu só queria agradecer a torcida de todos. Esse novo meta de jogo é muito complexo, mas a gente está trabalhando e se esforçando todo dia para poder dar alegria para vocês, mano. Chegar longe do campeonato, a gente está muito confiante para esses playoffs. Apesar das dificuldades, a gente está trabalhando muito. Então confia na gente, mantém a torcida. Daqui a pouco a Vasco vai jogar também. Torcer aí pra G, dar um 2-0 ali na 3BL para ficar maneiro. Mas é isso, mano. Go Imp, Go Vasco, Go Brasil.
Em có thể dịch ngắn chung là bạn ấy rất là, nói chung là đội tuyển đã làm việc rất là chăm chỉ, rất cảm ơn cái sự ủng hộ của fan hâm mộ và chắc chắn rằng sẽ đem về cái chiếc vinh quang cho quê hương.
Vâng, cảm ơn Imperial Dynamo về màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi và trận đấu đầu tiên của chúng ta đã kết thúc. Nhưng các bạn đừng đi đâu cả, trận đấu thứ hai sẽ chuẩn bị nhanh sớm rồi khi có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kìa không ai chết cả. Không ai chết và đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai các bạn. Bên này IceQ. Hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không được IceQ vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoay. IceQ bị phong cấm bảo IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em biết anh không đây mà có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CB từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Vẫn còn có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi và Mai cũng không xanh cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alo Tút Tàu. Một bạn đến cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây kịp hay không? 9 8 7 6 5 1 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alotus. Nó bị mù rồi. Cover. TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover. Sai. Thì là đồ đàm không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến bên kia có bên như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và double bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Carahau chảo Lát ra và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend họ bị móc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba không được, câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ định không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill người máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m1 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và đô la thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp PA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực con TB chứ đối thủ không như này. Đó là vị trí của Double làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạn chip ui rồi ôi, đạn chip hơi non.
KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về CFS Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
bringing out the second able to find one onto MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Awesome, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of the time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable, absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy, Spox, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HC for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. All that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak in and find one. MKZ finds another. Than Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's gonna find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is gonna be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. 3BL, they're just kind of left to try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down the horse, and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wall bang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. Snare, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely gonna dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstop. Totson, you've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
Push his way
forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and now he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Bet gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one. Now Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, cold up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tacked down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayers going to try and take an advanced angle. Stake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've played a push out the warehouse. Untitled have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Untitled are not going down without...
Welcome back, everybody. We're ready here for the CFS Summer Championship 2024, and it's myself, Laz, and I am now joined with the handsome, the most lovely of all, Mr. Neo.
Thank you. I'm excited, dude. That was a quick game, man.
That was a quick
game. I feel like that actually probably might be the quickest series we've had so far. The only one I think it is maybe the 3BL one.
Yeah.
But against Evolution Power, they also did have OT map 1, but then it's 10-1. I don't know how it evens out, but that was pretty quick, is what we're saying. Imperial looked very, very good, right? And I think that now that we are starting to see Imperial play well, it might spice up the playoffs a little bit. We'll come to all of that a little bit later. There's some exciting times happening. We are heading into a bit of a banger. Everyone's setting up behind us. You can see it. 3BL, Chengdu, all gamers. And this is a pretty important game for 3BL. Win this, they book themselves towards playoffs. Chengdu all gamers have already booked themselves towards playoffs. So fellas, just do us a solid here. Let the West League have a team in the playoffs. It's been so damn long. Just let us have this one.
It is true, right? I mean, this is such a unique spot when we're talking about the group stage, because like you said, AG 3-0, they've pretty much bulldozed every single team that they've been able to play. And then 3BL, like, honestly, you know, I think we all agreed, like you, Jordan, and I were talking about, you know, for the West teams, we were like, look, it's a tough one for LCK, but you know, 3BL were definitely the team that maybe could have been able to do something, and even for them to be in a 2-1 right now it was unexpected, to say the least.
It's very true. It's very, very true. And of course, Imperial with that win, they booked themselves their spot, and that is, you know, regardless of the result later on today with that BaiSha LCK game, it is already done, right? We know the teams who are going to be making out. It's going to be Imperial, it's going to be Wolf Empire from Group A, and Imperial actually with that win, but because it was so clean, they actually go a little bit ahead on round difference and map difference too by the +1 for them. So good stuff. Wolf Empire have obviously found themselves already out of the groups, so good stuff from them. And we have to say goodbye, of course, to Pacific Macta, BaiSha, surprising one, and LCK, sadly, for our very own. But LCK and BaiSha do have a game a little bit later on, so LCK do have an opportunity to maybe pick up a win. We have, of course, 3 more games for the day. We already touched on All Gamers 3BL. We already touched on BaiSha LCK. To finish off the day, we're ranking taking on Vasco. That's another game with a bit of spice behind it. Both ranking and Vasco find themselves 1 and 2 currently. 3BL find themselves 2 and 1. If 3BL lose this, they go 2 and 2, and by guarantee, one of ranking and Vasco will also go 2 and 2. And then it comes down to map difference. Then it comes down to this, that, and the other. So even 3BL taking a map off of the All Gamers, which nobody's been able to do so far, that could even just book them a spot in towards the next stage.
Yeah, it's just such different storylines for a lot of these teams, because it feels like, you know, in AG, like, I mean, for them, it'll probably feel really good to get a 4-0 and they're going to sweep it. But at the same time, do they need to? No, they really, really don't. So it's kind of one of those things where I don't know what to expect from them in this one, but I think, you know, 3BL, they've been doing a lot of homework. They've been doing a lot of studying. I actually got to talk to them a little bit. And the one thing that I really appreciated was the fact of, you know, I asked, like, are you guys, what was the goal? What did we want? And they were just like, honestly, we just wanted to be competitive. We wanted to make sure our games are close. We didn't want to get blown out. And I was like, was playoffs even in the view? They're like, honestly, no. Like, we just wanted to be able to make sure the practice and everything we're doing is kind of going the right direction, and so far it's been good, but we are not looking past any of these games. They've been taking it game by game.
And they wanted to compete, and compete they have. I mean, currently, they find themselves with the slight advantage, right? They are, at the moment, with the amount of games played, right, the same amount of games played as Ranking and Vasco, they are +1 in the maps. Ranking are -2, Vasco are -3. 3BL have already beat both of those two teams. So the thought is that they might have the slight advantage, but we'll have to find out. We've got a little intro from the CHENGDU All Gamers, of course, our favorites. You're going to want to check this one out.
Well, it's the CHENGDU All Gamers, and man, they have definitely been gaming because they have, you know, just a little bit of a recap. They're undefeated. They're sitting themselves, you know, just 2-0, 2-0, and 2-0. So these guys haven't even lost the damn map, and they're coming in and making a statement. And they're the only representative of China to now put themselves in playoffs. And now it's a question if they want to sweep or not, maybe. But man, it's an exciting time here.
Yeah, everybody keeps talking about, you know, the Chinese dominance of CrossFire, and that is now maybe a tale of old. Potentially, if we're looking long term, absolutely the best team in this tournament so far. There is no doubt about it. Only team that have not even dropped a map, never mind a series. However, the rest of the region is struggling. BaiSha and Evolution Power, obviously Evolution Power was sort of expected. I did see them as one of the weakest teams here at this tournament, but BaiSha, they were expected not only to make playoffs, to make finals, right? And the fact that we don't find themselves there is very interesting indeed. But this side have been nigh on flawless. They've had a couple of close maps, they've had a few 10-8s, so at least it's been kind of conversations here, but this is a side that's so damn much to like about the CHENGDU All Gamers, right? I think, you know, they've got a lot of different facets of firepower. Zai, the man in the middle, the leader, the IGL. Regarded as one of the best riflers, of course, in the entire region. Regarded as one of the best riflers in the world, never mind the region, right? And an incredible, incredible talent. Do, an incredible AWPer as well, a sniper who can really step up in a massive, massive way. So definitely keep an eye out for this guy. When Do gets going with the AWM, he's so difficult to stop.
He is. I mean, that's, I think, you know, Sneaky Frog made a little bit of a comparison for him. Is like, if he had a top 5, you know, sniper player, he's like, Do's #1, and then Do, you know, on a bad day would be #3, and if he's really bad, he'll be #4. So he's just that good. Like, he really is a consistent factor for the most part for these guys, and it's obviously proven to be the factor for these guys. But look, I mean, we can't go too far deep about the All Gamers because we got to talk about the West team. The best team in the West is 3BL, so we're going to show you a little bit of who they are and what they're ready to go against for the All Gamers.
Well, we introduced you to the beast from the East, and now we can show you the best from the West. 3BL have been incredible all season long in the CrossFire West League, and they've really not pulled any punches. They've come to an international stage, and many people didn't expect all too much from them, and they've come out all guns blazing. Beat Vasco 2-0, beat Ranking 2-1. An upset loss, it has to be said, against Evolution Power, where they got decimated yesterday, but it felt like an off day. This is their chance to guarantee their spot in towards that next stage, in towards the playoffs, and be really starting to scale up the money as well. It goes from being, you know, just whatever, 11 grand or so, 20 grand, 50 grand, 70 grand, 110 grand is how it moves up. This is a side with a lot of talent to love. The main man we're always going to look towards is Snare, an incredible sniper. Somebody's really got to step up today to be able to put Do in his place. Slayer as well, incredible rifler. When he gets going, he's always going to be a bit of a human highlight reel. So definitely the names that we always look towards. The other name I'm going to throw out there as well, doesn't get as much love, plays a lot of those less than impactful roles, but does really well in terms of the lurks. Tot, lurking player, an anchor, but very, very solid. The youngster in towards this team, but ever reliable.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we talked a lot about, you know, for a team like Wolf Empire, they were kind of this, you know, super team. And that's actually the exact same thing here for 3BL. They were a team that had a different roster previously. They're a full Egyptian team. They were able to pick up Slayer from last season. And honestly, it's been really showing a lot of progress. They didn't win the CFWL, but they've always shown that they can take out everybody. And I think they kind of had an off day where they fell a little bit short to LCK, but they've been so competitive, and honestly, all the right roles in this team. Like you said, Tot, he was one of the highlight players that was able to, you know, solidify them getting a 2-1 victory in the golden round. So I'm always looking a lot for him too. But like you said, I think it's a really good point is talking about Snare, is that he is going to be going against arguably one of the best players here. So he has to be able to have some crazy impact, but of course the veto is going to really make a big factor for this one.
Yeah, very easy permabans coming through. 3BL don't play Eagle Eye at all. They never played it in the West League. Don't touch it here internationally. That'll get banned out. Mexico, same situation over towards the Chengdu All Gamers. They don't play it domestically, so that's going to be banned out. If we look towards maps they're going to play, though, best map over towards Chengdu All Gamers. On paper, Eagle Eye is for them, but of course that is going to get banned. So then I would say Subbase is probably their best option. Ankara is another one that they do like to play. It's actually their most played map domestically too. So keep an eye out for the Ankara, but I would expect Subbase to get picked in as the Chengdu All Gamers do look very, very solid on it. On the flip side, for 3BL, I would normally look towards a map like Compound. Compound's their bread and butter, their best map. They love it. They always go there. 15 times played domestically, 93.3% win rate as well. 14-1 they went domestically, so that is the map for them. Another one they do like, though, is also Black Widow and a bit of Porp. So we might see a bit of that. And they're not going to be too upset with Subbase. It's also a map in which is in their pool. Last 2 times these guys have played, it was pretty light work. Summer Championship 2022, a 6th place finish for 3BL, but a 2-0 for the Chengdu All Gamers, and 2-0 as well last year. And no surprises that we get our key players being those 2 snipers out from both sides. But as you can see, just in a couple of factors, a little bit better over towards Snare there. He has had his real highlights. He really popped off against the likes of Vasco in particular, but also, I mean, he was crucial. His little incremental plays against ranking were, if it wasn't for him, I don't think they would have won that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, it's actually kind of interesting that when you look at the matchup, you know, the Om versus the Om, he is the guy that's kind of edging him out a little bit, because when you talk about Du, you're like, look, this is a Chinese superstar. This is a guy that, you know, really is a lethal weapon. But look, this is going to be down to the factor of the map pool, the vetoes. But look, I thought I put 3BL just because of my biasness, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to check that after. But look, like it is hard to ignore. Like, you know, AG really are such a dominant force. The best team. They are probably. I had them as the #1 team going into this tournament.
Same here,
before everything started, before all the chaos. But I did kind of get a little nervous about their group stage run because they can be sloppy. I think they're a team that really likes to reserve their strats, and then as soon as they get into playoffs, they're an entirely different group. But I mean, despite that, they've really just proven that they wanted to remove that narrative, because they've essentially been flawless in this tournament so far.
Yeah, exactly that. Looks like as well, you know, nobody really disagreeing, and it makes a lot of sense. I just think this is a side that have been so damn dominant, not dropped the map. A couple of them been close, sure, but I mean, it never really felt in doubt, I think is the main thing, where for 3BL, especially for us, we have to look at that game against Evolution Power. It was a side that was, you know, meant to be a guaranteed win, meant to be them being the first team to book their spot in towards the playoffs. Actually, because their game was obviously before the Chengdu All Gamers, but they fluffed their lines a little bit. It was a really, really rough showing, and I think now I'm wondering what we get from this side in terms of a bounce back. How's the mental reset been? Because it's not an easy thing when you've got what is a guarantee, or should be a guarantee win on paper, against actually one of the weaker sides from that region, and they let it slip away. I think that really can hurt the mental a little bit. So I'm really hoping they found a way to kind of bounce back into this, find some form, really get to showcase what 3BL can do. They did it against Vasco, they did it against Ranking, but those guys don't really scratch the surface of the Chengdu All Gamers, if we're being honest.
Yeah, no, and that's definitely a good truth here. Like, I mean, I think, you know, going back to your original point from the beginning is that, look, the All Gamers are in a position where they're undefeated. It doesn't even matter. Like, even if if there's a world where 3BL does cause the upset of the group stage, I will say this has to be the upset of the day, or like the week. I should say. Sorry, but it's a situation of it's so close. Like for Group B, like it really is that much of a tight knit here that even if they can get a map, that might just be enough for 3BL to just guarantee that spot to join AG. So I think for these guys, like they like I said, they want to be competitive. They want to be able to, you know, showcase that, you know, the West teams can be, you know, an international threat. But we have to see if they're going to be able to do it. This veto is going to be the utmost importance. I mean, I can never stress that enough because you are playing the Chinese superstars. So here we go.
And like we said, Mexico going to get banned out by Chengdu All Gamers. Nice and simple. Eagle Eye will follow here by 3BL. Map they don't play. So nice and simple permabans coming out early doors. I mean, when we go to these first picks, these really go interesting. For Chengdu All Gamers, I would expect the sub base here. Anchor is another one, but it is a slight risk. Okay, they are going to go for it. It is a slight risk, though, because it is a map that I would say that they like, right? 3BL. So I think they're happy there. On the other side, I'd expect Compound or a Port, and they are going to go for that Port. Both of those maps, Compound and Port, they played 15 times domestically. It was equally their best played map in kind of the local West League, so it makes a lot of sense. Compound going to get banned out here by the second wave. That's a smart one by 3BL. It's the joint second most played map with Port for them. And then the other side, I expect the Black Widow, so that means we do actually get as that sort of decider coming through the sub base, which makes a lot of sense. It is a handshake. For both of them, it's their third most played map domestically and the third highest win rate map domestically as well. So this does feel like a real handshake. If it gets there, I feel like a lot of the advantage goes over towards the Chengdu All Gamers, because domestically, 3BL did have a few issues on this map at times. We saw them pick up a couple of losses, the teams they definitely shouldn't be losing to. But I gotta say, this is a map pool. This is probably the only map pool you could have where both of this, or you know, in all three maps, they're actually both sides are pretty happy on it. Both of them play it a lot in their domestic respective leagues.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, I think in this case, I mean, this might be just where they really are going to put all the eggs in the basket of Port. But I think, you know, for Ankara, yeah, it's a really good point you bring up, because in the domestic league, they were sitting at 7-7. It's a 50% win rate. So, and when you're kind of sitting in those kind of stats in your domestic league, which is, I probably would argue that CFWL is probably the weakest out of all of them. Like, I don't like this. So I think for all gamers, they're going to feel really good about this pick, because it just will give them the buffer of the first map. But we're about to see. I mean, 3BL have proven us wrong. Maybe they can do it again, but we're about to find out. We're going to get underway, and now the second series of the day.
I'm looking forward to it. This should be a fun one. I mean, obviously, a lot riding on just getting one map. That's all I'm asking of 3BL. Get one map. And I'm pretty sure my maths was right. Get one map, you guarantee a spot into the next stage. So it's as good as that. However, if they go 0-2, then they're also -1. But then head-to-head, they beat ranking. So I think they would still get through, but then it might come down to round difference.
I think it's going to come down to the round difference. That's going to be a really big thing. So, like I said, if they can find the map, I'm pretty confident that's going to just book them in. But again, that you're asking to beat a team that hasn't even. They've had a little bit of a sweat. Yeah, like you said, there was a couple 10-8s, a couple games that got close. But look, these guys are proven that they're a dominant force, and now 3BL aren't going to lose this first engagement, but at least the trade back from Horus. So now he's able to play this role a little bit differently than Slayer. He's actually typically the guy that likes to go in guns blazing as the entry, but instead he's the second one in.
Yeah, hotel control taken. Now it's about where do we want to go from it. C4 still not committed either as well. So Tot going to double back and collect it. Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? What's the plan? Well, Dude going to get caught by Snare. That's what he can do. Snare on that side, he is pretty damn solid. Loves these flicky shots, but just as a bit of a move, Shui going to try and get in towards the fight. He might get caught off guard here. We'll get one. Does he make the second? No, he doesn't. So trades are benefiting 3BL.
Yeah, this is actually, again, what we've been impressed with so far from 3BL is the fact they're playing a good system, but oh my god, ZY's be able to go for the flank. He might be able to get this timing. Oh, there he is. He takes down Snake, so that's going to be the IGL gone. Tot is able to just tuck away in time. They're going to get this plant down, but now the post plant's difficult. You have one player from Fence, one player for the A main flank, but Snare proves to be better here with the Alm, now just leaving it to 12-22.
Oh, what have you got for us? 1, 2, 2, needs 2, but he can't. He gets none. Not even one.
Not even
the start of his name. He get killed. That's a really good start for 3BL. They just trade all the way throughout that map. They get flanked a couple of times, but they make it work out for them. Unfortunately, went to a very quick tech pause. I'm having a look now. I'm looking down.
Having a look-see, please.
My assumption is that it's on 3BL, I think, because...
Is it?
Oh, wait, no. Maybe I tell a lie. Chengdu All Gamers, they've gone over towards Zai here. So I'm looking down from above. We are sitting right above, obviously, the Chengdu All Gamers up here in the English side of the broadcast. We've got all 4 corners utilized here in the arena.
Sure do. Yeah, it's cool to see. A lot of coverage.
And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people going to come have a look here. So
yeah, it's it's so different, right? Like
fixed quick.
Man, if there's a tech issue, you just get pounced by staff. They're like, okay, what is it? Tell me. And look at them. Like they're just bombarding him. They're like, hey, tell us what's wrong. And he's like, things aren't working.
Well, I do know. Girl on the right in the glasses, that's the translator. She was speaking to him in the bus earlier, yesterday when I was heading back. So now she'll be translating, I guess, what's going on. But yeah, I hope we get it fixed in just a moment.
Yeah, it's always, you got to give it a couple minutes. But
yeah, we saw her on stage as well with the interview yesterday. I think it was, who did they have? I think they had 1222 doing the interview yesterday. Obviously the youngster, one of the newer players in the team, and seemed like a pretty nice guy, some nice answers. But looks like it's a headphone issue, I'm going to assume, since his headphones aren't on.
Yeah, and it's never fun when you have an audio issue because that's pretty important when you play CrossFire. You just you need sound.
Yeah.
You need sound, you need a mouse, you need a keyboard. So
he was actually trying on a couple of different headphones before we got underway. So he probably has realized that whatever he changed
isn't working.
For the best.
Yeah, not the best. But
we'll start to get a tech pause as well because nothing really to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember if they're actually allowed to talk. I'm pretty sure you're not. I'm pretty sure you have to be like hands off keyboard and mice, and you got to just pretty much be sitting there. So
yeah.
So that's a really good thing. I actually like that because you could always argue and make a debate that it's like an extra like timeout, but it's not. So, but I mean, look, for 3BL, what a great way for them to get the opening rounds. This was where I think, for me, like they do play a very structured style. They have for a long, long time. And then, like I said, adding Slayer was something I was really happy with because he came from Anubis. He was this guy that he was kind of my first intake from CrossFire, and he was just, you would just watch him just bully every single team in the West. And the fact that he was able to do it, and I said to them, like, 3BL, if you pick up Slayer, you guys really could be a threat. Like, you could possibly, be talking about international competition. Here we are. So, I'm just saying, 3BL, like, I figured it's something out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We know a thing or two. I might not be able to shoot, but we got some mindsets in this.
Yeah. Looks like it's fixed though. Seems like audio issues are concluded, so we can get this
not bad at all.
Show back on the road. Only a relatively brief tech pause, but yeah, let's get things back underway. It's obviously a good start for 3BL. So we're going to come down. Shibao going to take first contact here. He wants to fight, and a fight will work out well for him. M4 good on the spam, of course, and will deliver as Tot gets caught.
Oh man, and now Snare, yeah, he's just going to get overwhelmed. What a nice play from AG. Just go through mid, they just go for the fight, find the engagements. Okay, good reply back. All right, 3BL, and that's going to be Slayer now. He takes a big bite, and oh god, it's a labored stray, but they need to find something a little bit more, but these players are just waiting, and oh man, what an outclassed moment here for the lockdown of the site.
Yeah, Zai does super well. Super well. Gets a double kill, and well, that second one, I think he's only like 10 HP as well.
Yep.
Really nice work coming through from him. And this is the other thing, right? All gamers, we know that 3BL are actually inherently a much quicker side, especially compared to like some Imperial, for example. They will play very, very quick Crossfire. The thing is that, sure, you like to play quick, but AG will happily meet you there. They are a side who are one of the more puggier teams, and they're just mechanically so crisp. So they're going to have absolutely no issues kind of fighting fire with fire, and that's exactly what they do there. Jouet, he gets super aggro towards mid. He gets caught, sure, but then Zai is double down. I mean, it's all in all, that's exactly what this sort of AG side can do. And for 3BL, I don't think they like playing too slow.
Yeah, 3BL, I mean, it's interesting because historically they used to be kind of the team that would just drain the clock and go for late executes. But I think there's been adjustments because Penguin used to call for this team, and then they brought back in Snake. So I think they really have shown a good mix of their strategies. And okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about, man. Just again, this aiming is just precise and crispy.
Yeah. Damn. Getting a couple there as well. Just going 2 for 1 in any situation is always good, but especially there, it really gives them a lot to work with. So yeah, nice work. Now maybe something on the cards.
Maybe.
Oh, hello, wait. Snare's trying to sneak in the back lines here.
I think he's just underneath.
He knows Zai is there. The question is, does Zai even know he's up this close? I feel like he won't.
No,
And Zai's doubling away. He's going to get caught. No, he's not. That's an uncharacteristic miss from Snare. He needed that.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit nervous because he knows the competition they're playing, right? It might be in their heads just a little bit. These are still the early rounds. Snake goes for a big swing. He is going to be able to win it, but man, oh man, that was a challenging one. 2-on-3, still the advantage, and now flank through. J-Way's going to be able to come through onto connector, but it's a question if Taut's going to be able to read this. His back is turned. This might be good for 3BL. Taut needs to get his Smitey senses tingling. There's only 30 seconds left, too.
Yeah, Taut trying to deliver. Onto backside.
Oh, they're going to double down.
Yeah, Shui making a move here. And he should actually be able to get in behind. And he should have had a step there. I think, yeah, he's doubling back. He did hit that step, and I think they're starting to chase him down. They know they're not going for a plant over towards that B side, so...
Oh, no.
Oh, Snake gets tapped away. Time ticking, fellas. Oh, they just got enough time to get that C4 down. That's good. Now this retake, got a lot of legs behind it because of how low they are. Snake left all alone, and he's tagged. I don't really think he's got too much legs left in this, if we're being completely honest. Drops a bit of util to try and slow them down. We'll get the first, which isn't bad, but an insta trade by Zai. Nice and simple. And Shui will get the defuse. So it is going to be AG getting a second.
Yeah, and honestly, good effort from Snake, though, too, because you could see he was playing behind green box like that, and he gets that first shot, and you could hear him still continuing to spray, because he was thinking that AG were going to do a double swing, and they actually didn't. So it was kind of like a little... It was a little bit of a bait and switch, like, okay, you go first. I'm going to give it half a second. If you don't win that fight, then I'll be able to take him out. So, you know, just these like little micro decisions from AG is that's what we were kind of talking about, is like a world-class team. Like these guys, they know a lot of stuff, and they got a lot of reps in the server.
Snap, hosted up. Snake playing anti here. You know, they're seeing a bit of aggression that's come through from this corridor. Sort of in and around connected. You don't want to be caught in transition. Du's been relatively proactive in this area. Snare's starting to move his way forward. He's getting decent amount of information to work with, being completely honest as well. So as long as he holds there, they can start just creeping their way forward, corner by corner. This isn't bad at all. Du needs to be very, very careful. He's going to be tested, and I don't think he even realizes how much trouble he potentially might even be in. Misses his shot, but somehow is given the luxury of getting out of there.
Yeah, good flash, though. It connects on actually 4 of them, so all these guys are blind, but now they have to worry about the couple other players that were around Hotel. Now the rotates are starting to commence, and now Taut even, he's in mid, so he might be able to get this flank. Du now missing a couple shots, and this is looking a little uncharacteristic for him. Slayer spamming away. Slayer! He's just able to put the cult to action here, Neo.
Oh, yikes. Shui left all alone now. 1 versus 3. He's going to get caught by Snare at the tail end. The two big names step up in a big way there, Snare and Slayer, but it's in particular the Rifler who does God's work. 3BL needed that, and they'll take it. They've got to make this first half stick as well. Obviously, it didn't happen in that second map against Evolution Power. They never got going, so this is already feeling a little bit better. 2-all. That's exactly what you want to see. Might actually just disrespect the smoke. They will. They're going to go right through this. And Jabal didn't even expect that sort of aggression. Drops a flash to double away, but he's in trouble. And yeah, he gets caught. He had no way of escaping. Way too slow.
Yeah, way too slow. But again, it's so interesting. Like Taut, he's just playing such a different style right now. I know he likes to lurk, but this is a...
Yeah, he's normally the passive dude.
He is, yeah. So the fact that he's just been like really lingering a lot, like so far away from his team, it's different. But this is where I was saying, like, these guys have been doing tons of practice. Like, I even heard from other teams, like, man, 3BL is just crushing us right now. Like in the scrims, like they had good game plans. Again, scrims only mean one thing, but the fact that they are doing quite well in the practice, it's always a nice thing to hear.
It is. It's a good sign. Very, very good sign indeed. Du, making a move. Yeah, Du, he's going to try to get proactive here. He's just not hitting the shots. I mean, he did hit a couple in towards that last round, but that time misses it, and that might even be the round starting to come to an end. I mean, a 5 versus 3 is not easy, especially because he has no information of where to work from. Zai going to try and double back, and there is a bit of a flank on here. Snare got the right idea. He misses his shot, though, and he should be dead. He will. Zai will catch him. A decent amount of damage being dealt there. Both Shui and Zai half HP.
Yeah, and even Taut now. This is where we were talking about him for the flank. He's in a decent position. He is underpassed, so he's going to be able to join his teammates. But Snake just tenderizing now. Be able to find a couple more kills. So there we go. 3BL will put themselves in a lead. And this is where, again, folks, we have to, you know, repeat this, because even with the rounds, if they lose out, it still helps so much about the round differentials and everything like that, just to get them in the conversation of getting those playoffs. So for them to be in a lead like this, Neo, this is this is a really, really good thing because I never would have thought we'd be talking about a 3-2 in favor for 3BL.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, well, look where we are. What a spot we found ourselves in.
We really did, yeah.
BBL are playing very, very good at the moment. I think for AG, they're probably just not expecting this. I mean, it's just so audacious.
Yeah.
And I'm probably thinking, do you know the hell we are? Like,
put some respect behind my name.
Yeah, the cheek of you guys to be swinging us like this.
It's
But,
true.
I mean, I think that's the issue that I've seen so far with a lot of the teams who've played. Basically, everybody's played AG. They just give them too much respect.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the time you've got to not only play your game plan, but I think you've got to try and really just say, you've got to have the mindset of we can out-aim these guys. I know you always can't, and especially players like Zai, who when they played, I mean, Zai's been at a bit of a slow tournament, but when he plays the way he's meant to play, he's so talented. And such a good mind for the game. 1-for-1. Slayer good trade, though, and that's all that you really want of Slayer, making sure that he gets super proactive in those rounds. And, you know, it's only Tot who gets caught, in a sense, right? He's normally just the insurance policy on a lurk. So the big riflers who play in the pack are still alive, and the AWP too. So you've got all that you want.
You definitely do, but AG still has quite a bit of utility available for themselves, so double nades, triple nades actually, and they now are going to throw the splashes, so you got Slayer and Horus. They're going to be able to win these engagements. It's a back and forth a little bit, but it's panning out nicely for 3BL. The trades are just a whole other level. Sai trying his best to see what he's able to do. Jayway not able to get much of a connection here. Snare just trying to burn the time as much as possible. Snake over peaking just a little bit in 3BL now. Only one round away from really putting themselves in a good conversation of getting this half.
Yeah, this is a really good show, and again, like we said, and that's a really solid round. They just play as a pack. And in that time, there's no lurking, you know, kind of possibilities on show. They are just playing together, stick it up, play for trade, and know that wherever you go, you're always going to have a numbers advantage. There's no way that AG are going to gamble stack a, you know, a 5-man site. So you know that you can just play the trade game, and they do. Very solid work. They move their way up. They clear the corners perfectly, and then when the first fight's taken, dude just gets instantly put back in his place, and that's exactly what you want to try and do in these sort of situations. I might try and do the same over towards A. A is, though, where AG do a lot of their best holds. This is actually, especially we'll see this on towards the second half. This is where they, especially yesterday, they found a lot of weaknesses against Vasco. So, and this is Jouet's position as well. He is the vent man. He will always be able to play this perfectly. His timing is so inert.
Yeah, and I just actually was, you know, I was watching a little bit of that Vasco game too, and AG just, man, they really dismantled them. Like a 10-6, and it didn't even feel like really Vasco, they were doing that kind of catch-up, right? Like they just never felt like they were in the game. It just felt like AG were always steps ahead of them. So
yeah.
So that's what I mean. But I think 3BL probably were able to watch that a little bit last night to go, okay, well, here's some gimmicks. How much are they really going to adjust their game plan from yesterday? That's always a question, right? Especially with the history of AG. But, oh, Snare. All right. Oh, man. He's still going to go. Oh, he's still going to go.
Oh, gets caught. Jabal. Nice find. That's one you want to take. So now Horus is tagged. You know, he's been tagged for a lot of this round very, very low. So he's even waiting for a vent push that isn't coming. Slayer trying to bait in a bit of a fight as well, but again, not being given over. And C4's not committed. This still feels like they want to finish towards A here. And Jouet's been spotted pushing through. Horus might want to try and get a bit of movement going on timing. But the only thing is they're now starting to lose a bit of timing. And Rotate's come back over as 1-2 will come over to support. Flash comes down, Horus still sitting up close, Jouet still making a move, gets one, doesn't stick around that much for two. He might try and make a little bit of move here, and he will. Jouet doing what he does best. He is being flanked on the site, but Jouet still delivering. That's his third kill in the round, and he might look for a little bit more as well. Jouet delivers with a beautiful, a bountiful 4K in the round, and that is how you shut it down. I said he's the vent man, and that's what he does best.
Yeah, man, he really is, and that is like kind of his home ground, right? I mean, he loves playing there. He just does such a good job just to isolate the fights, able to get the engagements, and we get it there. 3BL, they just, that's where they kind of crumble sometimes historically, is when they get in these kind of big brawly sessions. It seems like getting those trades or finding that player can be such a nuisance for them. So, look, that's a big round for AG, but only one round. And okay, Slayer now, they pick up the pace a little bit here with Horus, so not too bad. Oh my god, that's a whiff actually from Zai. So what is going on here?
Snap, that Colt jumping across. They've got the numbers advantage now, but HP isn't exactly favorable, but it's on the Orm, so it's okay in that sense. Smokes to come down. They've got Yuto to get a plant out here. This is the good thing. They can start making a bit of a move. 1-2 holding for a flank, and a flank that will never come. Not at least for the moment, as it is looking like they're all going to join up together here. Obviously, Tot, they always worry about him because he does love getting in behind, but for now, he's actually going to play up with the pack. 2 on second floor was trying to find some sort of fight. Snake jumps down at the best possible time. It will cost Snare his life, sure, but they are just trying to play the clock a little bit, and this is perfect, and that's where Tot comes alive.
They're sticking it!
Tot will fall. They are sticking it like he said, but they get him off. That's usually still got time, thankfully, but that went down to 0.1 of a second, surely.
Oh my goodness. The fact they were able to deny, they just needed that extra second or two, and that could have been enough time for them to be able to get just the explosion, but holy moly. That's the thing. Like, a lot of teams don't just kind of stick the defuse like that. I mean, right? They always look for the fights. They want to just make sure they check everything off, cross the T, dot, and I, but whew, okay. Things are cooking, man. We're only on the first map.
Yeah, I know. This is a pretty even game. Final round of the half, and the only thing I will throw out there is that AG always, for me, look more scary on the BL side, right?
Yeah.
So, while I think, you know, 4 rounds, if 3BL get a 5-4 in their half, I think they're probably doing fine. If they let AG take a lead going into the second half, that's when I get a little worried.
No
Especially
doubt.
yesterday, they looked incredible. Oh, that's an unfortunate miss by Snare. He needed that.
Yeah, you can see him kind of like that face, like kind of
It
biting
winced
his
a
lip
bit,
a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah, just angry.
Dude's a lucky man to stay alive, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. No doubt. Oh, they're going to try to go through mid again to just try to pinch into this B site. But look at AG. They got a full read on it. They already have 2 other players in GR spawn now. Oh, this is a big brain play for them. 3BL being a bit predictable. And maybe even to go to underpass. Quite possibly. They've done this over and over again, but looks like that's what they want to do.
A little bit of damage dealt with the nade, but nothing worrying really at all. Snare once again. Gonna move, he'll cross over, doesn't really see anything. He needs to be careful of the close left. This is the big fight, and one in which he loses. Trades to come through, sure, but at the very least, he's starting to scale up now on towards this B site, and Do backside. This is where he can also come alive as well. Happy to take these fights, happy to deliver. Do for 2, looks for 3 as well. He might just get it. He's got the spot aside. Colt pulled out, and Do goes huge. That is a big round from the sniper.
Yeah, and that was the thing when we talked about him as one of the player highlights, and there you go. That's exactly why. I mean, he was this guy that he's so scary, but okay, he locks it down, he plays his role. He was a little bit shaky in the beginning.
Yeah.
But it just feels like as soon as they kind of get the engine warmed up here with a few rounds, it's just, this thing's purring. And I mean, this was a lead at one point for 3BL. Now it's fallen for AG to get that 5-4, but I mean, it's disappointing for 3BL, but we'll see if they can bounce back from this one. And AG still playing a very passive setup, some deep utility in mid. Not going to make any damage inflicted, so Snare still looking for something in A main.
Yeah. You know, Snare likes to fight, get kind of super proactive. Speaking of proactive, Snare, you're in trouble here, mate. Yeah, dead man walking.
Check
Just
your
flanked. Nobody holding for him. So I think the only issue is if Snare's going to play there, he needs a bit of mid support. He needs somebody saying, right, they could have taken mid, but yeah, it just gets completely flanked. So it's a freebie for 1-2-2. I mean, he'll take that every day of the week. And I think probably a little bit perplexing. He was thinking, where the hell's the other guys? Why is this guy back turned to me?
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times from different teams in the group stage so far, where there's a big play that they want to go for, but then it's kind of like they don't have the trade opportunity. They don't have that buddy system in place, and you're kind of just leaving your one man in kind of the open island here. So not a good scenario for someone like Snare. So really unfortunate, but now it just means the rifles have to be able to sing something, but do. Yeah, makes a connection with the again, so this is where they get really scary, and this aggression to the Blacklist side. They're going to go for the name of the game here into this B site. It's an execute. Paul's going to get called, and rightfully so from 3BL. They got to clean things up, but right now, they got a round to worry about.
Bit of spam. Do, again, another find from him. Leaves just Taurus and Tot with it all to do, and yeah, unfortunately, this one's never getting off the ground. This is a done round already. C4 will come down momentarily, but AG going to make sure they clear everything before they do exactly that, and Zai leading by example. Horus, the last man, dropped, and a flawless round by AG to showcase just what they've got in the locker. Like you said, pause to come through, and this is a tough conversation to be had here. I mean, I don't even know how we're going to bail ourselves out of this. Things are not looking good at the moment. They're starting to fall a little flat, and unfortunately, they did the one thing I said don't do, right? Don't allow AG to take a lead heading in towards this half. When they're on BL, especially when they've got a lead, they're so difficult to stop.
Yeah, they really are, but I think at least for now, they can just kind of use this to clean things up. Oh, Snare's got some, he's got some words, man. I haven't seen him this animated in a long time.
Probably asking who the hell was holding mid, why was the why did I get flanked there, guys? What's going on?
Why are you not watching my 6?
Yeah.
Like, and rightfully so, right? I mean, you have the responsibility as being the sniper. You know, every single sniper that we see here in the group stage, you know, they statistically are the best players. They have the, you know, the most amount of kills. They're able to find these really big opening engagements. But when you get taken out like that with such a critical error and just something that should be second nature,
it's tilting.
It is tilting, and there's a lot of pressure, right? And this is where 3BL historically have been quite shaky. I'm not going to say the same thing with this roster necessarily, but it's definitely been a bit of a new face with some of the new players. But look, we put a lot of, you know, the Chinese teams on a bit of a pedestal, but rightfully so, because you can never count them out at any given moment. Even BaiSha, for goodness sakes, like, you know, there was games where they made a comeback when they were down by, like, you know, 7-2 or something and win the map. So 3BL know that. So
yeah, can't completely count them out, I think, is the main thing. But I don't know, I'm looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned for 3BL. It does feel not evolution power level checked out, but it does feel like I think they realize, and unfortunately I think this is the thing that every team will come to realize, is this is AG. What can you actually do to stop this side? Not a lot, unfortunately. They are just so damn good at what they do. So 6-4 is already a tough spot that you put yourselves in, right, where AG are inching closer and closer to the finish line, and not a spot that you want to find yourselves in at all.
Well, it looks like a little bit of a cleanup here. So now Snare does have somebody with him. Realizing, okay, so you're actually going to watch my back this time, and now he's even going to aggress more. So this is good information. Now Horus, a nice little bit of a pickup. Now they just can pull back. They don't need to keep fighting for this. You have to realize you're still playing a team, but look, Horus wants to do something big, and he does with a 2K.
And now I'm wondering where they expect Snare to be, because nobody made a push as well. Like, sometimes teams, especially if your Orm has gone aggro over here towards A main, they'll double back to support Horus in that fight, but he never did, right? So I'm wondering whether they're thinking maybe he's not here this time. Look, Slayer. He doesn't look. Slayer gets away with 2. How does he get away with 2? And Jouet left all alone. But he's barely alive, 20 points of HP.
And the bomb is in the other part of the map, and taunts him with a little bit of a run and drive by when, okay. So the timeout works out nicely. These guys do get a pretty convincing round. If I'm not even mistaken, I actually think that was no, it wasn't a flawless round. They lost one player.
Yeah, just
but
one.
That was Horus able to find that opening 2, and then Slayer, you know, puts himself in the fragging fashion, which he should be. That's his role, right? He is the guy you need to rely on. He is the guy that throws a knockout punch. So he's put himself at a 12-8 right now, top fragging on the team, and actually top fragging in the server.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, he basically just came over and sort of the second Horus falls, Slayer just retakes his position. They just don't expect him to be there. Snail will dip a little bit further away. Tot crosses for information.
Oh, good info.
The only thing is, though, you're trying to play Jouet's position against Jouet.
Yeah, that's...
I don't know if I recommend that. He is the king of Ven.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That just, you're just not, it's not going to work out for you.
Yeah.
But AG still very, very passive on this. C4 in the back and mid, and now we're seeing a couple of them just creeping up to mid stairs, really taking their time, really, like, again, just kind of figuring out what they want to do. Swai's going to be able to find that first engagement, so that will be Slayer. He was getting a little bit antsy, so he's trying to get some intel. And 3BL, you can see now that this defense is getting a little bit crumbled. Now Tot is kind of being the one anchor in A, but you can see that AG, they're starting to put their eye on it.
Soak, going to go over towards B. He's going to try and set a bit of a ruse. I don't know if it would drag too much attention over, but the positions gets pretty similar, in all fairness. Horus isn't committed to a fight, but he's now going to have to commit to helping out Tot, who is dead already. And now the question is, do they even expect anyone to be on site? Horus gets a bit of spam through the fence. At the very least, they still keep the numbers in their favor. C4 will go down, but post-spawns, especially these sort of post-spawns, is where they do their best work. Snare getting in behind. Do catches him 180, head on a swivel. How does he hit that shot?
I have no idea, Neo. And now 2 players, the last 2 on the fence, and this is one of the worst positions you have to go through. I mean, it's smoked out. Snake somehow does win an engagement, but still the man advantage for AG now. Popping flashes. Horus needs to be able to do something big, but no, AG, they'll be able to lock down this site. And yeah, such an unfortunate position here for top because, look, you're being the A anchor, you have to be able to buy some time. You have to be able to at minimum get one. You have to be able to find a duel. Look, but I get it. It's the positioning here from AG on that execute was just, it was perfect.
Yeah, very true. Oh my God, Jabal should have caught Snare there. How was Snare not falling? Jabal's a bit of a labored spray, it has to be said. He should have caught him. He was already a missed shot and he was recocking the sniper and he should have done enough damage to kill him. I think he does about 95. So an unfortunate situation there for Jabal, but yeah, Snare's a lucky man. Smoke gonna come down. Zai just gonna dip away. Doesn't want to stick around. Probably a smart choice.
Yeah, not bad at all. And 3BL, not usually a team that likes to, kind of push their way into a smoke or kind of, be a little bit of a smoke criminal, like some people we know, but this time they're going to be a little bit more patient. And now they're going to reset up the defensive composition here with the 2-1-2. So this will be nice just to complement Tot a little bit more. So, but the bomb's not even making its way right now, Neo, and it's still, I think it's even the outskirt of, I think that's Slayer, just in Hotel.
This is definitely, oh, hang on. Yeah, Slayer going to get caught. This will change things. Hang on a moment. Another going to come back off the back of it. So Snake, as he falls as well, will change things. 5 versus 3, and they're starting to converge on towards the B side. The rotation from Horus is a little late here. He might actually get caught in transition. I feel like Do is at least holding for this sort of contingency plan, but you're not going to slow things down. There he is. Do will pounce. I was waiting for that exact fight. Does he expect a second? He spotted the pixels now. He will.
What?
Oh, Do, what a flick. What a find. Tot left all alone in a 1 versus 5, and this one is not getting off the ground. Do a nuclear round coming out from the sniper, and they just cannot find a way to shut him down.
Oh my God, what a way to get around, and that's, that's why we put him on the spotlight. That's why we said, look, he's a monster, man. With that arm, like some of those shots were just, I don't want to say inhuman, but like, God, they were filthy. But that's the thing, like 3BL know that they're gonna have some really big bumps like this. And now, they're actually going to run through the smoke, and look at that! Oh man, they just get full aggressive, and now 3BL just scrambling here with the repositions, but at least it's a 3-3.
True. Do. Oh, he spotted Snare. My assumption is that Snare also spotted him, hence why he didn't peek in. Tot had a little look, though, and he's a lucky man to walk out of there unscathed. Never mind, 6 feet under. Oh, he's being flanked, though. He has no clue. Zai. This is genius. This is experience paying off in dividends for him. Tot was holding, but it doesn't make a damn difference.
Oh, it's so unfortunate, too, because you can see Snare was trying so hard to be really, really proper here on the flank. He was just trying to wait it out a little bit. But at least right now, he'll be in vent. They might not expect him to be this close. Oh, yeah, they definitely will. What am I talking about? They have a full read on this. They are just chapters ahead of 3BL right now. So Horus, a 1-on-3, and not meant to be here, Neo, and we're on map points. And AG, since this blacklist slide, like you talked about, I mean, it's just been a dominant force, man. It's been brute.
It doesn't even, you hate to say it really doesn't even feel like a competition, right? it does actually feel like we're just talking for the sake of talking until the inevitable happens, that AG just see this off. And see it off in a near-flawless fashion, too, because this is the issue with Ankara, and when teams pick, or at least allow the CHENGDU War Games to play into it. The second they play BL, it's it. Just give up. Like, they don't really lose rounds. And this happening against Vasco. It was exactly the same thing. It was a 5-4 half, and then All Gamers lost 1 round in that entire half, and it ended up being a 10-6. And this is, even that might not be the same here. Even 6 might be a luxury for 3BL, but they might not even get the chance of getting top. Under pressure, they realized that is a weakness. They did the same exact thing against Vasco yesterday. They realized VNC was struggling, they punished him. Tot struggling, and they're punishing him as well. It's a beautiful way to go about it. They're ruthless, they're cutthroat. The second they know there's a weakness, they will continue to push down on it.
Yeah, they're just going to put the dagger a little bit deeper, right? So, I mean, it's all down to this. 3BL needing to find something here for the 4-on-5 against them and do a little bit of a swing and a miss, and Snare does find himself a connection, but timer is ticking. That C4, it's still going down, and 3BL are nowhere to be seen close to the site, and AG It's looking like it could be all over unless Snake is going to be able to do the impossible with 4 HP, but I just don't think it's meant to be in the destiny here for 3BL on this map, and indeed it will not be with a 10-5 for all gamers.
Nice and simple, nice and easy, light work, quick work. Chengdu All Gamers showcase just how good they can be on Ankara, and just like that, 3BL, tough spot that they find themselves in now. No two ways about it. Thank God they've got their map pick coming up next, but they never got going. That's meant to be one of their better maps in the pool, and they can barely even scratch the surface.
Well. It looks like it went a little bit of that prediction. All the talent were saying all gamers. It was a sea of red, right? It was like, okay, all gamers on this map. We knew it was going to be a bit bumpy, and 3BL, unfortunately, we're on the receiving end of it. But look, let's hope that 3BL don't really take a lot away from this, because it wasn't their pick. They know that this team is so good on this map. I mean, like you said, even yesterday when they played Vasco, Vasco's been a contender here in the group stage, and the fact that they just make them look like they're nowhere even near their level, you really can't get tilted at all.
No, exactly that. And I think, the positive that we've got coming in is that we do have 3BL's map pick coming up next. That's at least going to help things out a little bit. But I think generally speaking, this is just the all gamers. They're not here to mess around. You can kind of see they don't really even need to celebrate, because they know this is not what matters for them, right? They know they're a side that are expected to make it to bare minimum the finals. And if not, especially in this current form, with BaiSha now out as well, probably expected to go the whole way, right? This is a side who have won 7 out of the last 9 Chinese domestic leagues, right? They are, when it comes towards all of these sort of competitions nationally, they're always a top 2, if not a champion. They're the reigning champions here at the Summer Championship as well. So we look at them and say, it would be a surprise not to see them go the whole way. So I don't think 3BL can sit here and say, like, damn, like, how did we not compete? Like, these guys are the best of the best, right? Nobody can compete with them right now.
Yeah, I think even the fact that we got a 10-5 from them, Vasco was the 10-6 loss against them yesterday, but I think for them, like, they can still feel pretty good about it. It was really when it was a 5-4 half here for AG, and they were on the defensive side, but when 3BL would kind of switch things up, it didn't look any good. They only got 1 round, and really it was just kind of a quick, swift, little bit of a painful one. But look, now we're going to Port. This is a map where, again, 3BL do like to play it. They have decent record on it. It's one of their highest, win rates. Compound, like you said, it's proven to be really like their territory. It's a map they're very good on, very comfortable on. Port is probably a close second, I would say. So, but this is the thing when I talked about BaiSha, I said, like, they were a team where you kind of remove Eagle Eye and Mexico and every other map, I pretty much feel like you can never rain them out. They're very good. And that's true. That's kind of the same thing I would say with AG, is that they really are good on every map. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious they don't want to play Mexico. Nobody really ever does. But look, we'll have to see what kind of anti-stratting that 3BL have been able to craft, because Port's pretty much do or die. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-2.
Thank God I've avoided Mexico so far this tournament. I'm actually yet to commentate it. Life is good.
Life is good.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Mexico. It's very, very popular over in the Brazilian scene. But it always gets permabans, right?
It does.
Not many of the Chinese teams like to play it at all. So, Chengdu All Gamers is their perma, for example. So nice and easy. And you run through these highlights, and it's always the case, right? When you're on that kind of BL side, you have a bit of a chance against AG. You can put up a few rounds here or there, make a bit of a conversation about it. But the second you let AG go onto the BL side, they'll run away with things. And the one thing I said, and it was around the time of the attack pause, and I think it was at that point, maybe like 3-0 maybe. I said, if you let AG take a lead heading in towards the second half, that's that. You're probably in a lot of trouble. And unfortunately, that was the case. They let them get a 5-4 half, and then it becomes 6. And yes, 3BL did respond with 1 round of their own, but that's always the wake-up call. The same thing happened, the exact same thing happened with Vasco, right? They had an okay BL side, and then the second AG snowball, they're just so difficult to stop. There's no way of slowing it down. So, yeah, Steam Train went all the way through this 3BL side, and they made it look so easy. 10-5 the scoreline. A couple finishing positive over towards like the 3BL, Snare and Slayer, the 2 players we'd look towards, but not exactly running away in terms of the stats. On the other side as well, basically nearly everybody finishing positive.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it kind of felt like, it was the double S's that were the problem makers here for 3BL, both Slayer and Snare, I should say. But everybody else was quite, quiet on the Western Front here because, I mean, Tot wasn't able to really play his role the way he wanted to. Snake was really getting caught off in the worst timing, and Horus, I mean, he's kind of the guy that he's really, really important because he likes to be that entry. He likes to be able to find that first engagement, but even then, like, he just wasn't able to kind of get in his shoes and feel a little bit better. But, I mean, that's the same thing here for AG where it was just everybody was contributing. Everybody was just fragging. There was just so much work, but honestly, despite him being actually the worst KD, I mean, there was a lot of moments where in the later portion of the first half, that's when we really got to see the do effect.
Yes, exactly that. I think you're absolutely spot on. Zai as well, not only called a masterclass, but played one as well for 2 KD, 1.07 kills per round is not too shabby. He was crisp all the way throughout. And yeah, I mean, Ankro was just light work. This is the issue that we have with teams allowing AG to play this. They will just dominate. And I think it's always been their pocket pick. It's always a map in which, if they have it in the pool, they're so strong on, as is with most maps, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah. But yeah, AG, brilliant display coming out from them. And I think now they're probably going to look in towards Port and say, we don't actually mind playing this as a map in which domestically they play a fair decent amount as well. So 3BL are really going to have something up their sleeve to try and counter them. And I really don't know what they've got up their sleeve to be able to try and counter them. That's the issue, because they're not winning out in the aim drills. They're losing in the mechanics side of thing. And then Zai feels like he's out calling Snake quite heavily here as well. So it does feel that they're losing in terms of the mental front and the physical front.
Yeah, and that is a really good point, because again, where you have such an experienced team like AG, and I mean, just been in the international experience, you know, the top of the league. I mean, this is where we said it is like a David and Goliath situation, where I think that's where they have to make sure they're not being tilted, because 3BL, again, they just have to be able to find themselves to use the building blocks and take away whatever they can in this kind of a situation. But I mean, I'm still optimistic. I'm optimistic there can be definitely a closer game on Port. But look, I mean, like I said, it's going to come down to the fact, are they tilted? Did they really take a lot away from this game? I would hope not, but it's always hard in the middle of the competition.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I think it is the way to go about it. But honestly, I mean, this is what the All Gamers do best. And I think for them, it's probably a little bit of a pride thing. They want to go in towards the playoffs saying, we are yet to drop a map. They want to actually really showcase. Because I think the thing is, even despite results for them where internationally they've actually been so solid, and they've always been able to put up really good results through the Grand Finals, Summer Championships, Invitationals, and the rest, right? There is always still doubts of, are these guys the best? Is it actually BaiSha? Is it actually maybe one of the Brazilian teams coming back to fight? So I think they want to finally just put all that to bed. For me, it hasn't really been a doubt this year, at the very least, coming towards this year, saying that CHENGDU All Gamers are the best, but it is that thing where I think a lot of teams still doubt it, and so say, actually, I think BaiSha are their kryptonite, or I think this, that, and the other. And I think they finally want to say, no, nobody's our kryptonite, right? This is what we're doing. And they're showing it, right? So far, they've taken down sides from every single region, and they're doing it 2-0. And that's a big thing for them. That's going to be a massive thing heading in towards playoffs in terms of confidence. I mean, and the biggest thing as well is we all know that the All Gamers, they don't really scale up until the playoffs. They kind of, you know, we've even seen them drop sort of 8 rounds against Evolution Power when they're in their rot form, for example. That is pretty bad because they're not on that full All Gamers form just yet, because they don't need to be. So, yeah, we're getting things ready for that map number 2, and it's a tough spot that 3BL are in, and no longer kind of, you know, the smiley and happy side, right? I think they realize, and also, you know, losing this map would be pretty spicy. It would come down to round difference, and we don't actually know the numbers just yet for who actually makes it to that next stage.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, we were saying this is, for anybody just kind of catching up a little bit here, and they're here now, I mean, this is where it is the last day of the group stage, because we've already been able to see, you know, the Vietnamese team of Wolf Empire has been able to book it in. We saw that Imperial have their ticket in. So now that means there's only 2 other spots that are open right now, because as soon as this group stage is done, it went from 10 teams right down to 4. So 6 teams are just, you're out, you're done. So this is where the most pressure is. I've always questioned this a little bit with 3BL, but I mean, this is a map that they picked. They've done a lot of homework. They've proven to be anti-stratting pretty hard against the competition they've had. It's been grueling, don't get me wrong. There's been overtimes. It's never been easy, but they've gotten it done. But now they have a mountain to climb.
It's very true. It's very true indeed. We'll have to see. But you can see both coaches getting pretty proactive and getting things ready for this second map, which is about to get underway. I can see from up here in the bird's nest that most of the players are joining in the server. Looks like maybe a slight tech issue before we get things back underway, but we should be on the road in just a second. 3BL, they need to try and find a way out of this hole. I have a feeling still that it might come down to round difference, or if it is head-to-head, 3BL are guaranteed through because they beat Ranking, they beat Vasco, right? That's perfect. I have a feeling even if it does come down to round difference, they might have the advantage because they beat Vasco pretty handily. And then Ranking did go down to that 3 mapper, and then it might be the difference between the other games.
Yeah.
That's math that feels very complicated. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying that I like a head-to-head here. So. But maybe that's just a bit of hopium.
Yeah, no, a little bit of hopium, a little copium. Yeah, it is just, again, it raises a lot of questions. The eyebrows from us are kind of up a little bit. We're trying to figure out what could be the circumstance. I mean, I said this before, and I mean, I know it might seem a bit over dramatic, but if there is a situation where 3BL do take a map away, like this map alone from AG, they've done their job, man. Like, even if they don't...
guarantee through.
Yeah, like, even if, let's say, they didn't make playoffs and they still were able to take a map away, you can say, you know what? All that practice, all these things we've done with the gaming house, us playing together, you know, constantly living together, it was all worth it, right? So I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just saying that would definitely put the cherry on top for this situation because you're playing the behemoth of teams. So, and I mean, let's not forget too, like a team that makes it does open the qualification spot, you know, so there's just, there's so many things that are riding here, not even just some cash and some coin, but I think for 3BL, it's really about kind of raising the West flag here to kind of show that West side is the best side.
Yeah, we haven't seen a team in the West League make it to the playoffs. I don't want to say since flip sides, maybe. I mean, it's been a long, long time to see the side on an international tournament that's the Summer Championship or the Grand Finals make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, GV used to be kind of like one of those teams that could be really competitive, but I mean, again, that's oldie, or GV, sorry. That's a team that, you know, they still are very good. Obviously, there's a lot of history there, but it has been a long time since the West has been able to show international status, and that's the thing, right? I mean, these West teams that are always fighting for their lives, I mean, they have a lot that they want to prove, so you're kind of that underdog, which can be a good thing, right? Because sometimes teams might overlook you, but like I said, I wasn't thinking AG would. I think they probably were like, you know what, 3BL is actually, they're doing some stuff so far in this group stage.
Yeah, it's true. It's very, very true. Either way, we're going to take it on the way, I think, in just a moment. It looks like most of these issues are starting to get fixed. I'm seeing players putting their headphones on, and nonetheless, you can see us up there in that corner. See if I can wave at the camera. Hi. Oh, I think he turned away just a little. We got a little bit. We got a little bit.
Rude.
But it looks like issues over towards 3BL. I don't actually know who's just sat there. I kind of can't see the stages slightly in the way. But yeah, we'll be getting this one underway hopefully as soon as. Nothing like a tech issue to kickstart things before we get going.
Oh man, and you know, it's even interesting too because even after this game, like there still is a lot that's riding here for some of these other games. Like it's hard to say. Like I still don't even know really the good prediction on this because there's just so many different games that could happen. And I mean, I think it's BaiSha LCK later on, and that, you know, those kind of games always make me a little grumpy in the sense that there's nothing really riding. It's more about just the pride, I think. So
I think a little bit extra prize money, I think.
Maybe, like slightly, but I guess. But I mean, it's always like, I feel like it's a moment for BaiSha to kind of, you know, if they get a win, then they can like have the interview and be like, hey, sorry, you know, sorry China, we didn't, you know, do what we were supposed to, but we'll do something bigger next time. But I don't know. I mean, you know, there was a lot of chances for a lot of these teams to shift things around, and they definitely did. And I mean, you know, I know Jordan or Elfish was pretty astonished that we saw such a difference in the group stage with these teams, and you know, the difference of competition, because you know, the year before it was just China on top. Like, you just knew if you had to play a Chinese team, like, you're probably not getting it. You have a 1% chance to win.
Yeah, they've been so dominant sort of domestically, right? So you always sort of expect them just to do the same each and every year, but it does look like the tides are ever so slightly changing. It does feel like international CrossFire started to step up. Wolf Empire looked very, very good. I think they had a lot to offer up from them. You know, obviously Imperial looked very good as well, especially considering that I considered Vasco the better side from Brazil compared to Imperial. You know, domestically they've won the last 3 seasons, Vasco, and Imperial finished second every single time. So I sort of did see in that sense Vasco having a higher opportunity. I mean, my expectations in this group was that it was going to be Vasco and AG making it out, and sort of every other side, unfortunately, not really being able to scrape the surface. But ranking about their moments too, they've looked pretty decent. That 3 mapper against 3BL was pretty damn sick.
Oh man, like like just kind of looking at the Group B, like just again, it's, you know, AG, 3BL, ranking, and Vasco and EP, right? And that's where, you know, we have AG's in. Like, I mean, they already have the 3-0. It doesn't matter anymore. but it's the whole fact of like even ranking being in a 1 and 2, Vasco being in a 1 and 2. Like I never would have thought that these scorelines, you know, would have been where they are. And even the same thing for EP. Like I mean, this is a team that, yeah, they were, you know, ranked 4th in their division, but like it's still a Chinese team. It's still a team that does have a lot of history, and they've been able to do some pretty amazing things. And yeah, for them, it's just been a bit of a blunder.
It's true. It is true. We are still just waiting. It does look like this is taking a little longer.
Yeah, production lied to us. They said 3 minutes, but I don't think that's 3 minutes. This is the longest 3 minutes I've ever seen. But
they capping. But
they capping.
Yeah, we'll hopefully have some update. They apparently confirmed some stuff from the referee, so we'll see. We'll see what's going on. But for now, we hold on wait. Of course, it's only our second best of 3 of the day, with a couple more later on. Like you mentioned, we have the BaiSha LCK game, and then ranking Vasco to follow that. But it looks like we're going to go to a short break in a second, because this issue's taken a little bit longer than we expected. So sit tight. We will see you all, hopefully, very, very soon.
Well, we're finally back. We're ready to go, and it is for the CFS 24 Summer Championship, and we're ready to go almost, I hope, with 3BL and AG. Second map. I really hope so. We gave them 5 minutes. Come on, that's lots of time, but...
Let me see. I'm going to try and bet... oh, he's got his headphones on. I think we actually should be in the money here games, in the money games in just a second, ladies and gents. I think. I'm looking over. Everyone's got their headphones on. And the only issue is, though, I'm now seeing AG take a couple of headsets off. So we shall see. But it looks like 3BL have fixed whatever their issue was.
Yeah.
The issue is that I'm just seeing now AG take their headphones off and fix whatever they've got.
Like, you know it's bad when everybody has their headset off and they're just casually talking.
Not even the in-ears.
Yeah,
I think, like, that's always the big tell, because obviously, like, the headphones just noise cancelling. The in-ears is the noise.
Yes.
So when you've got the in-ears out, that's when you know they've internally... I mean, Zai has cranked that chair back. You can see from here, he's lounging. We call that JDMing. He is leaning back.
Great
guy. So something tells me we might not be heading underway. You'll see, actually. They're going to pan across now. Oh, wait. No. Have they gone past them? They have. Damn it. They've already gone past. But, yeah, he was leaning. He's in. Looks like this issue is maybe getting fixed. Maybe not. So 3BL had a problem. We had a break. We've come back. AG now had a problem. They didn't have a problem beforehand, though, so you really do hate to see it.
You really do. But, you know, I'm glad to see, you know, we got a little glimpse of 3BL here. They're all smiling, they're all smirking, they're joking around, so it's good. Like, the vibes are looking positive, and I like that.
Do you reckon we can relay to the cameraman down there to just look up at us so we can wave at him? He's like, he's currently on AG. If he just pans that camera up, we can wave from the corner.
Yeah, I don't know. Just waiting for him to do something here. Yeah.
Yeah, turn around. He comes
turn around.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's slowly.
Look at the English. Come
he's
on.
Starting to come. Oh, he's put it down now.
Ah, rude.
We're up here above AG. It looks like the issues get fixed, though. Good thing to see. I'm seeing some thumbs up being put.
I feel like you're jinxing this.
Yeah,
you know, it's getting fixed, and then it's broken again, Neo. I don't know.
I know, man.
Let's not cast or curse it anymore.
He's got in-ears and headphones on, so that's always a good sign.
I mean, maybe that's a good thing, but this is really just...
Then nobody else... Oh, no.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't had a lot of... Well, I'm going to say it. We haven't had a lot of tech issues so far, surprisingly. Like, so yeah, like there's sometimes I remember you and I have just sat, you know, in CFWL, we were just kind of waiting for tech issues, and it feels like they just never end. So it's good to see.
Hang on. All headphones run now. Over towards. Now we're starting to cook. Surely we should be live.
Yeah, surely. There's so many people just...
Yeah.
On this issue.
Hey, at least we know it's getting fixed, right?
That's
all we can ask for. Looks like the sport game will be getting started in a moment, and then we can, get the show on the road. But so far, it's been a very good game out from AG. They've looked comfortable, looked pretty clean.
Yeah.
Made light work out of 3BL, and I think they're just going to continue doing exactly that in towards port. That's where they do their best work. Oh, the cameraman's coming in our direction. Oh, can you see our legs?
Oh, now it's like what?
I put my shoe up. There we go. It was in the top corner, but
come on.
If he aims that camera up, he gets us. No? We actually don't have a direct line to him, so there's no way he's going to know.
Yeah, he's not looking.
There's too many puzzle pieces to get here. But we should be underway, hopefully, as soon as... I say hopefully. We don't know.
We have no idea. Nobody's told us. We're just watching from the bird's eye view. We're just making we're making some, I don't know if they're really well-educated guesses. We're making guesses, I'll say.
Everyone's got the headphones on, and everyone's in the server. I can see that from here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're literally about to hit the button to start. So it's like, surely. Okay, yeah, things are looking good.
They're queuing.
Yeah, they're queuing in, so I like that.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they're giving the war
cries.
cries.
We got some chance. Okay,
the counter's on. We are starting.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank God. Right. Now we can get the show on the road. A little bit of extended break there. You know, maybe giving you guys some time to grab a snack, something to eat, little drink or whatnot. I've been on the iced tea out here. Iced tea's very lovely in Vietnam. I mean, every day now when we get back to the hotel, I've been obviously going to a little shop near us, and I've been trying a new flavor. I had winter melon yesterday.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a really nice flavor.
I can't lie. It was pretty bad.
Not so good.
Yeah, the lemon one I had just now, though, very, very solid.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm getting a little thirsty, so I'll try some. Oh, God. Okay, well.
Du's back.
Yeah, Du's back. He hasn't left. He's still the same. And, ooh. Blimey. Okay.
Du's still here, though. And Jabal, he got one before he fell. So Snare, in a matter of moments, left all alone. was quick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a swift one, and I was just gonna get the job done. Yep, quick and easy. Look, I just feel like going to the site is just not gonna be a good idea. Like, you have to worry about OMs. Like, you just have to, you know, it's not even just any OM, it's do. Like, you're just like, oh, okay, well, let's go for a fight. But maybe they're trying to prove a point. I have no idea.
That was just quite hilariously quick in the sense of, like, you know, we finally, after what, like a 20-minute tech pause, get back into it, and they instantly get decimated. It's just not what you want at all, is it? Do going to be blinded up a little bit. He does actually play a little bit different, right? So a lot of teams like to play up in the box and head glitch, as he was sort of doing. He prefers to start playing on the ladder and then move up on towards the site. Wait, with the nade, going to find one. That's an important kill. And once again, we're seeing the openers go the way of AG, and now you've got the numbers advantage.
Okay, so a little bit closer. Things have improved. Maybe for now, but we'll see if that can continue. And 3BL, maybe the idea of sneaking in a mid. Maybe. Oh, snare. Snare. Ooh, it's close, but okay, they made it across. They don't have the information yet. Oh, God, but he has to hit the shot. How does he get out of that?
That's good movement. Very good movement from Shui. Just bounce on that corner. He actually wants to reclaim a little bit of space, bit of information, too. They should realize they're going towards B here. I feel like they've got a bit of an understanding. I say that, they're not completely committing towards this side. They're still leaving one over towards A, that I do, of course, and Shui is still the middleman. But he can quickly rotate over. In they come, bit of U-talk, over. Jabal will avoid this with ease. He goes up on high, and he finds a lovely shot for a secondary sniper. He makes it look so damn easy as Zai gets one of his own as well. Light work from him, and a double to close it. Close the first round, closes the second. Zai leading by example.
Yeah, and honestly, just the fact that we're just seeing them on the GR side, like double auming right now, it's oh God, it's painful. It really is. But 3BL, okay, look, down by 0-2. We might see them kind of turn it up just a little bit here. I mean, this is the thing. You're gonna have to be very perfect. And let's not forget, this was their pick. So I'm gonna be curious what they had planned for us. So far, not so good, but I'll stay optimistic. You know, that's the Canadian thing for me to do.
I respect that. Snake getting proactive here. I don't mind this either. Might get a bit of timing. It's such an audacious move to push for that smoke that he might get a little bit of timing to work with. Snare. Trying to get a little bit hopeful through the smoke, but not to be top. Holding for a push as well, but again, nothing on offer. Snare's normally the man who's going to really start or end these rounds, but yeah, struggled so far. 0-2. Being caught pretty early. Obviously, Dude did so well in that opening round, and that one was the push on towards the B side. Just gets shut down so quickly.
Ooh, okay. So now, 1-2-2-2, trying everything on bridge, taking some big damage, and Slayer does as well, but now they're going to regroup here, 3BL. They're still looking a bit hesitant, but at least the first duel does go in their favor. Okay, so things are changing a little bit. The tide maybe is turning, but let's not get ahead of it yet.
Ujabao as well, secondary sniper, so that's actually a pretty important one. He's up to the right so far.
It's looking pretty decent. 3BL kind of collecting a bit better on this one. But with a minute remaining, I mean, I don't know if they want to try to go for the XQMB right now because there's 3 players. There is the rotate happening right now from Shui, but yeah, they're playing full retake on this. I actually really like this setup.
Yeah, Snap, holding. So C4 not committed either. Top misses the jump there, so that'll be something. C4 looks like it might even want to go back towards A here. This is a big call. We've got 30 seconds to work with, not a lot of time. This is one of the issues I had a couple of times. Some of the other teams, they leave it super late. Vasco did it twice, in fact, and it was pretty criminal to watch, losing around to time. But 20 seconds, we've not got a lot to work with. Zai gonna get one. Once Two gets caught, that's not great. Jue gonna double back on towards the site. It's a strong angle to hold from, though. But his insurance policies don't help him out. But Do gonna get 2. Just like that, this round does change hands a little bit. C4 is going to be committed to the plant. I think Do might be spotted on the cross there as well. Sniper versus Sniper. Do versus Snare. Snare drops down as Do goes up, so they just trade places here. And Do might even get in behind. He looks around, sees nobody. Surely just spotted him to the second with a Colt. Will deliver. Do. He's been near flawless so far. 6-0. He's yet to die.
Yeah, he's unstoppable, man. This guy's full of titanium, and he just can't get down. So, I mean, his game sense is a whole other level, and his repositioning is just at the absolute opportune time. So now 3BL, I mean, again, I'm always a big criticism of this. I hate when teams run the clock that low. Like, look, you may get away with it playing other teams in this, but you're not going to get away with it against the Chinese team. So, like, again, you have to be able to calculate the variables here, and 3BL unfortunately couldn't.
Yeah, Vasco, he did it, like I said, a couple of times, right? 3BL just haven't learned their lesson, which is it's tough to watch. I mean, we said as well, 3BL look like they did their best work when they go a bit quicker, when they play a little bit more proactive. Zai going to try and shut them off here in towards main early. Wants to fight up close. Going to give them this control. I have a feeling Zai probably just goes 1 for 1 here, if I'm being completely honest. It's about whether Zhuai can double it down. Zhuai can get like 1.5, right? And then Zhuai can kind of come behind, clean up the low player, get another off the back of it, something along those lines. Maybe something to work with, but they get this main control and then they just slow things down.
Yeah, not even a first blood yet, so it's just been Slayer taking a bit of damage, but you can see a smoke going to get thrown, or a flash, I should say, my apologies, but 3BL with 1:20. Okay, AG now, they got an inkling something might happen today, so they kind of put a little bit more lean on that. 3BL not going to recalibrate. They're going to recollect together. So this is where they're just going to go for the 5-man execute. So they're just going to get ready. They're going to smoke off which way is. But they have to worry for ZY. He's going to play this close angle. It could be a one and done, or it could be something big with a double. He is playing a bit of a cheeky one.
I'm going to say, did they expect him here? They don't. They will get one. But if they're going to come through from Zhuai, that's not bad. But then the answer back is pretty solid. Coming out, so a 3-on-3 retake going to be required here from AG. They've been pretty flawless in the retake so far. Let's see if that continues. Do yet to die as well. Might want to keep that mantle about him. They're starting to move their way in. They're very slow on the retake, though. They're giving a lot of respect over towards 3BL here, who probably got a very strong position to hold from.
Yeah, they're grouped up nicely here, too. So the double players, the timer's already less than half now. So, I mean, they just, 3BL have to hold on. But, oh, God, they're just falling apart. Snake, it's a labored spray. And now AG once again. Man, oh man, it's flawless. It looks so clean, so swift, and it's still a 4-0.
Yeah, I want to. I mean, he does so well there. Gets a double kill. Well, he probably only should really go 1 for 1, but the second spray at range is really, really solid out from him. So great work, simple stuff, and hey, in the end, it will be another round on the board for AG. 4-0, light work here on this GR side, and I mean, unfortunately, just not seeing enough coming out from them. He's very lucky to stay alive, and now he actually can't escape, and he will go down. That was a forlorn conclusion the second he gets tagged. So, Snake Horus, we're doing enough here when it comes towards the kills, which is good. Jabal might not be in there. Oh, he's spotted for the cross, but he's able to get any kills.
Yeah, Zhuai and now ZY by themselves, and good positioning. Oh, Todd, he hasn't even cleared this. This could be problematic. That's trigger discipline. There he is. He comes from under, and now he finds himself a triple. It just falls apart. 3BL had the advantage. It slips away from them now. Slayer needs to do something absolutely insane. He needs to be activated now. He's been quiet. He's sitting at a 1 and 4, looking for everything, and Zhuai just eats them alive, Neo.
That is a brilliant round out from Zhuai. He has gone absolutely huge. Let's look at this again. The trigger discipline is masterful. Jumps up. C4 denied as well to make matters even worse. And then he just keeps adding kills to the tally. What a round. What a round out from Zhuai. And they're going to call for a pause. No surprises that it's from 3BL off the back of losing that one. They do not clear their corners, and that is so costly. 5-0. And oh, you really do hate to see it. You hate to see it.
You really do, and that's...
Oh, is it a technical pause? It does. Ah, look at my 2020 vision there.
Oh, no, that's pretty good, man. I was like, how'd you...
It's called contact lenses.
Oh, wow. I'm jealous. I'm like, I got glasses on, I can't even see that.
But,
holy.
Yeah, tech pause, not tech pause. I'm not sure... yeah, it must be from 3BL. Do not know why, though. I'm looking around, but can he see? We'll try and figure it out, though, in just a second. But either way, for Jabal, he's also looked pretty good as a youngster as well, for same as Zhuai. You know, they've got a couple of new players in this team. 1-2-2-2, Jabal. But Zhuai, one of the more stable parts, is, yeah, looks really, really solid then. So that, yeah, pretty incredible stuff. The trigger discipline is expertly played, and you can just see, look at the faces on 3BL. Obviously, you can't come, but I don't think they could even come right now if they wanted to. They just look in sort of disbelief.
Yeah, those are the kind of rounds that can just really catapult you in the wrong way, right? I mean, this is where it's just they had the advantage. They did such a good job to, you know, find that damage onto Du. Du was playing really well. He was just playing passive. He's just trying to burn time. He's just trying to stay alive. Good utility to take him out, but it's just they had the site control. They just didn't check one corner. Tot was unfortunately looking at the same direction as Slayer. They were kind of expecting somebody to slip through the smoke, but man, that's where, again, where you could just have to be checking every single angle when you play these teams, because they can just really, you know, thread the needle.
Looks like Asgard having a little bit of a conversation with the admins. I'm not too sure. Technical issues is not technical in terms of, you know, headphones or anything like that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like gear. Maybe, I just wonder if maybe like a PC thing or something. I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like audio.
Yeah, who knows? I'm not going to speculate on rule books either, because I would not know. So.
Yeah, I don't want to do it either.
What do they call? What's the word that they use for like headphones and mice and peripherals? That's the one.
Peripherals.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a peripheral issue. So
okay.
At least on the side of AG, they're all just chilling. I can see them sort of fanning themselves down there on the stage, but yeah, no issues so far. Bar whatever this tech pause is, who knows?
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't even seen AG play this map yet, so I was, you know, I was kind of wondering a little bit about that too, because 3BL went for this pick for a very particular reason. I'll definitely have to ask them later, but yeah, it just seems like might not have been the right one, but maybe this break might help something. But I mean, it just seems like again, the performance here from AG is just a whole other level right now. It just feels like it's not even like 3BL is necessarily doing a lot of wrong things. I think, well, besides that Shui around, I mean, that was something, but it just feels like these guys are kind of hitting shots. Their, you know, positioning is just so much more than what 3BL are used to in their competitive history. So
very, very true. Very, very true. Well, we are still in this pause. It looks like we're getting some sort of update in just a second, so we'll hopefully let you know as soon as. But for now, we hold and wait. We've been playing the old tech pauses, it has to be said, in this series. It's been a quick one in terms of the game, but not a quick one in terms of the tech pauses. So yeah, we hold and wait. How are you enjoying Vietnam, lads?
Vietnam's good. I mean, a little hot for my blood, but you know what? I'm also from the Great White North of Canada, so I'm used to cold weather. So,
yeah, dude, do you know what I figured out yesterday? I was sitting in the bar side because this is a sneaky mention. I was like, surely can't be right, but he was right. He mentioned that yesterday. So it was 36 degrees, right? Is how hot it was, really hot. But he was like, "Have you checked the feels like temperature?" And I was like, "Oh no, I don't. My Apple Watch would just tell me like just the exact temperature that it is." And he said feels like. Yesterday was 46, and I was like, that can't be right. Like, that's got to be like, maybe he's thinking like Fahrenheit. Then obviously Fahrenheit's pretty. That's pretty. I was like, that can't be right. I googled it. He was spot on.
Yeah,
yesterday feels like in Hanoi, Vietnam, 46 degrees. So
that's pretty hot.
That's pretty hot. I think that's probably either hottest or about joint hottest that I've ever had. I went to Qatar a couple of summers ago, around the time of the World Cup. But it was before the World Cup. The World Cup was held in winter. I did an esports event in summer, and that was in like July.
Ooh.
And I remember my shoe melted into the ground because that's how hot it was. And I think that was in like the mid 40s as well.
Wow.
So yeah, it feels like 46. But you know, I think the reason why the feels like is so hot is because the humidity is so high here, right? It's like 90% humidity.
Yeah, and it gets even worse too when it rains, right? It just like it's wet and everything's just gross, and it's kind of like that. That's a little bit gross too. AG are just running around, gunning around. They go on bridge, and man, this is bullying at its finest.
It is.
And bullying's not okay, but
no, bullying's not okay, guys.
But I guess in this circumstance, it can be for AG.
Yeah. I guess it's not bullying when it's competition.
That's true. That is true.
Even though it may feel like it, this is just a one-sided story. It's about to be a 6-0. Jabal spotted, just a shoulder even over there. But top, we don't really see him on the sniper all too often.
No.
But I think it probably is the ultimate question of what have we got to lose?
Let's just try everything.
Yeah.
Let's see what we can find on it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're running into the bullets. They're running into the players, and they're about to just get anchored here from ZY. But okay. Not bad, Horse.
Those angles.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a little cheeky. Yeah, he's chewing bubblegum. That's pretty BA of him right now.
I chew gum on a game, to be fair.
Oh, do you?
Every
Yeah,
time.
I
always
do
have
like it too, yeah.
Like a pot of gum on my desk, and I generally go for it like once a week.
You say
like,
a pot of gum?
Yeah, you know those pots where it's like 60 pieces of gum in like, yeah.
I've never heard that expression before, so that's pretty cool.
I don't know, what was it, a tub, I guess, maybe?
Yeah, maybe a tub of
But you know the ones I mean? Like
no,
like,
I get it.
Like,
it's just funny, right?
We were like $3 for you, maybe something like
Yeah.
that, and it's like 60 pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I always have one of those on my desk, and whenever I game, I reckon I go through about one of those a week at least. Like,
okay,
I'm a serial gum chewer, apart from a broadcast.
I think they say it definitely helps for like concentration. I think. Like
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I read something about like it actually is proven that.
However, do you want? It does. You are right.
Okay,
However, there is a side thing to this, because I said this is an argument of why I should chew gum in school, right?
Okay.
As you can tell, I was a bit of a naughty kid, right? But and my teacher had like a doctorate in like what's the study of the brain called?
Neurology.
Neurology. That was the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she said that is correct. However, it only matters if the thing you're like, let's say you're studying, for example, if you study while chewing gum, you have to take the test while chewing gum. That's the only way you'll properly be able to activate it. And the more you know. Either way, the more we know is actually about hitting shots, and so is Jue. Oh, Do gonna try and help out as well. And he'll deliver from top side, and Tot gonna get caught as well. Oh, Do what you do, Sunshine. And that is get some kills, and he is delivering. Horus, so much to do, so little he can do against Do as he delivers another kill. It's just so good. It's such a great name.
It is actually such a good name, yeah. And like, I mean, you look at the guy; he just looks like a little teddy bear too, right?
Yeah,
Like he's just
so happy,
yeah.
so just chilled out.
He's so chilled out, yeah. Goodness. Well, I was really trying to amp this up about the spick from 3BL. I was wondering, look, they know something we don't, because I was thinking this would be a really hard map to play a team like this on, and
yeah.
It really is. It's 7-0. It's just not going well for 3BL. I haven't seen them, getting this beat up in a long time. Well, I guess actually they got 10-1 just the other day here. So
it is true. It is true. This might be 10-0 though.
I actually wasn't there to watch it, so I mean, this is my. I guess I get a front row seat to see this, which is it just breaks my heart.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough to say the least. They against EP. Wow, they really did not get going.
Wow.
But while the vibes are pretty low for the West League right now, we've had a center candle put on over there. So that is really actually. It's quite nice. It's a bit of cinnamon, like cardamom or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think
I'm liking it.
I'm liking it too.
Hey, he's keeping a mellow tone here over on the English broadcast. Snare will get himself an opener. First, I think maybe the first time we've seen all game an opener come through. Actually, oh, jumping across with the Colts as well. They are thinking finally we can get around here, and they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, they got nothing to lose at all. Finally, they do something big like this, and they get some shots, and they get themselves a sight. But now they're starting to lose these players. They're starting to hit the bodies on the floor. You got Do. Jabal, their last two ones alive. M4 going to be picked up for Do. Utility going to get thrown. Tot is actually going to play very aggressive on this. He wants to be able to find something up close and personal, and he does. And Tot, he'll get it done. He gets himself a little bit of something, and Do rubs his eyes and doesn't even look phased.
Yeah, just another. So I mean, I guess it's one of those where, regardless of how many rounds DBL get at the end of this half, it's not going to be good. It's as simple as that. Because they've already actually lost what would basically, whenever we can say a decent half, a 5-4, 6-3 is sort of a worst case scenario. But it's a 7-2. You get a 2, sure, it's still bad, right? So this is the thing. I think for 3BL, especially in that round, they're just like, we've got nothing to lose here. Let's just go quick and see what happens. And they do make something out of it, but it's not making a difference at the moment, is it, right? AG look so damn good. And even despite the tech pauses, they managed to make the series feel quite quick.
Oh, now I wonder if AG are going to get a little bit aggro on this. And yeah, ZY's actually pushed himself in B main. I was thinking maybe he can be a little bit cheeky. Deep nade, not going to land, but I like the effort. Snare realizing that somebody is probably on the top end here. ZY, oh god, he's just sitting in the middle of the smoke. Oh, he might try to get the timing of this. This is a play where it's all about that 1 second play, and okay, Snare does find him somehow. So not bad. 3BL find an opener again. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, at least with an opening, they've got the numbers advantage, so they can utilize that. They can just play as a pack, right? I think just go back to the sort of simple way of playing. The only issue is, though, I feel like when you've got the numbers advantage, if you're going to play a pack mentality, you've got to go a bit quick. You can't allow them to isolate fight like this, for example. The second you allow them to slow it down, to set up, and to isolate, you immediately give the advantage back to them. So never a good way to put yourself in. And Shui going to set up closer. Zai got a kill from this position. So I wonder, do they even clear? That's the question I'm asking. But it looks like, once again, time's going to be of the essence here. Shui, what a timing to go for a peek. And he gets away with it. He's having a great game.
He really is, man. 13-3. Yeah, make it 14. Why not? Just keep feeding him. Keep feeding the beast. And now Snake. Oh boy, 3 players to go against. 28 seconds left. He's got the C4, so he could make a long road back, but he would have to just hightail. He does not really have the time anymore.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Yeah, he's a dead man.
Get over and done with, Sunshine. We know it's inevitable, and it is. At range, do. We'll see it off. It's just a cheeky little smile there as well from a couple of players over towards AG. A incredibly easy first half. There's no two ways about it. And what is looking like we're getting towards the end of being an incredibly easy series of CrossFire.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, my brother.
It honestly is. Yeah, I know, it really is. And I mean, this is, again, where we were just saying, like, on paper, you know, all the talent predicted AG. It was hard not to, right?
Yeah.
You know, breaks my heart. But, I mean, this is just a whole other level, right? And that's where we said, you know, 3BL are a little bit inexperienced internationally, but for them, it's all about, you know, what can they do? And unfortunately for Port, maybe the next time it'll be a ban. Maybe it won't be a pick. So.
Yeah. The one thing I'm starting to think, and this is sort of my mind going forward, that let's say 3BL do make it to playoffs and they do have that advantage there. The one thing I'm slightly worried about is they've actually got worse as the tournament's gone on. They started so good. I think maybe teams underestimated them. I think teams have now maybe figured them out a little bit. And this is the worrying thing now where if they get worse and they're heading in towards playoffs, that could be spelling potentially some bad times out there. Zai going to get the opener. He's just playing with his food on the ladder there. And Snake and Slayer, other parts of the map, also take damage too.
I mean, 3BL do like the defensive side, but now look, like, I mean, Slayer's been really, really quiet on this game, but now maybe a moment. Okay, not bad. Okay, Slayer, almost the 3, but okay, that's a little more like it.
Oh, hang on. And yeah, jumping across as well. Gets caught. So yeah, Snake will take that every day of the week. And now, I mean, a lot of this round basically comes down to what Do can do. Because he's the only one with any HP. Shui is barely alive. And speaking of, Shui is dead. Now Do got it all to do in a 1 versus 3. And I feel like this is just surely not on the cards.
You're down Do.
Yeah.
You're down the GOAT.
True. I'm not going to completely cut him out. If anybody would be able to do something, it would be him. But it's not to be. And at least it's a round out from 3BL, but still super long road to recovery they need.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's something, right? I mean, at least 3BL can, any kind of rounds they can get, I think it's going to be progress. But, man, look at that mouse grip from Snare. That's wild. But, okay, deep nades. Ooh, very nice from 3BL. Lands onto ZY and 1-2-2-2-2, but now they're down to half HP, so not bad. Good positioning here onto A connector, and 3BL look like they have a decent read on this. This was what the question I had about their anti-stratting, what they've been able to kind of prep for. A little bit of their homework assignment. Now Snare on top of A tower. He's going to drop, so he's fully blind. They're kind of expecting him somewhere, and oh, he catches the leg. He's able to get another one, maybe 2.
Oh, what's going on?
How are you not hitting these shots? Oh my god, AG. They look absent.
Zai, I think you need your cane, sir, because you cannot see. How did he miss those shots? Where was he looking? What happened?
I don't know at all. I mean, I think even he's like, I couldn't tell you guys. Like, I missed, he missed.
I mean, they're even laughing, thinking,
yeah,
how the hell did he miss? Like, he misses shot with the sniper, pulls on the pistol, misses his shot to the pistol, reloads, and another shot with the sniper, and then again pulls the pistol out, and then kills him. I mean, that was, I guess, one of the worst fights you've seen so far from one of the best teams.
All right, well, look, I mean, 3BL, they'll take anything, man, at this point. It's like, look, a round's a round, so for them, it was an 8-1, so now we're talking 8-3, not too bad, but the nice thing for AG is, you know, they have such a big amount of room to work with here. They got a lot of padding here, but 3BL changing up the composition once again. So you have the one player D on the jiggle peak of B main. You also have someone just kind of playing close to bridge. And then you have the triple player onto A. So these guys have really put a lot of focus in mid and A. Really just leaving it to the anchor of Slayer by himself. So things are... This is where I wondered about the anti-stratting. Double smoke into mid. Trying to protect Taunt. So they're burning time, but they got to keep some of that utility ready to go for the execute.
Starting to make a bit of a grouping over towards B. Slayer, lots of flash. Snare will find that first kill, which is pretty decent. And Jabal going to start to double back a little bit. Zaya caught early, now got a call from the grave. A little harder, Snare, nice shot, uses just a pixel. That's enough for him to get a kill. He looks for another. Oh, Snare, what a round. What a clip coming out for him, and he might even go for 4 as well. He's feeling peckish. 3's not enough, and he wants more. And he might just get it as well. He continues to hold W, but it will be Tot who takes it away. But Snare, cheeky smirk from him. He knows that that was something pretty special. Pretty special indeed. What a round.
That
has kept 3BL afloat.
Why couldn't we see this in the first half? Why did it have to come to an 8-1? Like, why did we have to get... I mean, in the West, we say that, you know, 3BL annoyingly are kind of a team where their backs are on the boards. They somehow play a lot better, but God, you're going to be playing some of the best teams. And now, oh my, Snare's still finding himself a little bit of work, but now ZY, oh, he's able to get the flank, and now he's at enough, maybe. But Snare again, man, he's popping off here, Neo.
Yeah, having his moments. Still, 3 versus 3 post plants where AG do their best work. Do holding up close as well. Open angle for him. Definitely a little bit of a riskier one, but Do wants to fight. I can sort of respect this in a sense, but he's full blind. He has no idea. Yeah, that open angle is a really audacious one to try and play from. They now know where both are as well. Snare, swing, and a miss. Oh, hang on. Horus now thrust into a 1 versus 1. He's looking for Jouet as well. He's got to know he's into the backside. Sure, he's the last place. He hasn't cleared. And Horus, I think he's just got enough time. It's close, but he's got it. I'm pretty sure he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
It's so damn close, but that is sick. A really, really big clutch from 3BL.
Look, it's getting pretty loud in here. These guys are getting a bit excited. I mean, rightfully so. This has now been 4 rounds in a row they've been able to bring back. AG, I don't know what's happened. Like, it just seems like they're falling asleep at the wheel. They were kind of nodding off. Like, look, I get it was feeling pretty easy, but you got to get to 10. You got to get this game done. You can't be, like, resting now. So 3BL are starting to get a bit more excited, starting to get a little more loud. Snare and Tot putting themselves in double digits. The only players to do that. So Tot had a really quiet game in the beginning, but now he's just redeeming himself in great fashion.
Yeah, pretty good work. Has to be said. Oh, nice nade, actually. Zai had a poor start to basically kind of the majority of these rounds early for him, unfortunately. Always getting naded or tagged in some way, and he's always sort of the first to fall, unfortunately. He's been trying to lead by example, but it's not been working out. This is tough to say the least. Where we're at.
Could you imagine a comeback if 3BL win this? Yeah.
They do like to snowball. They're it's such a momentum-heavy side, whether it's for good or for bad, right? This is, I think, the issue with 3BL. If they're in a bit of a rut form, they just fall apart, i.e. last map, right? But once they actually do start spiraling, they're really difficult to stop and to slow down. So you can see worlds in which they can. Snake, he is going to be the first to get caught, though. Not a bad work by 1-2-2, and Zai also adds to it as well. A little bit of an answer back, sure, is good, as Zai will get caught, but...
Oh, the timing.
Slayer's got to do a little bit more to find his form. He's been a bit quiet himself, especially by his standards.
Yeah, and Dude's just playing a good job here on the big flank, but all these guys are just kind of missing each other now. Snare's making tons of noise, but Slayer has to find this trade. Oh, it's a little too late. Dude's got the read. He knows he's here. And now Slayer's trying to go for multiple angles of a duel. This round's over. There's no way. There's just absolutely no way. Dude just laying ring around the rosy, and now we're on match and series point here for them, and 3BL mission impossible.
Yeah, mission impossible really needed to stay alive. We've sort of been working out the predicaments of how and which way 3BL will be able to advance to the next stage, and unfortunately I think it requires them taking a map in basically every single scenario, and well, unfortunately that chance starts to dwindle now for them. This looks like an A-pop to come through. So they're going to be tested. Don't think Zai spotted, I don't think, but he will. Second time I'm asking. Horus turns around. He got the supporter snare at range with that sniper. Wants to look for a little bit more as well. Depression going to try and come in his position. Nice shot for Snare for the second. And he wants more, so he might be a little bit far from over just yet for 3BL. Not dead in the water. Music a little premature. We still got a bit of life left in this.
Yeah, that's what I always laugh about the music, right? It's like it makes it really intense and really exciting, but it's like, look, this game ain't done yet. I mean, this is the thing. Like 3BL, I don't know what the hell is going on. I mean, to get yourself out of a rut, to dig yourself out of that deep of a hole when I thought you were 6 feet under, and now we're talking about a 9-6. Look, it's still 3 rounds to push OT, but I never would have thought we'd have this score right now. AG is just they kind of hit a bit of a wall.
Yeah. It's better than what they did towards map number 1, right? So we get that already as a bit of a positive. Oh, Tot. I think he actually would have crossed there. Maybe without do even spotting him out. It doesn't seem to comment over at the very least. Big mid-stack holding, but just gonna weigh out smokes for the most part. Just slow things down. Tot played around here last time. He knows he's got a bit of support at range, so it's not a bad way or kind of place to play. But Snare isn't there. He's not the one exactly holding him at range. It's Horus. Horus will get one. Oh, it's a lovely shot, in fact. At range, he just completely deletes Shui there.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, that's such a scary angle to play, but now, okay, Snare's going to be done. So that's one of the players that's been able to be influential so far later into this part of the game. So now AG have done a good job bringing it back to the 4-4. You can still see the tendencies lean on this A side, but the bomb's still kind of making its a little bit of a decision. It's still kind of, you know, hovering what they want to do, but I mean, now they got a minute to still make a decision. Plenty of time, but 3BL, they're the ones that are kind of on the bumpy road. They got to figure out something differently here with the one less man.
Yeah, they do. Looks like want to go towards A. These A hits are so precarious and don't do them properly. Got to clear Horus, that's the priority, and he's still actually just causing a bit of ruckus up towards the top boxes.
Oh, good reposition.
Down, yeah. And they might not expect this now. And he got that first kill up from top side. So they just might slightly overlook him.
Oh, this is good comms though, because too, look, Horus is the one that was anchoring the site. He didn't tell them to rush. He didn't tell them to rotate back. So this is good, but oh god!
Oh, the pixel peek.
Oh my god, they actually land the pixel peek. Now Snake has to be able to find something, and oh my god, AG, they put themselves in a position maybe to end this here and now, and somehow 3BL find a couple extra kills, Neo.
Yeah, look how low they are over towards AG. And time ticking, the C4's got to go down. We've got to get it down. It was dropped, right? So they have to go recollect it. And now they go for the plant. It's an open plant and a retake coming through. Snake going quick up towards main. It's up towards windows as well. Anything spots the first as well. Jabal now thrust into a 1 versus 2. And he's barely alive, but he will isolate the first. He looks for a second as well. Jabal shuts them down. 1 versus 2 with barely an HP. And AG find a 2-0 here in the final game of this group, or the final game of, I guess, AG and maybe the 3BL's group here for them. A lot of it will come down to ranking, Vasco, but I think we are near enough safe to say that that might be game over for 3BL. It's unfortunate, but what a showing by AG.
It really was. And AG, I mean, we see that they looked, you know, flawless. They were looking really, really good in the beginning there, but it was a little bit of a whirlwind. It was a little bit of some dicey waters, but at least they were able to get the job done. It wasn't their prettiest game, but here we are.
Yeah, exactly that. Unfortunately, that potentially might be the end for 3BL. We're not 100% sure, but it will come down to some things like round difference, which we'll touch on way later. That obviously will all come to a conversation when we get to the Vasco ranking game later on today. So for now, we don't really have to discuss it all too much, but the 3BL, it's unfortunate. The last 2 games of this group for them were, you know, against the Chinese sides, and they just could not find a way to shut them down. They really looked a little weak, and this is the awkward thing. It's sort of the opposite of how a lot of teams come in towards international LAN tournaments. They started strong and they ended super weak, rather than what is the traditional thing of starting pretty weak and then getting strong, as with the likes of maybe teams like AG. AG had a couple of weaknesses towards the end. I mean, they didn't drop map at all, right? But they looked a little vulnerable at the start, and then towards the end of the groups, no one was even really able to touch them.
Yeah, and I think that for me, like this was personally the group of death, like, because you have two Chinese teams, like, and again, I know people are going to say you're putting them on a pedestal, but there's a reason we do, right? And so the fact that you have, you know, the 5 teams in here, 2 of them are the Chinese teams. You really are kind of fighting your way through a really rough group, and I mean,
the best team in Brazil as well. We were arguably the second best region. So we're talking about the 2 top regions, the 2 top teams from the 2 top regions. And for me, group of death all day.
Well, and exactly, and I mean, if we're not, you know, again, just kind of going back to the history books, is 3BL. They were able to beat Brazil, arguably the best team in Brazil. So you're like, okay, things are getting better. 3BL was able to take down ranking, so you were like, okay, hang on, like, these guys are actually getting some wins against different regions, but it just seems like, you know, when they played the Chinese team, that was no doubt the Achilles heel for them.
Yes, absolutely. You hate to see it, and unfortunately just is the case, but I mean, with the AG once again just showcasing their dominance, didn't drop a single map. The only team who went flawless in terms of the series, but like we said, the only team who didn't even drop a map, right? I mean, that is absolutely bonkers. Every other team picked up a loss in some way across both groups. AG, without a shadow of a doubt, now going towards the playoffs as the #1 team, as the favourites to go the whole distance, because nobody seems to be able to really even scratch the surface against them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have a team like that just goes 4-0 and then, you know, essentially just not even a map loss at all, it's like, how do you ignore that? Like, it's just, you know, any team that was going to play him knew it'd be really hard, but that's even a whole other statement that a team like this is making. So, I mean, this is the thing now for them being in playoffs. It just kind of makes me wonder, how deep can they go? Like, AG being flawless, is it going to be just a full sweep, or are we actually going to see the fact that maybe there will be a map in the playoffs where something changes? Because historically, they are a team that they kind of preserve strats. They kind of just, you know, they get a bit of a feel. They have a lot of international experience. They've been here before, so they kind of ride it. Now that we're going to see them in playoffs, it just kind of makes me even more worried for teams, because if they're playing this good in group stage, could it even be better?
Yeah, I feel like we haven't even seen 100%. Well, we definitely haven't seen 100% out of AG, right? Because we know how deep the strat book goes for them. We know how good the individuals can get, how they can scale up massively as these sort of tournaments come on. So, I mean, I'm looking at this now and say that I'm probably expecting this to start scaling in a massive way, where we look at the likes of, you know, AG coming towards playoffs and really starting to deliver. You know, Zai really starting to kind of call in a little bit more of kind of a direct fashion to get some of these individuals online. But, I mean, all in all, a really, really good series. There's a couple of individuals that you shout out. Zai looked very, very good, right? Leading by example. Do, again, on the sniper, was just so damn difficult to stop. But when you have a player like him who is so difficult to stop, I mean, they've got, teams have got to find a way to try and shut him down. And I don't know if that's even possible in his current form.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing too, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the first series, is that, you know, it's like a team like Imperial, there's a lot of players on that team that were the right pieces, and everybody can pick up the slack. This is a whole other level. Like, this is like the creme de la creme. This is the best. Like, no matter who's kind of fallen off a little bit, you have 4 other players that are playmakers. They're going to be able to find the connections. I mean, you see Do, then you see Zway, you see ZY, like, the list goes on. Like, so that, I think this is like, when I talk about super teams, or I talk about the team to beat, like, it was just a question about how much can AG bleed. We know they can get pretty injured, but I mean, it really wasn't too much for them.
No, it wasn't at all. So what a showing coming through. We've got some highlights here. And what was a little bit of a closer map, in all fairness. So at the very least, that's going to go with. But generally speaking, very, very good work coming through from AG. I think they made that first half look so dominant that there wasn't actually a conversation in the second half. Yes, DB had a couple of moments, but it was, I mean, unfortunately, it was just too little too late.
It was a little bit too little too late. And yeah, so we get to see, like, there was a point where the highlights are just showing us, like, it was a 7-0. And I think, if I'm not even mistaken, I think it became, there was at one here, and I was going to say 3BL were able to find their first round there. But it's like, look, like, the first half, being on the BL side, like, only 1 round, it's like, it's just...
Yeah, true.
It's not acceptable, right? But you are playing AG at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly that. So, I mean, what can you do, really? I mean, like we said, there's a little bit, this was one of the messier fights. I'm not sure what was going on with Zai there, how he didn't get that kill. But, you know, this is one of those where, for 3BL, they found a little bit of form, right? And it was kind of nice, right? They got, you know, an 8-1, brought it back to 6 rounds, which it shows a little bit of form out from them, but it just says, you know, if we had maybe seen them get 3, potentially even 4 rounds that first half. We're talking about them having the option of taking that map, but yeah, unfortunately it just was not to be the case. Somebody at the end of that 10-6, a couple of players finishing positive, Snare and Tot finishing positive, Horus neutral, and then unfortunately Slayer, who's meant to be one of the most prominent riflers in the West, had a really, really rough game. On the other side though, Du, 1.88 for him was pretty incredible, and Shui 1.5, and I think with Du's 1.8 and his second place finish on map number 1, it probably makes him the MVP overall for the series. He was fantastic.
Yeah, he really was. And yeah, you got to tip the hat a little bit here for AG, just because I was really, really excited to see what this team could do. I know there was so much talked about them, you know, leading into the tournament for the Summer Championship, and boy, oh boy, have they really fulfilled that destiny. But look, I mean, yes, they're in the playoffs, but it doesn't mean everything's over yet. It is still for them to fight their way for the next couple of days, where for people that are not aware, I mean, now after today, the format's going to change where it is down to the 4 teams, and that does mean it is going to be best of 5. So it's longer roads, maybe not, but it's not best of 3s anymore. So there's a bit more opportunity for teams to kind of get those maps as an upset.
It's very, very true. It's very, very true. It looks like things are getting set up for an interview over on the stage in just a second. And, you know, for us looking back at that series, AG, I don't really know how teams are going to find a way to shut this side down in towards playoffs. I mean, in best of 5s, there's a couple of maps which are going to be slightly weaker. You know, obviously the Perma be in Mexico, but there's going to be other areas where you can maybe find openers coming through. But at the end, result pretty one-sided. 10-5, 10-6. At least wasn't the 10-1 against Evolution Power, so they had bits of competition in towards those maps. But for 3BL, unfortunately, they were outclassed here in this series. But I think the one positive you can say is that, yes, they were outclassed, but so was everybody. So it's not really, you can't get too upset with that if you're 3BL. Nobody's been able to scratch the surface of CHENGDU Wargamers, because that's just how good they are.
That's just how good they are, but no surprise here. I mean, it is going to be Du as the match MVP and putting himself at 1,400 damage with a 1.88, you know, KD ratio. I mean, again, the guy, you know, if he's off, he's still like a top 4 on player.
Yeah.
You know, if he's playing really well, he's #1. So
exactly,
he was just able to manipulate the server. He was able to run around. He just played his role to full effect. And it was maximum effort, and Du once again gets himself another MVP because it ain't his first.
Yeah, exactly. Looked great. I mean, just shy of a 1 kills per round as well. It's pretty sick for a sniper. So I mean, it has to be said, really, really talented guy. Looked so damn good all the way throughout, and I think. Yeah, teams are going to have to try and find a way to shut this guy down, run through a couple of the highlights from him as well throughout this series, but a difficult man to shut down, to slow down, and a couple of real highlight moments. This one in particular, little 3K on the site to really slow them down. I mean, if we have Du playing this sort of lights-out form in towards the playoffs, teams are going to struggle, right? Teams are really going to have to find a way to shut them down. I think I'm right in saying that does mean it will be them versus Wolf Empire in towards the first game of the best of 5. So that's going to be pretty damn spicy. Wolf Empire have got to find a way to shut him down. Ice Cube, of course, in the side, the sniper there, has been pretty sick, but not quite Du level. He's done an MVP of his own, but nobody's really been able to keep up with Du, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, and I think the other thing for me is, like, we saw the history where, you know, for AG, they played Ranking, they played EP, and they played Vasco. So there's been a couple maps where it's been really, really close, but I guess it is going to be the question of whoever makes it through the playoffs is going to be the determination. But you know what? We're going to do the interview. That's going to be it for us right now, so we'll see you in a little bit. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hiện tại tôi đang đứng dưới tôi là MVP của trận đấu, Du. Và Du có một vài câu hỏi mình muốn Du chia sẻ về quãng thời gian khó khăn của mùa thi đấu thứ 23 được không? Làm cách nào để All Gamer có thể vượt qua được cái giai đoạn mùa thứ 23 đầy khó khăn như vậy?
23年到现在有了些什么改变？现在有这么强大的战队，是有些什么改变？你可以分享一下吗？
最大的改变就是我们队伍退伍了2个人嘛，然后加入了2个新人，可能更加有新鲜血液一点，就是更加有冲劲嘛。
Đội bọn mình thì có một cái thay đổi lớn nhất, đó chính là đã bỏ đi 2 người và thêm vào 2 người mới. Thì điều này cũng phần nào đã giúp cho đội hình của mình mạnh hơn và mình cũng rất tin tưởng vào khả năng của đội mình.
Vâng, và với việc là All Gamer đã vào được playoff thì Du muốn gặp đối thủ nào nhất trong vòng playoff?
Playoff 比赛你最想跟哪个战队比赛的
？Wolf 吧。
Đội mình vào vòng playoff thì bọn mình muốn nhất chính là đấu với đội Wolf của Việt Nam.
Vâng, Wolf Empire. Vậy thì câu hỏi cuối cùng, Du có muốn nói một lời tuyên chiến nào trước đối thủ Wolf Empire không?
你对越南 Wolf Empire 有什么宣战吗？
没什么说的，就赛场上见吧。
Hiện tại thì bọn mình chưa có gì để nói, nhưng mà mình muốn nói rằng là đợi lên sàn gặp nhé.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn Du về những cái màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi. Trận đấu thứ 2 của chúng ta đã kết thúc. Và xin quý vị các bạn đừng đi đâu cả, vì trận đấu thứ 3 sẽ được bắt đầu trong ít phút tới thôi.
非常开心能来到。
Gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas eh. Kasi parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami naging professional crossfire player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa crossfire.
Ito.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung crossfire. And ayun nga, ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko crossfire player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami, mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Hello Crossfire Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advance to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifier. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS major tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
闪身出来了以后4杀到手，微笑这个位置他必须要出来捡包的，单局5杀念旧。闪光，一个打2个打3个，
了，大坑没有人 ，A1 两个人正好是贴墙的。有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。
反杀到手，正面艾特上来，脚下球到了4个，又是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有一个，这边又是一个残血4杀。
Garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante o ponto e a vitória, 2-0. pro time da Imperial que está na grande final.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my goodness, my headset's very, very loud. That's exciting, isn't it? As we get ready to go into game number 3 of the day of the CFS Summer Championship 2024. And yeah, I have to say, unfortunately, this matchup maybe doesn't matter hugely for either of these two teams because both teams have already been eliminated from the tournament. But we'll crack on into it anyway and see how things go in this one. But yeah, Sneaky Frog, you're back on the desk, feeling good, feeling pumped. Last game of the day for you, so
I think I've kind of accepted my fate of just Macta losing the early series because it was a quick one. You know, at least it wasn't like a long, grueling series where I have hope. And then at least they kind of dashed it there. So yep, it is going to be that first series, Imperial versus Pacific Macta, going 2-0. AG, of course, 2-0 and 3BL. That was an expected result.
Right.
And we are now having BaiSha versus LCK. A game, realistically, just like how we said it, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for BaiSha that things have worked out the way that they have, but I guess they've got only themselves to blame. This is
That's true.
Crazy, right? When we consider that they're the team that won CFGI this year, they obviously won this event last year as well. They won CFS Grand Finals. Oh, sorry, they didn't win last year. They came second to AG last year, but they won CFS Grand Finals last year. And they were very much expected to be a heavy favorite in this event alongside all gamers, and they have definitely not lived up to the expectations with regard to that. LCK, obviously on their side of the coin, we didn't really have the same expectations around them as we did for BaiSha. We were kind of hoping that they might be able to get themselves a position into the playoffs, you know, sort of sneak through in second place, something like that. But that is very clearly not going to be the objective anymore for LCK. They're 0-3. There's just no chance. But yeah, I guess the big thing for LCK here is if we want to build a bit of a quote-unquote point to this match is probably for LCK just trying to get a win on the board at an international event, right? That would be something at least to take away, to take home and to go through into the Grand Finals later on this year with as some kind of conversation point. Whereas if they go 0-4, I mean, no one's going to necessarily be like too upset about that because I think, again, that's kind of in line with expectations for this roster at this event. But, you know, at a certain point, they're going to want to start getting some wins under their belt. And a wounded BaiSha, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say which BaiSha kind of turns up today. So maybe there's a chance for LCK.
Yeah, maybe the pressure is off for the side of BaiSha to perform in this tournament. Granted, it is AG's tournament, right? They've won it time and time again. You can kind of call them like CFS Summer Merchants at this point. But I would say if LCK does get a win, it is going to be huge for them and their confidence going back into the CFWL. But in my opinion, I think it's already a good showing by them, right? Considering it is their first time in this tournament. They took a map off of Imperial. Yeah, they took a map off of Imperial, which is now the first seed of Group A instead of Wolf Empire.
Right.
And they took a map off of Wolf Empire as well. So in my opinion, I think it's a good showing for a first time here.
Yeah, look, we've seen some good stuff, I thought, from LCK. The issue is obviously just they haven't been able to bring it consistently enough. That's true. You know, there's been very, very good maps in a lot of cases. Individuals have definitely stepped up. I thought Dezane has been having a fantastic tournament individually as well. Feels like every single map that he plays, he's been doing really well in. So, you know, there's definitely some positives to kind of take away for LCK, but obviously on the other side of the coin, you know, you're still 0-3 in the group, so you kind of have to take that as it comes and recognize that maybe that's not a great result overall, but that may change today. BaiSha have definitely been quite shaky. I don't think I've ever seen BaiSha look this bad in the modern era of CrossFire. They would be very, very surprised to be in this position to not be making it out of the group stage, and honestly, that kind of throws the playoffs into disarray, really. I'm not sure what to make of this tournament anymore.
That's true.
I think predictions-wise, you can throw it all out the window because it feels like most games have been unexpected winners, if not massive upsets, and that seems to continue through the group stage, even into the final day today.
Yeah, I even made a post about it, like this could be one of the best CFS events in a while, considering there's only one Chinese team actually playing. So yeah, we are going to have the introductions very, very soon, but it seems like BaiSha Gaming, they're just warming up in their respective seats, but we are going to have BaiSha Gaming. There it is, BaiSha Gaming on our screens. Obviously a team that we expected to get out of this tournament in, I guess, more dominant fashion, but unfortunately they didn't show up to the plate. Even N9 actually made a post in Weibo, or I forgot, is it Weibo? Yeah, it is Weibo, that of all the 10 years in this tournament, this has got to be the worst that they actually played. And 577 was kind of sharing the same sentiment as well. He was like, I could have hit more shots.
Right.
You know, I could have done this or I could have done that. You can see the regret on the side of BaiSha, but hopefully it doesn't haunt them today, because yesterday's games, CZY was actually back in action. Problem is, the rest of them disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know about you. Actually, this is my first time casting BaiSha at this event, so I haven't really had much of a chance to actually comment on this roster all that much. But for me personally, and that's actually reflected in the statistics as well, I always look towards 9 and Xiao. I think 9, for me, you know, I know you were maybe saying you thought ZY was probably the top rifler in China. For me, I'm a bit more of a fan of 9. I think he does a lot for this team. I think he's a real superstar, and when he's on, in my opinion, he's the best player in the world. Xiao, you know, you can make your debates about who's the top AWPer in China, but he's definitely up there alongside Du. I'm a big fan of Xiao, so for me, those two are like the core of this team, and if they're having a decent day, you really only need one of like Baby, 577 or CZY to have a reasonable performance, and then that usually is enough to get BaiSha over the line. But I don't know, it just seems like it's been a bit wishy-washy from BaiSha at this event. I don't really know what to make of that. Everyone's allowed an off event, but I think when you're BaiSha, when you're one of the best teams in the world, and when you're in a position to potentially just run away with an entire year of international events, this is really a disappointing performance. But either way, enough about BaiSha, let's talk LCK. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I guess talking on LCK, has it been a performance that they will be happy with? I think it would be a resounding no. If you would ask these guys, have you been happy with how things have gone at this event? The answer would undoubtedly be no, but at the end of the day, there are going to be some takeaways that are going to be positive, and hopefully those can be translated into the CFS Grand Finals later on this year. I think there's no doubt, really, that LCK will be one of the heavy favorites from the West League to make it through there. Obviously, there's some qualification tournaments still to play in and get through, but at this point, LCK will be one of the front runners alongside 3BL, and so they, I would hope, are going to be able to take some learnings from this event and come back stronger later on in the year.
Yeah, for sure. I think it wasn't the best showing from Lionclaw last time in their last game, in their last series, so maybe he could do a little bit of a bounce back. You know, if the pressure is off for the side of LCK, it's not even them possibly getting into the tournament. Maybe, you know, they're going to try stuff out against BaiSha, see what sticks and see what doesn't. But yeah, we're going to see in the stats, of course, Design has been having a hell of a tournament despite the results that they did get. Spoxy is having a hell of a time as well. Raffin, Flex, and Lionclaw were kind of lagging behind. But yeah, I mean, if LCK, it's kind of like the polar opposite, right, of BaiSha Gaming, where BaiSha, when they lose, is a disappointment. LCK, you know, it's not much experience for them, so you know, they kind of, any result at this point would be them overshooting here. But yeah, I mean, LCK, I'm already looking forward to what CFWL is going to look like after them just gaining experience here in Vietnam. If it's still going to be them in the semis and the finals and or quarters, because you know, Unknights can be quite the enemy because they can crawl into the playoffs at any time and surprise anyone.
It's true. I think there's a couple of other teams there that could cause a little bit of a ruckus in the West League, but that's a conversation for another day. Now we have to touch on BaiSha and LCK. Their map pools here looking, you know, somewhat similar in some senses, although Mexico maybe not going to be coming through there for BaiSha, but map pool-wise, they seem to be relatively aligned, so it's unlikely that there's going to be a world where either team really walks away from this veto hugely disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, most of the maps that BaiSha plays, also LCK actually plays kind of, this is like similar to Macta, where they're kind of running into the same problem with BaiSha, where every map that they play, they're also good at. But of course, you do have the key players. It is going to be N9 and Design. N9, of course, not the best showing yesterday when it comes to his games. He's had better series, is that for sure. But Design, man, I mean, despite all the losses, he's having a hell of a time in terms of the frag department.
I guess, yeah. I mean, look, I think this is actually a really good graphic, right? You know, and it's going to be difficult to match up against 9 at the best of times, definitely. But actually, looking at the numbers, So far, it's looked a little better for Dezane in terms of his output at this event so far. I don't know that that's necessarily going to continue after this game, because I expect this is going to be a pretty tough one for LCK. But we'll see what the map pool is going to look like. I mean, if we get onto Compound, especially, that is a map where I think Nine really just takes over the game and kind of runs away with things. Like, for me, he's the guy that just can, for whatever reason, always pull out crazy, crazy numbers on that map. And I'd be expecting to see it actually from BaiSha as well. It's unlikely to be one that will be banned from LCK, so they should be able to slide their way in on it.
Yeah, I mean, before this event, I had this opinion actually with Subbase and Subbase and that Port and Compound, where they have the best defense on that map actually. And yeah, I would say it is going to be a tough time if ever they do get on that Compound side, especially when you have to deal with that GR side. Look at the predictions, of course. It's all Sharks.
I don't think we saw a one-sided prediction all event until today. AG getting all of the predictions over 3BL earlier, and then LCK not getting a single one here against BaiSha. So that's, yeah, look, it's pretty telling, obviously, as to how we expect this match to go. But I don't know. Again, we obviously have to reiterate that we did these predictions prior to the start of the event. And would there be maybe one or two people that would be keen to take a punt on LCK in this matchup, knowing that BaiSha have been a little bit more wishy-washy so far?
Nah.
I don't know that it would necessarily convince me. I think I would still go into this one predicting BaiSha, but if it were to ever happen, if it was ever going to be a world where LCK was going to beat BaiSha in a series, it would be today. Like, this is the potential. This is the time for that to happen, right? So LCK gonna have to sort of take it and run with it and hope that they can manage to make that happen today.
Yeah, for sure. I think it kind of depends on what version of BaiSha you're gonna get today, right? I mean, if we get the yesterday's version of BaiSha, I think they're still gonna struggle. You know, you have CZY who could probably 1v5 the entire map, but still, yeah, all signs are still pointing in towards the side of BaiSha at the moment. However, LCK maybe they can pull some numbers here on some of the maps, but most likely no is the answer. But I mean, if the expectations are rock bottom, I mean, maybe they can prove us wrong.
Yeah.
But if BaiSha go in today, I feel like they're gonna go in today with the frustration that they had yesterday, and they might bet it out on LCK, man. I kind of feel bad.
So let's just quickly touch on it, because 9th to 10th place is 5 grand, 7th to 8th place is 8 grand, and 5th, 6th place is 12 grand. So there is a bit of a monetary difference between these placements. And if BaiSha would go 2-0, they would overtake Pacific Macta and take 3rd in their group, so they would finish 5th, 6th overall. So that would be a pretty hefty little jump from them. And if LCK, for some reason, were able to 2-0 BaiSha today, they would be equal on the win-loss differential. So maybe there would be a world where they can jump up a little bit as well. We'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look at the map picks, though. And Kara, the first ban, going to be going away. Eagle Eye, that's out of the picture as well. No surprises there. BaiSha don't really want to go towards that one.
Probably going to go Port or Compound map 1. There
Compound,
you go.
I'd say map 2 here will be the pick from BaiSha.
They can go Subbase, honestly.
True.
I mean, that's another map where they have a really good, Compound there. They're going to play it safe. They're playing it safe, yeah.
Subbase could be the decided map, though. I think both teams pretty happy to sort of lean into that one if necessary. You'd probably want to be avoiding a Black Widow against a BaiSha, but it is going to be BaiSha that will have the choice between Black Widow or Subbase, and I feel either of those maps is a pretty decent choice for them.
They don't want to lose today, that's for sure. I mean, banning out the Black Widow, making sure that LCK does not have any comfort in map number 3. So just like how we said it here, Jordan, we are going to go into Subbase for map number 3. Port's going to be interesting, of course. You don't really see BaiSha play this map a lot in the CFPL. I think it's more about the enemies just picking Port against them, but still it's a pretty high win rate from their side, in all honesty. So yeah, let's see if those wins actually rubbed off on this team. To be specific, they're 4 wins and 1 loss in between Season 23 and Season 24 of this map. So win rate like 63% on GR. That is crazy. And this is what I was talking about, man. I mean, as much as it hasn't been the best event for the side of BaiSha, you still have the expectation of them having the best defense in the world.
Right.
And hopefully LCK can hang on, because there's a lot of fans watching from their side.
Yep, that's for sure. I mean, hopefully for BaiSha that they can hang on as well. I think when you talk about the fans hanging on and watching, there's probably going to be quite a few unruly BaiSha fans after their performances at this event so far. But either way, whether they win this or not, I'm not sure that that's really going to make amends in the eyes of the fans. But let's jump into it and see how Port goes here. BaiSha will be kicking things off on the GR side, and immediately LCK straight into mid, looking to work towards A.
Yeah, just a very basic A execute. Most of them are going to come from Catwalk A. And we already know when you get Catwalk A, that is where most of the setups is going to come from, especially when it comes to the top A side. And Raffin already taking a chunk of damage because of that HE coming in from Xiao. And Xiao, let's testing out, man. Xiao, what version are we going to get today? Spoxy getting the better of him for now, but still there is 577 coming in from the sideline claw with the headshot. CZY somehow tanks 3.
Okay.
How does he do that?
Well, that's the CCY that you were talking about we were getting yesterday, and it seems like he's had his breakfast again today. This should be a pretty easy cleanup. Spoxy stuck behind the box. There's nothing you can really do there with an Orm. And I was looking a bit shaky for a moment there for BaiSha, but in the end it will be wrapped up quite nicely. Pretty fast round out the gates. LCK are not messing around, or at least they're not trying to mess around. But
he looked like 7-7 for a second there. The man that's getting shot by 3 people and he still doesn't die. I mean, I guess he's the tank of the team. Maybe he wants to take the brunt of the damage first, but it seems like it is just going to be a bit of a different default from the side of LCK. Instead of focusing on towards the mid side, they're going to try to catch anyone pushing through the smoke. And N9 going to get pelted at the start of this round. And he actually got hit by the AWM, so he's already down all the way to 26 or 20 HP. Bit of a calm round, honestly.
Yep.
For LCK compared to earlier. I think they tried to catch him off guard, but I mean, BaiSha, like 3 members were caught off guard until CZY came.
That's right. I mean, this is the danger of BaiSha. I mean, traditionally they're a team that you can kind of look to any of the members to really have a big game, big moment. It hasn't necessarily been the case at this event thus far, but there's still a lot more that they can show us, I dare say. 9 pushing forward on long and putting a lot of faith in Xiao's Orm, especially considering he's quite low on HP here, but no push in that direction from LCK just yet. 1 minute left on the clock or so. And they're going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on. They don't have any warehouse control, so to clear that out first, and it's going to cost them some time. It's going to cost them maybe some bodies as well if CZY is going to face. He's opted not to.
That's a good angle. That's a good angle. Unless someone sticks to the wall to the right. Okay, there you go. He inched up a bit. So who is going to check CZY first? Good flash coming in, but he gets fully blinded on site. Design is going to get another one. How has this happened? Happened in one fell swoop. 577 making sure that they still have control of lower B side. Spoxy not hitting the shot on N9. 577 start to activate as well. And Design already on low HP. Great spray control here for 577. It's a 1v1. Flex versus N9. The battle of the minds. The battle of the IGLs.
Yeah, well, N9, he's not the type of player to typically lose these, but Flex looked fantastic on this map yesterday. Probably the pick of the bunch for LCK, so maybe you can give him the benefit of the doubt. And he's also mind-gamed it quite nicely to go over toward the A site. 9, though, just spotting him out. And 10 seconds left here. Flex is going to have to really get a bit of a wriggle on. He decided to take the fight instead, and talking about the battle of the minds, that's a ballsy play from Flex. If 9 just slows it down and does nothing, he wins the round, but gets baited into it, and Flex wins the very critical fight.
Yeah, and that's been the bad thing about BaiSha Gaming for the past few days, right? They're chasing fights that they don't have to take, and they're getting punished a lot, and especially up against Imperial, man. I mean, Imperial was playing with their feelings here in their series, and they kind of caught BaiSha Gaming being a bit too confident with their positioning. But it's a good old default once again from the side of LCK, avoiding that top A position as much as possible, in all honesty. So if Xiao is going to notice that no one is going in towards long, that means 577 can file back in towards mid or in towards B to try and help this defense.
Right. Well, Spoxy had a lot of success in that first round. Won that AWP duel, and now he's spotted 577 crossing to the box as well.
They're going to spam him.
Xiao might try to do something about it. He's gotten a tag onto Lion Claw, and that has actually been enough to scare LCK off. Where do they go from here?
Bit of an overreaction, honestly, from BaiSha to rotate immediately. And Nine's back in B, so... Is it just going to be a re-hit from the side of LCK? Seems like no, it's a B split, I think. So Flex is going to come from mid. And the rest of the squad is going to go into B warehouse. If he does die in mid, it's fine because the entire team is distracted because of his presence. But still, I mean, you have to go through N9 and CZY here, and CZY is no longer the CZY that we know.
Oh, similar position for CZY this time around, but Baby grabbing the kill into mid, and info there early for CZY. It won't matter. Raffen good for 2 on the entry. Will once again give LCK the sight. 577 is going to be the player wrapping around the back. And LCK putting on a pretty good performance so far today.
Yeah, I love the focus on lower B. Honestly, from the side of LCK, fully knowing BaiSha will rotate in towards warehouse. But Spoxy gonna get the snipe. But Xiao, quick with it. Lion Claw spotted on stairs. 2 quick scopes later, and it's a 2v1.
Oy!
One more for Xiao, but can he do it? Is he back? Is he back? Misses the shot, hits the Colt. Goes back to the sniper, and that's the Xiao we know and love. Finally, he's back, but I know it's a bit too late, but it's just nice to see him being back in form.
Yep, that is the Xiao that I've been watching for the better part of 12 months now. And given just a couple too many opportunities there, takes the round away for BaiSha. I got to be honest, though, the way these rounds are playing out, I do still have some concerns around BaiSha. Like, the 2 rounds that they've won have come down to a big individual play. First from CZY holding on to the A site, and then from Xiao clutching out in the 1v4. Spoxy gets in there aggressive and will be helped out by Dezane, who's found 2 on the entry, but CZY back to his best. Will clean up a couple. C4 has now been dropped, and Flex is tasked with a 1-on-2. This is a high-octane game so far, and CZY not shying away from the fights. What I will say there, obviously continuing that point, is that a lot of these rounds that BaiSha are winning are coming off the individual moments, and actually LCK finding pretty good entries generally onto the sites, puts them in good positions. So, you know, it's not a super consistent way to win rounds if you're BaiSha, but so far they are still winning them.
I mean, if that's the way to go, might as well do it again. I mean, CZY, I like that they're putting him in more active positions instead of just watching the entrance of warehouse, because I feel like he doesn't do the best on that part. Flex catches both Baby and N9, so it's up to the hero. CZY flashed out. Oh, he still spots one? What a pre-fire. I think he was fully blinded. He just knows where to place that crosshair. That's the C4 down. There it is. B-side taken. Spoxy, how have you hit that? Xiao was pre-firing through the smoke, saw the muzzle fire in time. Yep. And CZY, I think he's going to move a bit forward. It's going to take another Herculean play from him, but he gets spotted in the edge of the smoke. And 577 is going to try the exact same thing. Doesn't get the double spray, and a good response from the side of LCK.
Yeah, LCK really bringing the heat in today's match. BaiSha are still looking shaky as well, I have to say. So, don't know yet which way this matchup is going to go, but really wouldn't be altogether too surprised to see LCK picking up a map. Maybe even Port. They're doing pretty well so far on the Blacklist side, and can get to maybe 4 rounds, then they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you don't usually look at Port as more of a BL-sided map. You always point at it on towards the GR side.
Yep.
So it's kind of nice that they already got to this early in the game. But of course, side of LCK still has a big mountain to climb. As BaiSha Gaming, you have to figure them out at least 8 more times before you do get that dub. But fully knowing them, especially in the head-to-head, in the aim duels, I mean, BaiSha is just that good that they can just win it out again and again and again. But still, pretty slow round from the side of LCK. Just a bit of poking and prodding going on in and around the map, trying to get some damage through the wooden doors. But nothing is realistically happening. I mean, LCK, they're just hanging back, waiting for anyone to overextend from the side of BaiSha. But I think the control from BaiSha, as of now, they just want to control their side of the map.
Oh. Bit of a slower approach from LCK. Honestly, the faster rounds have really looked quite threatening, so I wouldn't mind them continuing to bring a few of those here and there. I suppose you do have to show in those sort of tempo changes every now and then just to keep your opponents guessing, and BaiSha certainly are guessing at the moment because they've rotated an extra player over toward A, given mid up completely, and LCK have read into that perfectly. They're going to take some really crucial space, cut the map in half, maybe even catch Baby on his way back over. Xiao's there as well, and in the meanwhile, 577's been able to pick up a kill, never mind LCK. They just get collapsed upon by the members of BaiSha, the Sharks circling in the water, and they are in a feeding frenzy now. It's Spoxy, who unfortunately is going to probably have too much to do with only 18 seconds left. He does have the C4. If he would have won a duel there, maybe could have gotten back into the B bomb site, but
yeah,
wishful thinking.
It's kind of mind-blowing half the time, the peeks that Xiao does and somehow works. Especially when he's on, he just ego peeks you the entire time, and especially when I'm in. If I was Xiao here and I'm this caliber of sniper, I would be this ego-y as well when it comes to my shots. But there it is. I mean, 2-4, BaiSha Gaming. Baby doesn't want to deal with Flex as of now, so he's going aggressive in mid. He's got Lion Claw as well. Spoxy trying to respond, but he's down to 1 HP. He does get Baby, but this is not an even trade at all for the side of LCK. 577 getting tagged, but it was through the fence, so he's going to be fine for now.
Yeah, maybe the gig is up. The jig is up for LCK. They've started the map really well, and they look super competitive in it so far, but just getting the sense that the deeper we go into it, the more comfortable BaiSha are starting to look on this GR side, and that scoreline's kind of starting to balloon out a little bit, particularly if this 4-on-3 gets converted and we go to 5-2. You know, Xiao's looking pretty solid, CZY especially from day 4 to day 5. Doesn't seem to have skipped a beat. So hanging in the balance for LCK, but the next couple of rounds are going to prove quite imperative for their chances in maybe not just this map, but also this series. 577 watching on that line is going to be dealt with by Dezane. So we are back to a 3-on-3 with BaiSha all committed toward the B side of the map. It may not matter if CZY can drop the C4 like that. Dezane helped out by Spoxy, but 9 is there, doesn't land his shots. In the meanwhile, though, Xiao is putting in work. Sniper on sniper action as Spoxy will bring it back to the 1-on-1. And Xiao round the corner with the Colt will lock it down again. Another nice clutch. It's just not quite coming together for LCK, despite them really putting it close.
Yeah, that's just the reality of it, right? When you're going up against BaiSha Gaming in their full force, you have Xiao that you have to deal with. You have N9. Granted, they did miss his first shot. But at the end of the day, still BaiSha Gaming.
Yep.
CZY is playing amazing this time, but yeah, I guess LCK, that's a bit too much for him. It's not even a good game for Baby. I mean, Baby did get the double kill. 577, Dustin Stellar at the moment. And N9, you know, he's trying to catch up on the scoreboard, but the story has been about CZY and Xiao at the moment.
For sure, for sure. I mean, it is a GR-sided map, I guess, so LCK can still take some solace in that fact. That if they can maybe just get one more round here, then it'll definitely be workable in the second half. Particularly with Spoxy looking quite solid at the moment. Might be able to give him the benefit of the doubt over toward A. Flex also. So those are actually probably the two key players that you need firing when they do move over to the GR side. You can run the double orb for LCK with those two members.
Spoxy really trying to catch someone out of this position. Does get the pre-fire, assuming 577 is going to turn the corner, but no is the answer. Flex, Lion Claw, Raffin, Design. The entire squadron is going to go in towards that mid side. So they're going to attempt to go for a full push in mid, then maybe go through A or B, depending on what's happening. 577, that's a 1-for-1. Lion Claw getting the kill. CZY with the spray, gets Design. Can he get the third? Nope. N9 is going to steal from him. Flex. The trade is a bit too late from the man himself, but the last player left alive. C4 is down. If he picks it up, he's going to be heard. So Baby is just waiting for the inevitable rotation, and Xiao has the angle, and a very, very quick 6-2, honestly. They don't even look
It's definitely been one of the faster maps that we've seen at this event so far, hasn't it? LCK are bringing in quite a quick style on the Blacklist side, and BaiSha are not sort of shying away from any of those fights either.
That's true. I like that BaiSha does not look happy at all. They wander around, they're like, it's the same face. I think they just want to get the series done and over with, honestly. There we go, and 9 with the first kill. Spoxy is out of the picture. That means the sniper is gone. Flex might have to pick it up. No, he's gonna stay with the M4. They're looking for Baby in mid, but Baby is all the way in the spawn side. So BaiSha playing it safe. I think they're just flipping a coin. They're like, all right, flips heads, we go aggressive. Flips tails, we don't. It seems like we're gonna flip tails for now.
Listen, if I'm LCK and it comes down to a coin flip in a match against BaiSha, I'd probably take those odds, you know, 50-50. That sounds pretty good, actually.
Isn't there a science about that? That head has like a bigger chance of like landing?
Is it like slightly heavier? Tails is like slightly heavier, so it like maybe lands
52.
1 in like 1,000 times more often on Tails or something. I think you might be right. Maybe it depends on what kind of coin as well. Like, is an Australian $2 coin the same as a, I mean, you know, a €1 coin, for example, in whether or not it goes heads or tails? Probably not. Someone should do some research. Sounds riveting, honestly. Flip a coin 10,000 times and see what happens.
I do not. The researcher that has to do that, man. That guy has to have a lot of time, that's for sure. But there we go. Raffin crawling on in. CZY in the exact same position that he was earlier. It didn't really work for the past few times because the flash just keeps on hitting him. Yeah, Flex is in the flash. CZY's blind. Wow, what a good lineup from Flex. Throws it all the way from court. And N9 doesn't get the second spray. Baby catching one fallen. Xiao gets the kill, and that's the C4 down, my friend. Why didn't you stay in B site and just type the magical numbers? I do not know.
Well, too little too late now. Although that big swing might just give Flex a chance back into this round. 577 is dashing around the corner just on a timing. He's spotted Flex out now as well. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, this one feels unwinnable for Flex. Unfortunately, he has just been swindled.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely swindled.
Easiest shot of his life, too.
Super dominant first half from BaiSha.
Just like I said it, man. Maybe they just want to get it down and or get it done and over with in this tournament. And CZY, you can see his face 4 times here in most kill, headshot, ADR, and multi-kill. Baby with the assists, and of course, it's always Xiao who's on that survival picture. He's been surviving, that's for sure. If Flex, though, punishing the push here from CZY, so that's an important piece of the pie already out from the side of BaiSha Gaming.
Ain't over till it's over, though.
That's true. I mean, everyone's fragging now.
And everyone has the capability of just popping 2 or 3 heads in quick succession. Spoxy might have been about to find that out, but one of those shots did just go astray. And Flex, exactly as I said, it's the snipers that are able to have the impact here. Flex has been looking really good on this map. He's just hot to trot on port at this event. And has pulled out a great round there to get one more for LCK and at least start the second half on the right foot.
Yeah, I think just like how I said it with the new smokes, you can still have the red name if you're in a spot where the smoke doesn't plume that much.
Okay.
So I think he was in the corner the entire time, and the smoke just only covers bridge, and the plume just slightly, you know, just doesn't go in the position in the side boxes. So he's got that in time. Xiao is now the one down. Flex is now 2-0 in the under bridge fights. Is anyone going to go on the top side of bridge? We might not know.
I mean, this is, I guess, the BL side getting to BaiSha a little bit, right? You're expected to struggle a little bit more, but it's going to be even harder if it ends up being a 4v5. And 2 rounds in a row, that's exactly what BaiSha have to deal with. Double Orm setup, it's the stylistic choice from LCK that they often go with on the GR side of port, and the way that you win rounds when you take the double Orm setup is you get picks. You get picks early in the round, you force the 4v5, you force the 3v5, you take it 1 by 1, and that's working out perfectly right now. So the game plan is being followed by LCK, and BaiSha are sort of feeding right into it.
I don't know. I think Flex just life drained Xiao I'm going to take your powers, but it's only going to work in mid. And everywhere else, I'm going to struggle with it. But, I mean, who am I to talk about him already getting 2 players down and out? But I think BaiSha, I mean, you don't really have to hurry up to be in that much of a hurry to take that mid control, especially Flex is just shooting on pure timing here. He's just probably looking at the top side of his screen, and as soon as a magical number comes out, he shoots, and Lion Claw gonna try to see if he can trade his IGL here. But Baby in prime position, but Lion Claw catches both of them, not looking at him at all, so it's all up to Baby.
It's a little bit more like it from Lion Claw. I've been, I would say, somewhat outspoken about Lion Claw at this event. I think he's been having a bit of a rough run of things in comparison to his usual form. So it's nice to see him with a nice little 2K spray down there, you know, maybe roll back the ears. Maybe more of that to come, and if so, then could LCK be a threat for BaiSha? It didn't really look like it in the first half, but they are kind of plugging away at this second half right now, and 7-4 starts to look a little bit more competitive.
For sure. Now 2 of them have snipers in mid. LCK once again punishing Xiao just over the plume of the smoke. Oh my god. I can't wait for LCK to use that exact same angle when they go back to CFWL, and once the update comes out, the new smoke update. I feel like they could be one of the teams that can really use it to its maximum. But Spoxy and Lion Claw wanting to go aggressive. Good spray from Lion Claw. Where has this come from?
Well, I don't know if it's where has this come from. It's more like, thank God he's back, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's not count this round over and done with just yet. 9 is a bit of a superstar, so is Baby. But Baby for the 1-on-3 feels a difficult task. Minute and a half. He can actually afford to wait here and see if Spoxy will maybe give up his life just looking for some info. Baby seems absolutely aware that Spoxy's up on top of the site and had to shoot. He didn't want to. He wanted to wait a little longer, but couldn't. And so another one will go the way of LCK, and this GR side is looking very formidable now.
I just realized that it has been round after round after round. Every time that BaiSha plays BL side, or at least the case for this game, the timer has never ticked beyond 1 minute and 30. So I think they're really trying to hurry up things here on the BL side, which might not be good because LCK is punishing them accordingly.
Yep.
So maybe you want to slow it down, guys. I know you guys want to finish this game, but...
Potentially, but I would say on the other side of that coin, you more or less know that LCK is going to be playing with this double Orm setup, and one of the ways that you do deal with that is to play a little bit faster. You don't give the Orms time to take those picks around the map. Now, it's not working, I will grant you that, but that may be the thought process for BaiSha here. At the end of the day, they have slowed things down a little bit more in this round and haven't suffered a loss just yet.
Yeah, I like that they're avoiding mid entirely now. Might as well not risk it. But one flash in towards the side of LB and get into warehouse. Maybe they can catch Flex. No, Flex is backed off. Great boost here by Raffin. But are they going to use the exact same flash as Flex earlier, all the way in towards court, blinds the front of sight? It's a very smart flash, honestly, because you don't have to check the front anymore. But Flex in a good position, good crossfire with his teammate Raffin here, as BaiSha Gaming has made their way into warehouse. But no, they're actually going to go Z this time, and that is interesting. Bottom side bridge instead. Why not wrap around, avoid the inevitable crossfire on B side. You only have to deal with Lion Claw.
Challenging Lion Claw, though. Bit of a mistake the way that he's fragging at the moment. He seems to be good for 2 every single round. There's another double kill from Lion Claw, and Spoxy's in with 1 more. This Blacklist side has just fallen to bits for BaiSha. I don't think they've looked competitive at all in any one of these rounds. It's a far cry from what we saw on that GR side. And BaiSha, you know, it's not even now a question about winning this map. It's actually kind of like, can we even stop LCK at this point? Like, this was looking like a sure thing for BaiSha, but that storyline is well gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Zemo does pull a timeout here, because I don't even know what's happening on towards the side of BaiSha, and I don't even think the coach... Yeah, I think he doesn't care, not gonna lie. He's like, all right, guys, we might be cooked. So no time to pause whatsoever for the side of BaiSha. So I think the coach is like, all right, let's just keep the ball rolling in map 1. Maybe we can catch him with something here. The trust in N9 is pretty huge from their side.
At what point does BaiSha just grab themselves one at least? You know, could that be the straw that breaks the camel's back for LCK, that if that momentum just gets stalled, then it gets stalled forever? Yeah, important for LCK to keep that momentum going for sure. No major change-ups in terms of the buy. Still got the double orm set up. BaiSha are going to default back to the A side of the map by the looks of things, and 2 players ready to defend there, Spoxy and Dezane. Probably the 2 standouts from LCK at the event so far, though. It's been Lioneclaw for me. Yep. He'll fall. 9 getting that opening pick, and Baby gets another one. This might actually be the waterfall, the opening of the floodgates for BaiSha as they find themselves an entry onto A. And a big retake now required for LCK. Lioneclaw sort of went hunting a little bit and went down early in the round, and just one entry all that's required for BaiSha.
Spoxy, man, he got shot at least like 5 times before he went down on bridge. He's trying to tank it.
He's just trying to take that risk, you know, trying to pull 1 kill back at least to give LCK a chance in the round, but he's not successful.
Yeah.
And Raffin and Spoxy have a little bit too much work to do here. There are a couple of low HP members of BaiSha, but they'll just swing for the trades, and in the end, it's looking pretty easy for BaiSha to close this round out. So they do get to 8.
Yeah.
And is that all LCK is going to get? You know, they had their time in the sun, but BaiSha's back.
Yeah, Spoxy just gave it to at the end of it. He wasn't even tap walking or anything. He was just like, all right, this is a round for BaiSha 100%. Lioneclaw got absolutely murked in that mid side, and as soon as I think as soon as the top 8 defense is gone and BaiSha is starting to peek exit, I mean that's basically game over, especially how that entry started. So N9 gonna go aggressive in mid, gonna try to grab a kill on design, but Flex here to help his friend. But is he gonna notice? Is he gonna notice? 9 out, and N9's gonna get 1. 577's gonna get 1 as well. So that's Raffin and Design already out of the picture. Flex right behind enemy lines, taking down Xiao. And they are kind of in a sandwich at the moment, but there is still the exit in towards Z. But Flex gonna get chased down in mid-side. I just noticed Flex is actually top ranking for the entire team, 16 and 10.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a gamer on port. There's that much at least. It's been spotted out though, and that's a rough time to lose a player because it's going to bring BaiSha back into the favor for this round. A-side's completely wide open now, so Spoxy's going to have to go back over there and pick that up. But obviously what that does is really splits the sites well and truly in half, and you're kind of relying on an individual to win this round. It'll, in this case, obviously be Lionclaw, who realistically needs 2 or 3 to win this round from. But Spoxy's making a push out on A, taking that risk, and Lionclaw, he's been so good, but this time unable to land any shots. And BaiSha now almost assured a 9th.
I bet Lionclaw blinked. That's my bet there. He blinked at the wrong time, and after his eyes opened again, the man was already fully swung. 577 in with the help of Baby is gonna get it. So 9 and 6. BaiSha Gaming looking like themselves now. Yeah. And yeah, just like how I said, man, I mean, N9 felt bad about not performing this time. 577 kind of posting about it. Evolution power. They got cooked, that's for sure, man. But still, standard is pretty high. But at least BaiSha, maybe they're going to be like, all right, let's just cap it off with a win. Go back home, recoup for Season 25 of CFPL. And get their confidence back, because they cannot play like this, man, when they get back home. That's for sure, because especially against better defensive teams, like, for example, if you have Q9, especially on port, they're the masters of port.
Right.
If you play like this against Q9, BaiSha would have like 4, maybe 3 rounds.
Well, luckily they're not.
Yeah, luckily they're not.
LCK still in it, but last couple of rounds haven't quite gone their way. This, though, the recipe for success is back. Flex getting the opening pick, and that is what led LCK to a real string of rounds on this GR side.
It's refused to smoke mid. There we go. That was ugly by design. Not the best take. Not the best fight. Flex, though, he's always good for 2 with the sniper in mid. Something about it.
Well, he's going to be challenged by 9 at some point later in the round. You'd think a little push in through mid, cheeky timing. That's what he's going to be looking for. Instead, flexes over towards A long, and this is dangerous. Swing should come through. Trade is there. But then again, so is Spoxy. Now here's where 9 has to activate, and he has indeed found that timing onto Lionclaw. Not prepared for the swing from Raffin, but still wins the duel, and that's the 9 effect. That's the 9 factor. And maybe the difference has been made for LCK to drop this round. Spoxy round the corner, needs to find CZY, but his timing is just half a second off, and CZY has been allowed entrance into the B site. He's planting, safe from Spoxy. He spotted him out. The shots are through. It is BaiSha to clean it up. 10-6. It wasn't easy, but they got it done.
Yeah, I think he spotted him through the window actually, as soon as he swung for Warehouse. And there it is. BaiSha Gaming just cleaning it up. No smiles. All right, there's a bit of a smile from CZY. He smirked a bit, but you know. Still LCK, just as expected, you know, kind of just getting run over. Flex, though. I mean, Flex was playing super well in that game. He was catching BaiSha Gaming in mid time and time again, but, I mean, it's not enough. The rest of the squad was kind of struggling.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story for LCK at this event so far, hasn't it? Competitive maps, competitive series, but not really any success. And again, you know, competitive map there. Honestly, like 10-6. Okay, that's a fairly healthy win for BaiSha, but there was definitely moments where it looked like LCK were really coming back into it, and were looking like a dominant force on that GR side, but unfortunately, you know, running a little bit out of steam, and as I've said, it's a bit of a metaphor for how things have been going at this event for LCK. So once again, back to the drawing board, but knowing that Compound's coming up next, and that is one of the best maps in the pool for BaiSha. I think it's a tough ask for LCK to get much more done in this series, but, you know, you can't walk away like super disappointed, because there was really some good moments from LCK.
Yeah, I mean, LCK, you know, just like how I said at Flex, kind of leading the charge for the squad. And, yeah, Design, he was hitting some shots. Rapid, not so much. Yeah, I mean, there were some good moments for the side of LCK. Bit of a comeback happening here in the GR side. But once BaiSha got the handle of things in this game, as soon as they were stuck on 6, and I think it was 8 for the side of BaiSha, and they just got around. Yeah, I think it was pretty much over from there. I feel like the energy was just sapped from the side of LCK.
Indeed. Look, lots more to think about, obviously, for BaiSha. You know, there's another big map coming up, and they definitely don't want to be going out of this event 1-3. So just got to lock in this last matchup, and in a good position to do it. Obviously, you know, I think regardless, it's going to be a pretty disappointing result overall for BaiSha, but it is kind of nice to start seeing some signs of life again from them. Same kind of thing from Evolution Power, honestly. They had their last game yesterday, and it was kind of looking like they were going to be, you know, just whitewashed, really, in that one with how things have been going for them in the event so far. But in this case, you know, right back into the swing of things. And obviously, that's the same for BaiSha at this point, but it's just a little bit too little too late, unfortunately. So, I don't know, man. I think got to look at these Chinese squads and say, what happened? What actually did happen for BaiSha and Evolution Power? Like, we know that they're so much better than what they showed us, and, you know, turning up on the last day is like, all right, well, that's kind of nice, I guess, that you restore some semblance of faith, but at the end of the day, that's like too little too late, so.
Yeah, I mean, CZY, he's got the early game. I mean, Baby was also popping off as well in towards that mid side, and 577. Yeah, he's been getting some good entries. Lionclaw, actually, man. I mean, we were talking about him having a dip of performance in the group stage, but I'm glad that he is getting his moments here against BaiSha Gaming, especially just to kind of go back home and say, hey, I kind of annihilated them in this one round, and not much people can say that.
Yep. Got to give it to a few of the individuals again for LCK. You know, Spoxy Flex, another really good performance on port, but not enough to get it over the line. Yeah. For me, at least it's good to see Lionclaw back a little bit as well.
Spoxy's so good. I feel like he's one of the more underrated players here for the CFWL, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of keep up with the likes of 3BL, but at least when it comes to LCK, I think Spoxy is kind of one of those guys that does get a lot of highlights, obviously. But yeah, 10-6 overall. Scoreline pretty comfortable in the end for BaiSha. 9 at the top there once again. Always expecting that from him. He's a bit of a goat.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I expect with the exception of Xiao. I think Xiao usually is the top of the scoreboard. Baby usually kind of lags back in the KD, but his job is really to just open things up for the side of BaiSha Gaming. So it's not much of a problem for the side of BaiSha of him not really fragging out that much, especially the impact that we saw from the earlier mid-push, eliminating 2 off of the map and giving BaiSha an easier time when it comes to their defense. So yeah, LCK, best of luck here in map 2. Subbase is going to be very interesting considering, I mean, their defense actually looked good in port, and Subbase, I mean, that's more of a slightly GR-sided map, but I've seen some teams actually pull through on that BL.
Compound though, now that we start to think about that one, I would consider 9 the best player in the world on Compound.
That's true.
So if he's already putting in a good performance on port, and we're going into Compound, which is one of BaiSha's best maps, debatably their best map, and 9's the best player in the world on that map, and he just drops like 20 frags plus on it every single time I watch him play it for some reason. I don't know what LCK have got in the tank here. Have they got enough in the tank? Like, they're not a team that shies away from Compound. There's no question about that, but this is like an apples to oranges kind of conversation, right? Going from port to Compound, it's just a completely different ball game, and this is where I just expect BaiSha to like rock solid lock in a 2-0 and make it look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, especially Xiao is hitting his shots, and one of the most important roles in Subbase is that sniper, especially to deny that second mid control. I mean, if Xiao is hitting, you know, those insane flicks and has just been pretty stable with his game, I think he's going to have a hell of a time. And CZY, I mean, if CZY is playing the same, you know, A site is basically locked down, and N9, of course, kind of the anchor of both sides of the map. So I feel like, yeah, it's going to be a comfortable time potentially for them.
Yeah, what you're going to have to watch out for when you're watching 9 is, like, obviously on that GR side, he's someone that likes to get active, he likes to get aggressive, he does sort of push here and there, particularly on Compound. So if LCK, maybe what we saw from them on Blacklist here on port, a little bit of a faster style, I would anticipate or expect that they're going to come into Compound with maybe a little bit of a slower style to try to counteract that if they have been kind of keeping up to date with what 9 likes to do on this map. You know, set up a little bit more default, slow things down, and kind of lock it in. And that is definitely something that they can have some success with. We've sort of seen in the past, obviously, again, Flex and Spoxy, sometimes both of them, Blacklist-sided, Orm. That could work here on Compound if you're going to get that kind of aggression coming out from BaiSha. So I think there's options definitely for LCK, but again, when it comes to this map, I mean, I would say even getting to 5 rounds would be an achievement, in my opinion, for LCK, but BaiSha have been a bit shaky at this event, so maybe they can shoot for a little more.
Yeah, I mean, if we do go into Compound, what I like about LCK compared to any other team in this tournament is they just straight up take container mid. Some of the other teams, they just ignore mid entirely. I was like, guys, this is spot to kind of split the map in half and you know, make it an easier time for you. But maybe I guess they want to play a bit more passive, maybe a bit more, yeah, maybe a bit more reserved, I guess, compared to most of the teams. But from what I've seen, like good Compound teams actually take container mid very, very aggressively. And especially when you have a sniper like Xiao, you can just send it mid and maybe try and catch either Flex and or Spoxy in that situation. So we're possibly going into map number 2 very, very soon. Teams are already looking locked in this one, waiting for everyone to press ready and press start in this game.
Yeah, some high spirits on the side of LCK still, a couple of smiles. Yeah, you know, you got to enjoy it, right? This is probably going to be their last map on stage at this event.
Fierce is like, yo, let me hop on the mouse.
Yeah, give me a crack.
Give me a crack at it.
Sub me in, coach. Wait, I am the coach.
Yeah. Wonder if they could just do that.
I don't know, actually, what the rules would be like.
All right, Alex, if you're hearing me, allow mid-game substitutions.
Mid-series, even?
Mid-series substitutions. Nah, mid-game would be funny. That's for sure.
Mid-game, I don't know if I'm for that.
imagine like CZY is not playing good. They just get him out and get XECC in. That would be hilarious. But of course, we do not do that. We respect the rules of the competition. And CZY, speaking of the devil, already going down mid. So, yeah, that's what I was talking about, man. They actually take mid compared to any other team. I think it was Macta actually that LCK played against in this exact map. Right. And they were doing the exact same thing. And ZYK was suffering, that's for sure, because he kept getting killed in the exact same spot that CZY was standing.
Again, another double orm setup for LCK. Xiao's got his work cut out for him, but very sharp start. We love to see that.
Oh, okay, one for one.
One for one, that's okay. If you're BaiSha, you're pretty happy with that, actually. You've taken a bit of map control as well away from LCK, and Xiao's just, yeah, he's just hanging around here, seeing if he can pick Raffen.
It's like a really messed up game of tag. Actually, almost had a heart attack with Lion Claw there. I was like, no way he's going to get to him. But of course, very quick trades. Xiao messing around in the B side. So I think just Xiao's presence, Xiao's aura, forced LCK back into the B site. So Raffen is going to play servers as well as design. So they're going to be covering curve and that B entrance. So, yeah, it seems like they're just going to make their way into storage B.
Yeah, straight up B bust by the looks of things from BaiSha. They're going to try and just brawl their way in. Raffen, I think, might have spotted them out already, and there's some util getting tossed in that direction. Over on the wrong side of the map, there's Spoxy, and 9... he's just walked in straight past them, but they don't know that Raffen's there. How's Raffen getting all these kills? 9 just almost sort of swindled Raffen in the end, and has brought it back to the one-on-one. Spoxy, once again, is tasked with the clutch, but 9 has barely lost these.
Yeah, I think Raffen was looking for the bigger play. Maybe to take out N9 as well while he was crossing on the site in a bad position, but knowing how fast he reacts, it's very dangerous. Spoxy doesn't get spotted, but the jump peek is going to show up on the minimap. And of course, N9 just swings it. Spoxy looks at his teammates and says, what happened? But it's fine. It is BaiSha Gaming getting that one, avoiding a very dangerous round, honestly. If Raffen didn't draw the attention of N9 there, I think they could have easily won that first round.
Well, BaiSha, one step of the way there towards the 2-0.
Spoxy needs to get into tower. This is not the spot you want to hold. Oh. 2 snipers missing, so they're going to go back off. All right, that's fine. LCK is just aggressively taking those one-and-dones, and as soon as the one-and-done is done, then they just go back in towards that mid side. Play that default.
What? I mean, Spoxy's on. He's on in this series. But even a full-strength Spoxy or full-strength Flex don't seem to be enough to stand up to BaiSha. At least they didn't on Port. They did well enough to get a few rounds here and there and make it look competitive. But, I mean, BaiSha is the current world champions for a reason.
Triple sniper wouldn't be too bad here. But I don't know if LCK can actually pull it off. Because that could be 1B, 1 mid, and 1 in A. Oh, the hand! Oh, it just misses the opportunity. Spoxy could have gotten something. There's a pre-fire in towards the mid side. So they do know that one of the snipers is on that A site. B could be wide open. Design is not looking back at all. And never mind, they're just going to go straight into the A side. Design is going to have to back off. Spoxy still in towards that Z side. And 577 going to go first. I think he does spot Spoxy going in towards entrance A, trying to go all the way around. And 577 going to catch him out in the open. Design with the tap, with the spray. CZY gets hit with the last bullet, but he doesn't have any for Baby with the spray. Can he save this round? And there's already the wrap around in mid. I think Baby should have just sent it in towards site, but I think he was scared that someone is underside of that second floor.
Hang on though, Xiao still alive, 1v3. This is where he does his best work, but he'll miss that first shot onto Flex and falls as a result. So here we are at a 1-apiece scoreline. LCK are definitely not going down without a fight. Working hard in this series, there's no doubt about that. I mean, you got to give them credit, right? Like, there's no winning necessarily for LCK. Like, they don't, unfortunately, have a chance to make it to playoffs. It's very, very unlikely that they go even up a tier in terms of prize money unless they were to 2-0, which is now impossible. But they're not coming into this game and just stuffing around, right? Like they're really taking it to BaiSha as best they can.
I think they're kind of treating it as like a scrim, not gonna lie. And they're trying everything out against BaiSha Gaming. And it would be a very, very nice scrim partner to have. I mean, BaiSha, you could learn so much from their compound, especially on their GR side. But for now, BL push can be coming in from the side of BaiSha Gaming. Baby looking right at Design, and the muzzle fire is going to show itself. Design with the flash, Lion Claw, good response, but Design, Xiao is too quick. Xiao is too quick.
How does he get away with those 2 kills? I don't know, but that is the brilliance of Xiao.
Insane. He took out the second floor player and the guy in Coffin. CZY. He's going to get a bit greedy here. Might want to go back into entrance, but I think he's going to be locked in towards that storage room side. There we go. 577 takes down the first, and the second is going to be out. BaiSha Gaming looking to clean up the rest of this. Yeah, I mean, not much you can do if you're the side of LCK. You got Lion Claw getting the kill, but then Xiao just showed how good he is on that sniper, taking out the Z player, taking out the player going down from the second floor. And yeah, he's got the handle of things at the moment. Triple nade in towards that mid side. And instead of BaiSha actually getting hit by the nade, it's actually LCK who got hit.
Flex again with a chance to open the round up. This time the shot will go just astray. Baby thinking about getting boosted up, but
scary.
It would be wise not to, given the angle that Flex is holding. He's definitely waiting for it. LCK have done their research, but BaiSha are patient enough. But, I mean, this is exactly what I was sort of talking about as well, though. Like, the roles are reversed, though. I was expecting it would be BaiSha on GR side, playing this kind of aggressive style, trying to take those fights, and LCK sitting back on the BL side. You look at this, the battle lines that have been drawn. This is kind of what I expect out of the second half, honestly. But LCK are bringing that kind of aggressive GR side style in this round.
I like that. Why not throw it at BaiSha Gaming, see how they react? And it seems like they react with passiveness. Oh my god. Xiao? Flex had no chance to hit that, man. He only saw a shoulder. Oh, even Spoxy goes down. And Xiao starting to stun both snipers on the other side. But Design is going to try to look for a trade in mid, but I think it's a bit too late here, Jordan. N9 has found a hole in the defense, and Xiao is going to be assigned to clean up the rest of it. Oh, it doesn't press mouse 1. What happened there?
It's not the end of the world, though, for BaiSha. They're into the site, and they are kind of cleaning house now. Design and Lion Claw. Snowball's chance in the hell of this one. Design's very, very low. Wrapping around the back.
Gonna take a miracle.
I mean, he's going to be the bait, really, for Lion Claw, who's ultimately going to have to be the fisherman in this scenario, and hopefully Design can, maybe get 1 on the entry here, and that would kind of help, but realistically speaking, it's going to be way too much to ask. Good trade. But beyond that, Lion Claw stuck behind a smoke. Util still getting tossed in his direction as well. And no avenue of attack back into the site. CZY goes down, but that's about it.
There it is. Business as usual, as we could say. But there we go, 3-1, BaiSha Gaming. Currently chilling at the moment here on Compound, especially they're getting this many rounds on that BL side. Usually teams struggle to gain rounds on this particular side. Flex, so both of them trying to punish each other. Xiao and Flex currently at a joust at the moment. They have been, they have gotten a lot of head-to-head fights in that last map, and Flex is trying to do the exact same here.
Nice little jump spot from Lion Claw. Not really expecting BaiSha to be pushing through that smoke, but he's going to dump himself a nade down there anyway. So no real avail. BaiSha are more focused on taking the mid control. But it's kind of an interesting style that BaiSha bring, with Xiao kind of playing out on the extremities with the Orm for the most part on this Blacklist side. Like, they do seem to leave him kind of to his own devices and then rely on the rifling core to get into the sites. I suppose if it works, it works. And when you've got 9 on the entry, then you're going to take that. He's 5-2 right now. 5-7-7-9. Looking to get into A. but also kind of just going to slow things down here and see if LCK will maybe make a mistake of pushing somewhere, which they do, but they're not punished for. Spoxy gets the info and luckily gets away with his life. Raffin, in the meanwhile, has caught up with Baby. But Flex surely should be going down here, and 9 somehow losing that duel. It's back to 2-on-2. 577 can't get it done, but maybe Xiao. Oh my word. I don't know how LCK gets away with that round. I think a real flop from BaiSha in the end.
Everyone just collectively missed.
Yeah.
On the side of BaiSha. And look at the coach. The coach is smirking. He's smirking. He knew what they got away with. And man, I just appreciate that LCK is just having fun at this point. But BaiSha is trying to finish this one early, trying to get that dinner. But Flex, once again, the exact same position in mid. I noticed LCK doesn't really change up their defense a lot. As soon as they stop pushing mid, they're just going to be like, all right, standard 2-1-2. Flex, you're going to go mid, and the rest of you go to your due positions. And BaiSha having to figure it out again and again and again.
We'll again sing the praises of Lionclaw, who is 7-3 on this map. It's a bit of a renaissance series from him, running that back and showing us, you know, what could have been for this event for LCK. Another opening kill goes the way of LCK. So, job's not an easy one today for BaiSha. They're working for it.
Oh, but Flex, taps are going to go through. No one's going to go that way, though. 577 trying to pick him out. Oh, Raffin. Raffin going to get hard check on box. Flex in the middle of the smoke trying to punish some muzzle fires, but BaiSha Gaming knowing exactly that. They're just going to back off. 577 still here, so Flex is going to punish him. What a mad play here from Flex. He just went through frame. I bet 577 does not expect that at all.
I've been pretty impressed with LCK in this series so far, and they continue to impress. Lionclaw a little bit isolated from his teammates here. This will be a tough one. Gets out in time. Wise decision. Smart move, especially in the 4-on-2. Don't need to be taking that fight. Spoxy locking down another one, and Xiao will need a bit of brilliance to win this round. And honestly, those are the kinds of rounds that I see Xiao winning every now and then, but
yeah,
no chance there.
LCK will not allow it. They're going to play it extra safe just so they can get this round. And yeah, I mean, 3-3. You guys are going back and forth against BaiSha Gaming here. Games are going pretty fast, though. It's only 7-14.
Oh, this is another one of those aggressive rounds out from LCK. 577 going to go swinging straight in the middle. Oh, he's bitten off way more than he could chew. Where's the rest of the team, though? Where's the trades? The cohesion from BaiSha? Not quite there, but they've actually been rewarded for the over-aggression of LCK. And unfortunately, you know, you had the right idea there, LCK. They got the opening pick, but they got a bit greedy.
Got a bit greedy, and they forgot how good of a AK player N9 is. Baby with a good spray. 2 points of the map where aggression has been shown. LCK not expecting it to come in from the catwalk B side. And BaiSha Gaming back in the lead in this blacklist side. Nade's going to come through. Smoke as well. Double nade in towards mid. So they already know that Flex is here. They just got to figure it out what angle he's holding at the moment.
Well, yeah. Raffin going to be jiggle peeking into pillars and not seeing too much just yet, but sooner or later he's going to get that info and hopefully not lose his head for it. The smoke's going to go down. Wants to hold right behind it. He's called for the rotation in from Flex as well. Bolster that B side of the map. Mid's been left completely open. BaiSha, though, look like they just want to go straight through their util. It's going to work out nicely. Flex has gone down.
What a spray on that box, N9. Oh my god, baby. There we go. I think they got into the B side. They could get into the B side. It is a difficult one to clear. Design's already inside, so BaiSha kind of pumped the brakes here.
Yeah, Nice choice, actually.
Great
Got
choice,
numbers advantage. Baby's pretty low. 577 also pretty low. You don't want to be busting into those sites and sort of trying to run down a couple of players. Try to play a little bit more of a methodical style in this one.
Especially how fast the sniper rotates from A to B because of that control storage room, as you guys call it. Bathroom, we call it back home, even though there's no toilet. I have no idea how that.
Sometimes it just be like that, you know. Everywhere's a bathroom if you try hard enough.
True, especially back home.
Oh god,
Sorry.
I don't want to hear the story behind that.
Yeah, I don't want to tell it as well. Don't worry. But
it looks like it'll be a mid to B here from BaiSha, just leaving Xiao again out on the extremity. So in line with the style they've been bringing, and nice flash is going to completely destroy the chances of LCK holding on to this side. That was so clean from BaiSha. Way cleaner than it should have been.
Spoxy, man, just avoided that entrance. Great B-hops, but he B-hops into his death, and 5-3. BaiSha Gaming has the handle of things. 3 rounds for the side of LCK on a side where you should get most of the rounds, but it seems like BaiSha Gaming is too hard to handle, especially CZY is now starting to step up to the plate. N9 back to normal, just like how he said it, man. N9, one of the best in this map, and he is proving exactly this. 8 and 5 with 6 headshots, so only 2 of his shots are not headshots. Flex with a nice kill. He's going to get swarmed by BaiSha Gaming members, though, but N9 is going to go down as well. Great kills by Baby to start things off here, but it's a 3v3. And BaiSha Gaming looking for any other players from LCK that is going to go aggressive, but seems like they're just going to hold for now.
Well, first protocol, Baby, grab that C4. Had a bit of difficulty doing that. I think he missed it on the way past, but goes back for it. Nice and easy. I don't know about this A hit, though. Lionclaw in an advanced position and on an off angle as well. Could well and truly be good for one. Just a bit of a whiff, though. It's going to get the better of him. At least it'll be early information for LCK, and Dezane will be able to set himself up wherever he ends up wanting to go into the window. In that meanwhile, Raffin has pushed his way into mid. He hasn't seen anyone on the rotate out. Yeah, LCK are going to be pretty aware that this is still looking likely to be an A hit.
Yeah, so it's going to be a calm round at the moment. There we go. Xiao with the 1-for-1. They finally get their way into the site, into Coffins. And Xiao with the sniper. He's going to let Baby plan. And he's going to be the cover. He's going to be the second contact, as we say. Baby does go down. Xiao going aggressive. He wants to take down Raffin early, but Raffin has the better angle on him this time. Oh! And he goes climbing up onto Coffins, getting LCK their 4th. He's pretty happy about that.
Yeah, very nice shot from Raffin. 5-4, keeping LCK competitive on this map. I remember what I was saying about how I felt this was going to be a pretty comfortable one for BaiSha. They're generally really, really good on this map, but even still, they're being made to work for it, so it's credit to LCK. Flex again with another good performance in here. 9 and 7 for his squad, leading the kill feed. But the tables turn, obviously, when BaiSha goes on to that GR side. What I will say, though, is Compound's a map where you can get the job done on both sides. So, not impossible for LCK to get this done from Blacklist. They can bring back 6 rounds.
Yep.
Patient approach from LCK. With BaiSha, 2 players set up towards middle with a nice crossfire established. Don't know if I really want to be seeing LCK go in that direction, and instead they do head over towards pillars, so it's a bit of a wiser move.
Smokes are going to go through. And Baby on the other side, but we are just going to see them hopping and skipping in towards back to the A side. LCK just kind of exercising their options here. Oh, but look at this one-way smoke by N9. This is nice. But LCK, they're just going to run back all the way into storage. This is not the decision. Xiao misses by a mile? Not the thing you see often, honestly.
still 9 over toward that A-bomb site. And CZY alongside him. There's a lot of defenders here for BaiSha. This could still go wrong for LCK, but the first shots are not good from BaiSha. In fact, they've really missed a couple of those openers. 577, though, has really made amends for it. Oh, that was a very real possibility on offer for LCK, but there's always another player for BaiSha that can step up in any given moment, and
yeah,
again, that's another instance of it.
If you don't find them in a split second, it's basically game over for you guys. So that's just how it works for the GR side of BaiSha Gaming. Now, back to good old default here from the side of BaiSha Gaming. Not too forward for Xiao this time on that sniper. So instead of Xiao playing storage room, great adjustment from 577. You want to hold that instead with the rifle, especially with how it went in that last time. But yeah, it's going to be all quiet for the side of BaiSha Gaming here. They're going to play it safe.
Yeah, LCK, very much similar approach to the previous round, right? Just have a look out towards A long, then set up in towards mid, see if that's going to be cleared. And once they've got that, now they have their options open to them. Yeah, full mid take. Lots of util. Nade into the A side, just in case Xiao was positioned with the AWP, but not going to see too much. And 9 again. Able to open things up positively for BaiSha. Here he goes for more and does actually get taken down. 577 yet to come into play. That smoke really obscuring his vision, and Lion Claw will put him to bed. Xiao's in there for a trade, but he himself will fall. CZY also looking for it. BaiSha are trying to fight together, but they're not having success. Beautiful round from LCK. Great spacing and great trading. And we'll continue to reiterate that LCK are really making this one a tough victory for BaiSha, if it is indeed to be a victory.
Yeah. Keeping it close, keeping tabs on the BaiSha Gaming side. And what's going to be the adjustment here for their side? So now they're going to go slightly aggressive in towards mid-side. Spoxy catching Baby, but it is a trade for N9. So I think Baby has already done his role in this round. 577 face-to-face with Design, and that is basically game over. Raffin, the first contact did not work. The second one did not work as well. Flex and Lion Claw gonna try to scramble to get back into this round. They do get Xiao. That's one piece of the equation already gone. But there is still N9, CZY, and 577 that you have to deal with.
I mean, I'm not gonna say this is impossible for Flex and Lion Claw. Both have looked really good in this series, and I think at the moment, if anybody's gonna do it, it's probably these two. Rifle for Flex over the Orm for the clutch. So a couple of AKs to get it done. They're making the right moves, though. They're heading towards the B side of the map, and there's nobody over there. I've noticed this tendency a couple of times from BaiSha when they're in like a 3v2 or a 4v3 or something like that. They heavily stack one side of the map. That is starting to change, though, and BaiSha are getting the information that they want. They've sent a couple of members to push in through mid, out from A long, and that's really starting to inform the rotate. CZY holding the angle with the Orm for the cross. It'll be difficult to get into B unscathed for LCK, but even if they do, that fast flank from 577 might just get the better of them. Flex, last standing, but will be dealt with, and 577 is also quietly putting together a pretty fantastic map here as well for BaiSha.
Yep, I think 577 trying to prove that he still got it, and he's definitely still got it after that round. Very fast flank cut in from him. Going into Catwalk B, fully knowing that mid is fully cleared. And BaiSha Gaming 3 away from finishing things off to gain $3,000 more. 4, actually. Is it 4? No, it's 3. It's $3,000 more here.
Yep. $600 each.
$600 each. That's not too bad. That's like a quality lawnmower.
Quality lawnmower. That's what you've come up with.
Yep. I don't know if they have lawns. I don't know if they have lawns there, man.
Wild.
Maybe like a good air fryer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds a little bit more like it.
What else can you buy with $600?
A lot of things.
New monitor? And that 480 hertz monitor.
I tell you what, monitors are actually getting pretty expensive these days.
I saw the commercial earlier. It's like 480 hertz.
Yeah.
Wow. We've gotten to that point in technology already. Would be sick to see a 480 hertz 40 hertz screen used in this game. Everyone is just absolutely cracked. And 9 spotting Flex through the smoke. He used Flex's move on him.
Yep. And 9 knows every trick in the book. He's been around a long time and he's won it all. Maybe it's going to drop, though, towards the B side of the map, and so CZY now has to kind of come filtering across as that anchor player.
Where's Xiao? We need Xiao here, man.
Where's 9? I mean, this is 9 at his best, isn't it? Like, he's just pushing the map all the time. And again, he's going to get in behind LCK before they even really think about it. They do have a player watching it. Desane's keeping a bit of an eye on it, but yeah, timing is just not really working out for LCK right now. And to be fair, why would you ever expect 9 here so soon? It's an easy double for him and an easy cleanup for BaiSha as they get one more, and those sighs of frustration are really starting to pop up more and more and more for LCK as they know their hopes of winning this map have more or less dwindled away.
That's true. LCK probably looking at each other like, why didn't you watch behind? I did. He wasn't there. He just appeared out of nowhere. Instant transmission right behind LCK. And they're now thinking, is N9 just that good? And he is. He is that good. N9 right under Spoxy. Flex catching the muzzle fire through the smoke. 577 out of the picture. So storage A is now available for the side of LCK. And are they going to go with that option? Seems like they're just going to check it for now. And Xiao is going to have a crack at it.
Nine and Baby set up on either side of mid. Haven't really seen much of a push in through mid from LCK. They've really had that tendency to go A long, mid, pillars into B. That's kind of been what they've sort of set up multiple times now on this Blacklist side, and it kind of looks like what they're going to go with again. Raffin's the one with the C4 though, so having them big stack over towards the B side of the map may just be a little bit of a fake for us. Once again, setting up towards middle. I've seen this, yeah, like maybe once or twice from
Vasco.
LCK. CZY, cheeky through the smoke. He's going to be able to grab himself one to equalize the numbers 4 on 4 and get that info early for BaiSha.
Oh, what? All right, N9 is out. Flex, Baby is surviving. He's a survivor.
What?
How has he gotten Flex? No way.
Yeah, that's illegal from Baby. And for Raffin, it puts him in a really sticky situation here. He does at least have the C4 in hand, but he's just going to have to fight his way out. As soon as he looks to try to plant that C4, you're going to see the flood come through from BaiSha. 25 bullets in the chamber for Raffin. Has to try to isolate some of these duels, and it's just too much to ask. Very good patience and fundamentals from BaiSha, as they're now 1 round away from finishing this series off 2-0. And at least restoring some pride for themselves going out of the CFS Summer Championship.
Last round, possibly for the side of BaiSha Gaming. What are they going to decide to do? Double nade mid. Oh, Spoxy is going to tank it. But he's going to realize that no one has pushed container from the side of BaiSha, so they just got some free damage with that HE. So what is going on here? Nades are going to go through. N9 just going to jump on through here. Spoxy. Waiting for the swing. Nades are going to go through as well. But N9, 577, Xiao is very ready for this A-take if ever they do go for it. Smoke is going to go in towards B entrance. But what is the decision made? I mean, Xiao has the cross. There he goes. That's the smoke. Oh, I like it. They finally wait for it to bloom, man. Earlier, they were just running on in.
Well, speaking of running on in, it's now time for LCK to do just that. They're pushing their way forward, and 9, they've seen that before, so they're going to be able to dig that little trick out. But that doesn't mean BaiSha are done yet. 577, absolute menace on the map so far. He'll get 2 before being traded, and that is fine. BaiSha looking good until Lionclaw strikes. Now some screams, now some shouts from the Chinese side of the stage. It's Baby, 1 on 2, and he's dropped the C4. He came up big in the last round. Can he do it again? Not quite. Flex will keep the dream alive for LCK for 1 round longer.
He's a survivor. He's a believer. He's hanging on for dear life. But man, 3 rounds. I've seen teams in worse place get back into the swing of things, but BaiSha Gaming, what are you going to hit them with this time? Considering it was a bit of a waste from their side because they already got Spoxy down to low HP, but then they just couldn't get it done. So it's going to be CZY and Baby most likely in this B site. And Baby, oh, he's spotted by Spoxy. Don't jump again. Oh, he spotted it. There we go. Smoke is just going to go through immediately. Pretty early smoke though by Baby, so as soon as that's gone, B could be an option here.
I wonder if BaiSha push out a B here.
He could.
If it was 9 on that side of the map, I reckon he would do it as soon as that smoke fades, but
he would be in spawn.
Baby and CZY, maybe not so much. They tend to have a bit of a cooler temperament, which is, I think, what you need from a couple of players in this team. Oh, 9, see, I mean, he's pushed out into mid, so he's always going to be someone that's eager to be active around the map and getting a bit of information here. There's not a whole lot happening over to B. There's not a whole lot happening in mid. Where do you think the forces are going to be set up? Well, on the A side of the map. And LCK, I think they've been figured out by BaiSha in this round. It's now just about making sure, as BaiSha, that they can execute on that information. CZY's kind of gone back and forth, but he's still floating his way back over to A. Delaying flash will cost some time. BaiSha are well set up for this take.
Where's Lionclaw going? I think he should just occupy tower now. Oh, Raffin? How have you dodged that? Oh my god, the man is in a Matrix design. He's going to get the headshot anyways. And 9 trying to spray and pray, and he does succeed. Spoxy, pistol fight with CZY. Both of them are missing by a mile, but Lionclaw is going to get N9. Baby going to go down eventually. I have no idea why they weren't looking at long, actually, the entire time. I mean,
just a couple of missed shots from BaiSha in the end, and yeah, I thought they had all the information in the world. They even did spot them on long as well, by the way.
Baby was still jump spotting B, so they already know that there's no presence in B site. So kind of peculiar, but I think it's more about the missed shots more than the macro here. Oh, they're going to push mid. They're going to send it.
BaiSha are angry. BaiSha want to take matters into their own hands. It's a 1-for-1 for BaiSha, though. It's probably not exactly what they were looking for out of that, but they do take mid control. They're going to smoke it off as well and get out of there with a 4-on-4. It's going to mean it will take LCK a lot of time now to clear the map because BaiSha could be anywhere. They could be progressed outside A-long. They could be outside pillars. They could still be in middle. LCK are going to have to clear out all of those areas of the map one by one. But to be honest, they're doing it pretty quickly. No fear from LCK at the moment. They're coming storming back into this map. But they have to do it flawlessly. 9 already for BaiSha. Smokes down as well, keeping them at bay. Not a bad call from LCK to go toward B. CZY is the only player over there right now. And maybe Spoxy can catch him on the peak. That would be a big moment in the map.
And it's a waiting game. Waiting game for now. Lionclaw gonna get Baby, but CZY didn't know that he's around the corner. 577 is gonna get the lurk. Rappin doesn't spot him through the smoke. CZY gets 2. So it's a 2v2. 577 trying to tap it out. Spoxy goes down because of Chow. And Design, I mean, if this is the place, if it's any place in this map to get a 1v2, here it is. But Design's gonna go aggressive this time. Do they expect this? I mean, I think they kind of do. I mean,
yeah.
C4 is not down yet.
Problem is he's only got 20 seconds left to play with here, so as long as he plays aggressive, that's fine, but he's really banking on BaiSha actually pushing the issue, and right now they're not, so may come unstuck. Zane has put it down to a 1v1. Xiao stuck in the corner, will swing for the win. BaiSha have got it done. Another 2-0 today, and unfortunately for BaiSha, that will still be the end of their tournament. But at least they end on a win, and LCK will go 0-4. BaiSha will go 2-2. Both teams not quite doing enough to make it to playoffs tomorrow. But pretty good game in the end there from both teams. I think there's some takeaways definitely for LCK, maybe more so than BaiSha. I think at the end of the day, it's ultimately a massive failure from BaiSha to miss out on the playoffs. But for LCK, the expectations, you know, they were not high at this event. Let's be real, like you're a team coming through from the West League, there's never going to be massive expectations put on you. So even to be showing some pretty good games, a pretty good matchup from them against BaiSha, you will be happy enough with that and use it as a building block going into later tournaments. I think really that's the big takeaway that LCK kind of have to be taking out of this game. But BaiSha, yeah, man, like when was the last time you saw BaiSha miss out on a playoffs, let alone a finals?
Yeah, and it may have not been the best result here for BaiSha, especially not as expected. We expected them to dominate their group, but unfortunately 2 sets later, it didn't happen. But at least they can go back to China with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're like, yeah, this was a bad event from us. I think we need to really kind of fix our play before the next season of CFPLs does start. So it kind of humbles them a bit, in all honesty. So it's not really the fact that they had a pretty much a disaster in this event. They're like, I think we might have just underestimated some of our opponents, and I feel like it's time for us to take everything seriously.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to have a bad event, and I suppose it's better to have a bad event now at the Summer Championship than later on in this year at the Grand Finals. Because again, like this BaiSha roster, you'd look at it on paper and feel like they're probably a team that can consider going back-to-back, right? They won last year, they could do it again. AG, in theory, with a couple of roster changes, might be a little bit weaker maybe on paper. I guess that's not the case, right? They're looking to be the strongest team at this event at the moment with the results that we've seen from them in the group stages. But look, either way, yeah, a lot to sort of go back to for BaiSha, who will be disappointed with this performance, but, you know, not the end of the year, so
not the end of the day.
Got to reset.
Yeah.
And going to CFPL, go into the Grand Finals stronger and better than ever. And I think, like you said, yeah, very good timing for them to sort of have that bit of a rude awakening. And then on the other side of the coin for LCK, well, just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other and continue to focus on the positives, because I know it's going to be difficult as the team coming through from the West League, regardless of whichever way you paint it. You know, it's a super underrepresented region here in CrossFire. It's difficult to make it from that region, and I mean, they're flying the flag pretty nicely. I think 3BL and LCK are the two best-looking teams from the West that we've seen in a very, very long time in CrossFire's history. So they've just got to keep kind of pushing forward and trying to go from strength to strength, as I think that they have over the last couple of years. It's just they've got a lot of catching up to do. That's the big problem. So, yeah, we'll see how they go if they do manage to make it through to the Grand Finals. But end of the day, experience on the stage at an international LAN is always going to be helpful, and some big positives to take away. I thought Dezane had a great tournament. Flex definitely had his moments as well. You know, Lionclaw was a little bit slow for the most part, but kind of came good in this final series. So even he has some good moments to kind of look back on, and that's something that they can use to fuel them going into the future.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I think the CFS qualifiers for China is not until October 18, so they get a bit of time to rest, kind of recoup. Maybe might want to go home, back to their families a bit, just to try and see if they can take their mind off of CrossFire for a bit. You know, that is really important for players, man. You can't just be playing this game 24/7, 365. You're going to eventually do get burnt out. So you want to avoid that burnout as much as possible. And hopefully they do get back stronger in CFS 2024. Same goes for the side of LCK. I bet they learned a lot from this event. In all honesty, especially, they proved that they could kind of hang with BaiSha in port, kind of hang with them in compound. So now I think it's more about them sharpening those two maps and kind of expanding their map pool in the international sense here.
Yeah, interesting to consider as well that the extra slot obviously available from this event into the Grand Finals is going to be a big prize for whichever region does manage to take that away. For China, typically you kind of look at that as being a bit of a given, right? You think, okay, well, it's probably going to be BaiSha, AG in the final. Either way it goes, it's going to be China to take that slot. That's not necessarily the case right now. Obviously, AG holding on to that or flying that flag for their region. We have to wait and see how that next matchup plays to see whether or not it'll be ranking Vasco or 3BL out from Group B. But there's a chance there's two Brazilian teams maybe gunning for that slot for their region, maybe a West team, maybe a couple of Vietnamese teams. So lots of teams that are still kind of in the discussion to get their region an extra slot, and that's a really, really big benefit for not the team that actually wins this event, although it could potentially be if they maybe struggle in their respective qualifiers and go through in third rather than the second, for example. But more so just for the weaker teams in that region. I'll take the West, obviously, my home region, as an example, right? We're probably expecting it to be 3BL and LCK, but if there's another slot there available, you're starting to bring Unnights, maybe Encore into the mix, into the discussion, and sort of see what those kinds of teams can potentially do. So, it's a big benefit for the region that does get it. And BaiSha, I think, will be a little bit disappointed that they're not there to try and nab that for the Chinese teams.
Yeah, AG is going to try to do it for the homies, of course. They are still in the playoffs as that first seed coming in Group B. And you do have a point, right? I feel like if you get the 4th slot for China, it's going to be a given. But if it's going to be the other regions, getting a 3rd slot, I think it is less about the teams actually winning this one. It's about kind of making the region better as a whole, so you can sharpen the sword better. And that's kind of been a problem for some of the other regions as well. I think you could point at CFWL, there's only like 3 good teams that you can point at. In the CFSPH, there's only 3 good teams that can actually kind of contest in the qualifiers here. And you could say in CFBL, there's also like, I would say 2.5 for them. I think Last Legends does need a bit more experience in their side. But it makes the region better as a whole. So it's more of a incentive for the team to kind of win for the entirety of the region, and the region's going to celebrate you no matter what.
Yep. Well, just looking back over the highlights here, definitely a good map for BaiSha in the end. Got it done pretty cleanly. 10-6, 10-5. There was a little bit of a blowout towards the back end there on that last map, but 10-7 in the end.
It ain't too bad.
It's not too bad. It was solid enough. Pretty across-the-board performance, honestly, from both teams. It was just maybe LCK missing out on one player, like really popping off, really having an X-Factor moment here and there. Flex to Zane, Lionclaw almost at 1.0 KD, which is fine. Spoxy even close to that as well. But what you really need is like one person, maybe at 1.5, 1.4, which is sort of what BaiSha have got. Again, a lot of them just floating around 1.0, but 577, you saw how many multi-frags he was able to get in critical rounds. 9 as well. Maybe a little bit down on his output actually on Compound from what I'm used to, but still a pretty damn good performance from him. And so 10-7 secured for BaiSha.
And I don't want to be a mean guy, man, but it hasn't been the best event for Raffin, especially. I think he's been the guy who's been under 10 frags constantly for the side of LCK, but just like how we said it is experience for the newer players here for the side of LCK, and especially Raffin is going to go back home. He's going to be like, man, I don't want to be that guy anymore on my team. I want to carry. That's going to give him that mindset that he has to grind the hell out of that game and just try and see what he can do to get better in CrossFire, man.
For sure. MVP is going to go the way of 9. He was solid over both of the maps, and
of course,
not really a big surprise. I mean, he's got
how many MVPs does
no shortage of those at this event, or just in general. A lot.
A lot, that's for sure. I think he has
at least 2 at this event. This will be his 2nd.
There you go. At least 2. He's tied with Ice Cube, Jouet, and 7-7 with the MVP count here. Very nice. I mean, at least we can say that he is still very consistent, with the exception of the other 2 series, but he's still leading the charge for the squad, of course.
No chance to get any more, though. So it'll be sort of back to the drawing board for BaiSha. Pretty surprising performance, really, it has to be said. I think if you would have told me coming into the event that only one Chinese team was going to make it to playoffs, I would have called you crazy, but this is where we're at, and I know Nine's a competitor. He's a very, very passionate guy, and so to miss out on the playoffs for this event, that's going to give him some kind of anger, some kind of rage, maybe to build into the events later on in this year. But we'll talk about that another day, because that's BaiSha and LCK are wrapped up. We'll jump down to the stage for an interview to close it out.
Và đứng ngay cạnh tôi đây, đó chính là N9, người đã giành được danh hiệu MVP trong cặp trận đấu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển BaiSha Gaming cùng các thành viên của LCK. Ở thời điểm hiện tại thì cũng xin chúc mừng cho N9, các bạn đã hoàn thành được trận đấu cuối cùng tại vòng bảng của mình. Và ở thời điểm hiện tại thì có lẽ là câu hỏi được nhiều khán giả mong chờ nhất, đó chính là N9, không biết là bạn đánh giá sao về các trận đấu của mình tại các trận đấu của đội tuyển BaiSha Gaming tại giai đoạn vòng bảng của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2024 này.
你对这次比赛如何感觉？
我觉得这次比赛我们没有发挥出自己真正的水平吧，然后对不起支持我们的粉丝，但是我们下次会加油的。
Tôi cảm thấy là đội tôi cũng như bản thân mình cũng chưa phát huy hết được cái khả năng thực sự của mình, và chúng tôi cũng muốn gửi lời xin lỗi đến tất cả các fan cũng như là mọi người đã theo dõi trong chúng tôi suốt thời gian qua, và chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa trong những giải đấu tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Và sau khi giải đấu này kết thúc thì có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ đến với giải đấu lớn nhất năm, đó chính là CFS Grand Final. Thì không biết là mục tiêu của các bạn tại giải đấu đó thì có phải là bảo vệ chức vô địch hay không?
你们对上次的比赛是不是对上次的比赛有什么目标？
在接下来的比赛中，我们会调整好自己的状态和心态，然后迎接每一场比赛。
Đối với những giải đấu tiếp theo thì chúng tôi sẽ chuẩn bị một tinh thần tốt nhất và chắc chắn sẽ cố gắng giành được những cái kết quả tốt nhất trong khả năng của chúng tôi.
Vâng, và một lần nữa thì rất cảm ơn bên phía của N2 cũng như là bên phía của BaiSha cùng tất cả các đội tuyển tại khuôn khổ bảng A giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2024. Các bạn đã hoàn thành chặng đường của mình tại giai đoạn vòng bảng rồi. Hai cái tên đi tiếp thì sẽ là bên phía của IMPERIAL cùng các thành viên của Empire. Còn bây giờ thì có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với N2 cùng với BaiSha cùng với LCK, và tạm thời nghỉ trong ít phút trước khi đến với cả những diễn biến tại cặp trận được chú ý nhất trong buổi tối ngày hôm nay, đó là màn chạm trán giữa bên phía đội tuyển Vasco Esports cùng các thành viên của Ranking.
Animal finalize com isso, garante o ponto e a vitória, 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial, que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CrossFire garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô. Segunda temporada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Lát đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, còn lát ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với Tomo các bạn. Bên phía bên này Ice Q. Hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không được Ice Q ta vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoay. Ice Q bị phong với bảo Ice Q phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây mà có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi. Sẽ là giảm giá nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CB từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Không có được mạng. Toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch. Chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi. Và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alo Tút Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Kịp hay không? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alo Tút. Bù rồi, cover DCM anh ta bắt côn kìa, trời ơi, người cover sai là đồ đạc không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đổi thêm đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có bên Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và double bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoán quân Crown. Chào Lát ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, không được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow. Cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và đô la thì lại là một cầu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quay để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp PA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực con đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Double làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đấy đi, còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét là đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội tuyển Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân khấu này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
bringing out the second able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Stocks just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well, looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Stock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Awesome, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early.
G'day, welcome back. It is the CFS Summer Championship 2024.
Oh, little knee drop there, man. All right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to it's a bit awkward.
Keep limber. Yeah.
I just want to be on the same level as you.
You're a little bit taller than me, man. That's fair. I need a box or something. That sounds quite demeaning, but I feel like people use them sometimes to level it out.
Do you know what? There was one year, last year, and this is completely aside from Valorant.
Let's do it.
Whatever, we've got time. I did an event in China last year where, normally, I'm a pretty, I would say reasonably, maybe above average height guy, but not by like a large margin, but
you're like what, 6'1"?
Literally bang on.
Oh, okay.
Bang on 6. And I'm like, okay, I'm happy with my height. That's fine.
Yeah.
And normally I'm like one of the taller people, or at least the same height as most people on the desk. You know, so I've never ever needed a box in my entire life. This event in China last year, I was next to 2 absolutely giant guys, both from New Zealand, and for the first time in my life, I had to stand on a box.
Down.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, I've never felt this before. I've never actually had this experience. But it was something different. It was really pretty fun. But anyway, look, we've got actually a pretty important match to talk about here. So we should probably crack on into things.
Let's
it's not like that last matchup, BaiSha 2-0 over LCK. Not really much to talk about there. Obviously, both teams getting knocked out already prior to that point. But BaiSha restoring a little bit of pride is good to see. Ranking and Vasco, however. Now, there's a lot of implications as to how this match could affect the Group B standings. And 3BL is also even still involved in that. So
fine margins for them, but yes.
Lots to think about for sure.
This could be really spicy. This is how Group B is currently. 3BL find themselves qualified. Of course, they are 2 and 2, may I say, off the back of 4 matches played, as they did lose to the CHENGDU All Gamers earlier. Right, as you can see, Ranking and Vasco are still yet to play. One of them, by virtue, has to go 2 and 2.
Yep.
And then it comes down to round difference.
Yeah, indeed. So let's just touch on it quickly to give you a bit of a brief understanding of where things could potentially go. And obviously, this is all theoretics at the moment. If Ranking would 2-0 Vasco, Ranking would advance to the playoffs. They would have the head-to-head tiebreaker over 3BL. If Ranking would 2-1 Vasco, then both Ranking and 3BL would be on the same set difference, which you can see there. Sets -1 for 3BL.
Yep.
Ranking would go +1 off of that series. They would be -1 as well. And then it would come down to the round difference between those 2 teams. Now, you would think if Ranking would win 2 and 1, their round differential would go up.
Yeah.
In which case, they probably would take that spot, right? Because 3BL's -10. The only world where that may come into play would be potentially Ranking win like 13-12, lose 10-0, then win 13-12 again, then their round differential could actually drop, in which case maybe 3BL would still be able to go through. But it's unlikely. So let's just say if Ranking wins in any way, shape, or form,
they basically...
very high likelihood that they will be the team to go through. If Ranking loses 2-0 to Vasco, same applies, with Vasco and 3BL being on the same set differential, which would be -1. And then it comes down to the round difference again. We'll have to calculate that after the match. And if Ranking loses to Vasco 1-2, so Vasco wins 2 and 1, then 3BL would advance to the playoffs. So 3BL are hoping Vasco's going to win this one 2-1. But we'll find out how that all plays out. Let's kick things off.
All right, both of these teams, of course, have found their wins, and it's against Evolution Power, right? No two ways about it, right? Evolution Power they struggled, bar against 3BL, who needed that win, couldn't get the win.
Pain point, isn't it?
I know, it really does hurt. That was the win that felt guaranteed, and they couldn't. But this ranking esports side, there's actually a lot to like. They are considered the second best team in Vietnam, and I think, you know, a team with a lot of potential. But if we're being completely honest, I think everyone looked towards Wolf Empire, this super team, to be able to really kind of run away with things, and it was just going to be ranking sort of maybe not really being in the conversation, having a moment or two, but nothing all too dandy. But they've actually looked quite competitive at times. They've had their moments. That 3-map golden round thriller against 3BL was a bit of a banger, but they didn't end up losing that as well. But there's a lot to like on this side as well. Ranking for me have a lot of different facets of where they can find firepower, and internationally they've not actually been terrible in the past.
Sure, yeah. I don't know, man. I find ranking a really, really difficult team to peg down. Sometimes they look awesome. Sometimes they look like they've got no idea what's going on. So they're just one of those teams that I think on any given day you sort of have to wonder which team is going to turn up. It's been interesting to watch them in this event, actually, because normally I'd be looking towards Humio as being a bit of a standout for them, but he hasn't really been the guy that's been getting it done. Nevis and Ductuan have been two real standouts. LDX has been pretty solid as well in there. PM, I think you're going to have to look at him and say, you need to step up in this game because he is the sniper. We're looking at a game against Vasco with MG being quite a stable factor in that roster as well. And if Ranking want to go through to the playoffs and join Wolf Empire, the other Vietnamese team, I think they're going to need their sniper online today.
And you hate to really put it on one man, but if we have to chalk up that loss against 3BL, I'd probably have to put it on PM's shoulders. I know it feels really mean to say that because the whole team had their moments of where they weren't really playing all too well, but PM really, really struggled. Snare had him absolutely pocketed, and he looked incredible all the way throughout. So for me, that was the big one. I looked at that and said, I need to see PM come alive in towards this game. Over on the other side as well, right, when you look towards this Vasco Esports side, they're a team that I actually thought would make it to playoffs no issues. They, for me, were always in my mind. So I did my predictions coming through. I thought Vasco were going to finish second in this group, no issues. But we'll do a little intro with Vasco nonetheless, so you can see the kings of Brazilian CrossFire on your screens.
Well, you say Kings, but at the moment, I would actually make the argument that I think Imperial have looked better at this event so far. So there's a little bit of conversation to be had there, and there may be even a world where Vasco don't even make it out of this group, and then there is only the one Brazilian team through the playoffs, which would be as big of a surprise, I would argue, as only one Chinese team through to the playoffs as well. Because if it were me, I would have predicted 2, maybe even 3 Chinese teams through to the playoffs, and 2 Brazilian teams through to the playoffs, if not, obviously, the 3 Chinese teams in that respect. So we'll see how it goes. But Vasco, they've shown their moments. They've shown some good stuff here and there. But I don't know, that loss against 3BL in particular is the one that's really unsettled me.
Yeah, for me, that they just did not show up at all. They got no form at all going in towards that game, and they did really struggle. There's one player that I'm probably going to look towards and really step up a little bit. He had his real weaknesses, especially when I saw them play the last couple of times, particularly against AG. VNC did have his real moments where he looked a little weak, but MG's looked fantastic. Sniper always steps up in a big way. He's definitely somebody to keep an eye out coming in towards this game. For Phage as well is known as the best IGL in Brazil, and you know, for this Vasco Esports side, they've won the last 3 Brazilian championships, right? So they are generally seen as that side to win it, but Imperial have been stand out way better. They've won out in towards Group A, where honestly for Vasco this has been a criminal on the performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at the discrepancy though between the 2 snipers. MG at the top of his team's stats, and PM at the bottom of his team's stats. So this would be potentially a really big point of difference between the 2 teams if it kind of come down to that conversation point.
Yeah, nothing worth mentioning. Action's meant to be seen as the best rifler in Brazil, but he hasn't played like that at all. He's actually been the lowest rated player, not only in his team, but actually if you compare them to Imperial as well. So he's actually the lowest rated Brazilian player at this event so far. So that for me is a big worry. We're talking about maps as well to come in towards this for ranking. They have no maps that they don't play, which is good, but their least played is Eagle Eye. They played it only twice, but they won both, so that's not too bad. Over on the side though, Vasco do not like to play. Well, they've got a couple where they don't like to play. Is it Mexico there? But they do actually play Mexico. But the least played maps, at least in the domestic scene, is Port and Eagle Eye. But they do touch all maps in the Port at some point throughout their season. So in a similar vein, these are two of the few sides who actually do play all the maps in the pool domestically.
Yeah, match history between these two teams doesn't look too great for ranking, but we go back to Summer Championship last year, so that's basically 12 months ago today. Two very different looking rosters. Vasco didn't have Fei. Ranking have had a bunch of changes themselves. And honestly, Ranking are looking much better at this event than they did at that last event. You can see they took 7th place last year at the Summer Championship, and honestly, I thought they looked woeful. I thought they did not look like a good team at all. But since then, they've actually really bounced back. They did much, much better, obviously, at the CFS Grand Finals, where they managed to take top 4. And again, since then, some roster changes. But for this matchup in particular, it feels a lot closer than what that previous match history graphic would probably indicate between these two teams.
Yeah, exactly. These are our kind of key players to highlight coming in towards the MG, of course, the sniper, Neves, the rifler. The thing with Neves, he's not a bad player by any means. He's actually just the one who's just being consistent. This is the issue that I've had with ranking so far. Some of their big name players really not stepping up in that fashion, or when they do, it's super inconsistent. And the one I'm looking towards in particular is Duktuan, right? First couple of games, he was incredible. First couple of maps, super, super solid as well. But then unfortunately, then he had a massive, massive drop off and it kind of went missing. So these inconsistencies have been plaguing ranking for me just a little bit, where MG being consistent all the way throughout, being a real menace to try and deal with. So I want to see whether we can get him active. Of course, Neves there on your screen. He is definitely someone we're going to look towards, but he's not the most high impact, high action rifler. He's just a pack player, a support player. So we're mainly looking towards the likes of, can PM get active? Can Duktuan find that form from day one? He was incredible day one.
For sure.
And can we even see a couple others kind of come up on the line? We've all gone Vasco here on the English stream. There's a little bit of ranking dotted in, but even the Vietnamese stream have gone for Vasco as well.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty telling sign, definitely. Chinese stream leaning a little bit more towards ranking surprises me. I don't know, man. I think this one's a shut-up shop, personally. I just think ranking have been, again, a little bit inconsistent, as has always been kind of the case for Vietnamese rosters. It's something that, you know, we see from Vietnam quite a bit. I've spoken extensively about that. I do think we haven't seen the best of Vasco at this event either. You know, I think they can come back and show us something really, really special in this matchup. I'd honestly even be looking toward a 2-0 for Vasco today if they're firing on all cylinders.
I'd agree. I think you're right. I mean, the one thing I definitely am going to look towards, though, is what this veto ends up looking like. This could be a big thing for me. I feel like just because they do play all the maps across the board, so there's maybe a world in which you can find some weaknesses in the pool. Like I said, you know, Eagle Eye, for example, ranking played that twice, which is great. They won both of them as well, right? But they've only played it twice. There's not a hell of a lot of reps in your domestic scene. That could be an area where you really try and punish them. And the same thing over when you look towards the likes of Vasco, right? They've got maps in their pool that they do play, you know, they play all of them, right? But not to as much of a level. So there's maybe weaknesses if you want to try and play the counter strat thing. But I think we touched a little bit yesterday. I'm more playing for yourself rather than playing to try and win the veto by getting into the minds of your opponent and trying to find the weaknesses for them. I always think you're going to find more strength when you just play to your strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how things obviously play out in this one, but at least as far as we're concerned, it might be Vasco clean and easy. I know there is a world definitely where ranking can win this one, though, and it's if they all pop off. Again, we talk about that individualistic aspect of the Vietnamese game, and I will say, like, we're giving the benefit of the doubt to Vasco because we haven't seen the best of Vasco at this event. I would also probably say we haven't seen the best of ranking either. I think Humio has a lot more to offer than what he's generally been showing. There's been quite a few maps where he started really, really poorly, like 0-7, a couple of maps in a row in one of the series that he played, and he was starting to bring it back, but you can't really be relying on 0-7 start. Like, you need to be doing better than that if you want to make it through the playoffs. So big game today from Humio, and that could be a difference maker for ranking as well. First map in the pool is going to be Black Widow. That'll be the choice of ranking. And Vasco, see where they go. It's going to be towards Ankara. Two sniper-centric maps as well, has to be said. MG could come up with the goods.
I like this. Black Widow, their second highest win rate percentage map. Also their most played map domestically. 16 times played, 68% win rate for ranking. They like that a lot. Ankara that comes through has actually been very good at this competition so far. It's actually one of their more played maps, and we get our decider coming through. Do you know what? I actually quite like this veto all in all. Well, Subbase has been a map in which a lot of teams have actually been floating as a third map, and I think it has a lot to offer. And I think as well for Vasco, they want a bit of revenge there because the game against AG, I don't think showed kind of how good they can play the Subbase. They looked a little weak, in particular looking like VNC on that GR side down towards the A site. He really struggled to hold that. So if they can find ways to kind of plug those gaps, if it's required, of course, then we shall see. But Black Widow and Ankara are going to be our first maps coming through. For Vasco, of course, that Ankara has been a map in which they played domestically quite a few times. Their third most played map as well for them. 9 times played in the Brazilian league. But it's not actually one of their higher win rate maps, though. So it is a little bit more of a middle of the pool. I think it's the 5th highest win rate map on paper. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. But we are live here in towards our final game of the groups. This is it, ladies and gents. And this is how we're going to decide where Group B is going to go.
Getting into it nice and quickly. Love to see that one. And, well, we highlighted PM needing to step up. And that's actually a very nice kill from him under pressure. He was down low off the early push from Vasco. And it kind of looked like he was a dead man. But hits his shot and survives and gives Ranking the opening pick of the game. Is it an insight as to what we might get a little bit further on down the track? Let's wait and see. But yeah, PM versus MG is going to be quite an interesting battle. And winner of this has a very good chance of making their way through to the playoffs, but there's still a lot to kind of consider when it comes down to, obviously, 3BL's input in that conversation as well. And so I guess at the end of the day, both teams really are just looking for the 2-0 here to kind of give them as much of a possibility as possible.
You've got to take your opponent's map pick. It's as simple as that. You've got to cause a bit of an upset somewhere. For Faye might want to make a move. He does. Oh, what a swing coming through for Faye. What a find. IGL leading by example. Not a bad way to go about it at all. And PM, man, this is a guy who's really struggled so far this tournament. You hate to kind of beat a man while he's down, but you have to kind of put a lot of that loss against 3BL on his shoulders. He really struggled. Snare had him, like I said, in his pocket the entire series. He walked away with the MVP, and he got way too much luxury at range, even to the point where they put Nevis on the sniper just to try and counter him. And they actually took PM off the sniper. And this is something that we might even see a little bit, especially on this GR side for Ranking, if PM starts to struggle. But an answer back. MG, action, both caught. VNC going to fall as well. This is a really good hold towards the site. Dr. One goes huge for one. It will be a catch for Faye. Finds his third.
Yeah, Faye, he's been pretty solid at this event, so I'm not going to count him out of this clutch at all. He's got a bit of space to work with as well. Can recollect that C4. Honestly, he could have even gotten a plant on A if he wanted it, but not really for him to know. It's easy to sit here and watch with map view and say, yeah, he could have got a bomb plant, but that's not an easy call to make when you're in the game. Still, he's reading this play really nicely, and if he slides his way into B just before LDX gets around the corner, he's going to get that plan, and that's quite a safe plan as well. He's got some time to change up his position as well. I don't think he was spotted there by Humio either. Thinking about throwing a grenade, but that would have given away his position, so
there it is.
Wisely doesn't initially, but Humio gets in front of the nade, and that might just be the difference maker. Hugh was low, but the nade didn't hit, and LDX was able to find the trade. So Ranking do get the first round on the board.
Yeah, Faye's probably just saying, fellas, I just need one from you. He got 4 kills in that round. It's still not enough. Required an ace clutch from him to have to step up, and yeah, unfortunately not to be. So, I mean, a great effort from the captain, but unfortunately not to be. Not this time, either way. So it will be a first round on the board for Ranking. We saw them getting a little loud in their team huddle as well. They know the importance of this series, and they want to be, joining Wolf Empire in towards the playoffs. It'd be sick to have 2 Vietnamese sides heading in towards playoffs on home soil as well. It'd be really cool for the crowd out here in Hanoi. Have to see homegrown talent on the big stage in those finals. And that's, we already kind of spoke about it a little bit as well. The money scales up massively when you get in towards those playoffs. You're talking jumping from the likes of kind of like 11K up to like 20K, then 50, 70, 110,000. So yeah, it scales up massively.
Right. Yeah, action down low again. He's someone that we want to be seeing have a big role in this game for Vasco. I don't think it's going to be a good sign if Feifei is going to be the best player on the Vasco roster.
That's true.
He's not a shabby bloke, but there's some real stars in this roster that kind of need to come online for Vasco if they're to lock in a win, especially given Vasco have a slightly harder road towards that victory to make it through to the playoffs, right? They would need the 2-0, and even then they would need it to be pretty clean in terms of the round differential as well.
So, little quiet off the back of the early engagement. Action, of course, gets tagged, but then nothing really comes off the back of it. Starts making a little move here. Minute on the clock. We've got to start deciding where we want to go here. Vasco, it looks like a finish towards A. Last time didn't go so well, so they're hoping second time's the charm. Let's see. LDX posted up on towards backside. At times, give me a bit of one of an angle, but this is a mean crossfire. Duck Tuan for the first. Humio going to try and support as well. Oh, it's a shutdown, and it's a beautiful one at that. VNT trying to get in the backlines, and he gets caught too. MG, all to do, and a 1v4, surely not.
Nah, don't think so. Certainly not. It's a big one for ranking. They know it. Black Widow, obviously, their map choice, so we'll take that with a grain of salt, I guess, until we get onto Ankara and see how strong they are there. But they're looking very, very salty, very saucy, I should say, tonight. Maybe not salty, although that could come later.
Who knows, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Vasco, 4 guys have literally not found a frag so far in the first 2 rounds. The only one in the server at the moment is Feifei. Meanwhile, ranking are having a great time. So, slow start as Vasco, and could definitely be punished for that by, even if they just lose this map, right? It's like, well, bad luck.
Yeah.
You know?
Simple as. MG going to move out towards Longhouse, or Terrace, as some call it, and post up. And this is actually a pretty solid thing that we saw 3BL do a lot. They love this map. They play Black Widow very, very well. We actually saw them playing a couple of times so far this tournament, and every time it's been very clean from them. One thing they do is they leave Snare out here. The sniper alone, who can outrange, just be a bit of a nuisance. And actually, it's like a human flashbang, a decoy, drawing in a bit of attention. That's all it is, but it works really well.
Well, you're just kind of holding on to map control in a fairly safe way as well. That's the other thing. And if there's ever a need to kind of go back over toward the A side of the map, you can pretty reliably assume that you can rotate in through long when you have a player set up like that. Worst case scenario as well, you can just use it as an A split in the way that Vasco is looking to do here. A few players working their way up short, one player holding on to long. It's a very weak A hold from ranking, and I'm not sure what's necessarily prompted that. They've got the majority of their forces over toward B and middle, but on the timing, they're going to go back over to A, and in that timing as well, Vasco are on their way B. So maybe ranking not quite reading the play super well in this round. Going a bit back and forth. Ductuan boosted up on the boxes in the box room, but he's on his own, and typically when you have a player here, you want to have a player down on the low ground as well. Could be a very strong hold, but with only one guy, tends to be broken open pretty easily. It's a bit of one-and-done position. PM does a good job to hold on for one. LDX behind the box on the site as well, and never on the fast rotate. This is still going to be difficult for Vasco to get in that 4-on-4, and they've only got 20 seconds left to make it in with. I just don't know if that's going to happen right now. Ranking are absolutely frying, and they are cleaning house in every single one of these rounds. MG,
no C4, no chance.
Impossible. 10 seconds. It's just not. It's not a round that he can ever even hope to win, and take the extra 10 seconds to try and have a bit of a chat.
Yeah, do you know what? This is actually the one thing, and I said this in the AG game, and I'll say it again here, that it's the one thing I don't like is if you've got, you know, for example, in this game, 2-minute 30 rounds, right, and you lose to the timer. That should really be inexcusable. Vasco love leaving things super, super late for what feels like no real reason, and then they don't have enough information or time to get information when they go for their executes. It feels quite sloppy, and it feels like there doesn't seem to be too much reason or method behind it. 1-for-1 trades there, sure. PM will get one. Ductuan will get caught. And Ductuan, no, sorry. Yeah, it will be Humio. Adds on that trade, looks for more for Faye. Should have fallen there. Bit of a laboured spray from Humio.
But still, man, like it's really only Feifei that's putting in any inroads at the moment. Look at him, 7-3. His two mates that are alive right now are 0-2, 0-3. PM not going to land that shot. We've got a player dropping out, coming back in for Vasco, so I wonder if there'll be a timeout after this round. I mean, honestly, they probably need a tack timeout, if anything, anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Ranking are not shying away from this fight either. They're pushing in mid in a 3-on-3, and it's working out. They've found MG, and he's the guy holding on to the C4. It's as if Vasco are not even in the server today.
Yeah. This is not a time to not show up as well. Oh, Silver, hang on a second. He's made a chance out of this. Nevis is low.
Way.
No way has Silver walked away with that round. That was a 1 versus 3, and he was tagged to below half. How? How has Silver possibly made that round work for them? And ranking, how have you possibly even lost that?
I think that might just be rankings over aggression, kind of getting a little bit the better of them. You know, they want to be active around the map and try to continue to force the fights, which is their prerogative. That is the way that they like to play, but sometimes I think it bites them in the backside a little bit, and that is one good example of it. So we'll have a timeout here for Vasco, as was sort of expected. Honestly, it was expected at the 0-4 scoreline. Now it's 1-3. They might have obviously hoped that they could actually just hold on to that timeout, given that that win came through. But, you know, that's not how it works, so have a bit of a chat anyway.
I do think it's needed, even though they won that. I don't think they're going to be happy about how they won it. You know, requiring your teammate to go into a 1 versus 3, which feels unwinnable and should have been unwinnable, if we're being honest. But either way, good signs of a conversation. Probably for ranking as well, thinking, right, lads, rein it back in. We overfought them. We absolutely did not need to. It was costly, very costly indeed. So yeah, tough spot that they put in. I think for Vasco, they've just not looked like themselves so far. They've looked rough and not playing the way that they should. But Feifei, who's obviously been incredible throughout, no kind of question marks about him. He's looked great. So keep doing your thing, King, but he needs the rest of the team to step up. We're looking at, you know, particular people like MG, for example. We need to get the sniper out online. He needs to get proactive.
A lot of things need to start going right.
Yeah.
For Vasco to start turning this one around. At the moment, it feels like everything's kind of going wrong, bar Feifei. Feifei's the only one that's had any kind of...
Yeah.
What's the issue now? He wants his jacket.
Maybe trying to... Because I know they've added fans on the stage. You might be telling to...
Bit cold on the stage? Surely not. I mean, it's pretty warm in here.
Yeah. We need to figure out a way to get this just blowing here. It's doing that, you know, the... I don't know what you call it, the wave, where it's doing this. It's going left to right. But it's going to just point it straight here.
The wave.
It's pretty complicated.
That might be the biggest air conditioner I've ever seen.
Yeah. That thing, it is actually taller than me. Not that it's like that much of a feat, but it's massive.
It's a subtle dig. You know, it's like, for anyone at home that's wondering, like, you know what a portable air conditioner looks like? Like one of them, like, boxy rectangular
That's what I've
things.
got a little dinky one in my room, on my
It's
desk.
like that, but it's like...
Times it by...
Multiply it by 5.
Maybe, nah, more than that. I would say like 20. That is, if you think, one is probably about the size of my iPad, right? About that
What?
big.
No, you're talking about a way smaller version than I'm talking
okay,
about.
that's what I've got. I've got one on my desk about the size of my iPad, that big.
That's like a little. That's like a little space heater, I guess. But yeah, no.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Yeah, it's. But it looks like that as well. That's the funny thing. It's like it just looks like a portable aircon, but it's just a massive version of it. Anyways,
back to the action.
Back to the game at hand, and it's where things have to start to turn around for Vasco. After their attack timeout, they'll be hoping that happens. Otherwise, yeah, ranking are going to be streaming away with Black Widow, which honestly, I think wouldn't be too out of the realms of possibility. This is a map that gets picked up a lot in the Vietnamese leagues, and
it's true.
A lot of teams play it. They play it quite well. So, very much in the wheelhouse for ranking.
Yeah, definitely don't count them out on it, that's for sure. Either way. Early bit of damage. That's a nice shot from Silver. Had a really great end to that previous round before the attack pause, and he starts well in towards this one. They're once again going to try and look towards A, and this time they might have a little bit more luck with it, because the site itself is open. Ranking are playing retake. PM going to get tagged up, but it doesn't fall, so I guess that's all that matters. Very far. It's been a little quiet, PM, has to be said. Need to get this guy active. Then again, so is MG. He's 0-3. So neither of the snipers really finding their form too much so far. C4 will go down, planted by Feifei. Now what have we got?
Well, action. Will be tasked once again with a big round, but only get the 1-for-1. So it still hasn't quite come online. MG's just lost his life floating around in no man's land to Nevis. This might actually be doable now for ranking. It's a 1v2. VNC losing his life, and don't tell me the ranking have just won another 4-on-5. Vasco, their only round has come from one big clutch. Otherwise, this would be a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it makes you wonder what was talked about in that tag pause, right? Because it feels like they haven't fixed those inherent issues, right? If we're being completely honest, it feels like the problems that are rising with this Vasco side are still playing out here. It's tough to see. And we will see whether that kind of changes. A couple of cross there. PM did spot them, doesn't shoot at either of them, but duck to one for the first. Silver will get caught. It's not a bad person to find as well. It's basically only been the Silver and Feifei show so far, so finding him, that's one of the 2 main points of firepower already dropped over towards Vasco.
Yeah, just bad news. Round after round after round. LDX, though, is going to drop in middle. I will say, though, that even despite the fact that we're seeing ranking kind of dominate on this map,
yeah,
it doesn't make me think that they're in a world to 2-0 this series, you know? Like
yeah,
they
that's true.
They're just one of those teams that I just don't have a lot of faith in their consistency.
As we've seen this tournament as well, right? They've just been so kind of flip-floppy, right? Sometimes they're incredible, duck to one, unstoppable, you know, and then other times they unfortunately just go missing, right? So we'll have to see. MG trying to just poke his head up here. Duck to one's in a lot of trouble. He's full blind, but there's going to be damage. Doesn't get the kill. He's holding now, Mouse 1, but it does not help him at all. There will be a trade that comes through. PM with a nade will get his, but Feifei's already up close now.
Gets that smoke down as well. Retakes have been pretty solid from ranking so far. PM not able to find too much. Timing on the push through in middle has worked out, at least in the case of a 1-for-1. Nevis alive, 8-2. He is the danger man. Both MG and VNC having difficulty really finding anything. There's smokes all over the place, and PM, he might be the Prime Minister of that round.
That's beautiful. That's a really, really nice little retake. Again, and a big clutch needed, but also a bad one to let go for Vasco. Worrying times is where we find ourselves at the moment, because these are rounds that you've got to be kind of converting and making stick for you. And the fact that you're not is leaving us in a position where we are now starting to get concerned.
Absolutely.
I'm worried, man. I'm really worried.
I would be for sure if I was a Brazilian fan right now. It's like, where is everybody apart from Feifei? Feifei's the only one that's really doing anything of note. Silver trying to have a little bit of a cameo here and there, but man, it's kind of crazy that in that pre-match we were talking about PM versus MG being an important battle and expecting MG to do well in it, given he's been the better of the 2 snipers, but at the moment it's definitely PM. Aggression into mid. It's not going to work out this time for ranking. They keep trying to push the issue, don't they?
Yeah, mid control doesn't work out for them. Action and Silver both get one apiece as Action gets traded out. Does get one before he falls, which is what matters most, and PM is low. It's going to make this significantly harder. And again, it feels like ranking have won harder rounds before, right? And especially with the form they're currently in. It's 5-1. I mean, this Vasco side, they're making what feels like unlosable rounds losable. They're just not quite online just yet. MG holding at range. The fight not being given over to him just yet as he bobs his head. Dr. One on site, PM in for the support. It looks like they might even commit to an A play. It's the right call, in all fairness. Smoke going to come down as well. Hold here. VNC going to get his. That's huge. And PM now stuck. I don't think he can really get out here, but being completely honest. But he actually does get one before he falls. Dr. One needed a bit of a masterclass not to be. Silver, big round from him.
Yeah, that was going to be tough. I think the first kill really had to go the way of PM. He missed that initial shot.
Yeah.
And that's where it sort of fell apart. Vasco get themselves one more. Doesn't really steady the ship all that much. But I suppose better than 6-1.
True.
It's kind of just going to be the case for Vasco at the moment. Take it one round at a time. Go from there.
Oh.
Feifei will catch PM in through middle. He's been having a bit of an up and down time, PM. He's had some good rounds, but he's also been really under pressure in mid early in the rounds. So maybe we could just think about playing a little bit of a slower start to the round. Feifei on a real tear. Ductuan gets behind the box, but maybe not quick enough. He's helped out. Nevis is in there for one. That's not enough. Ranking coming apart at the seams in the last couple of rounds, and Vasco are starting to work their way back into the map. Humio comes online, so does Nevis. C4 can still rotate off to A.
Surely they don't stick around to actually just test Nevis where they know he's out, but it looks like they do, right? So they're going to just try and get up in his face. He might be able to deny the plant, but he does, and the VNC going to catch him. Big round. Big one needed. They've lost a couple of those slightly closer ones before, and that time not to be. So at least we have some stability to work off of Vasco. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of questioning ranking and their consistency as far as this series would be concerned, but honestly, now it's kind of like, okay, well, what about the map?
Yeah, it's true. They get a 5-4 out from this Vasco. It's not actually too bad.
Correct. Very workable on both sides of this map. You can get it done either way.
Yeah. I'm going to count them out. I mean, Vasco have been playing with the tempo changes in these last couple of rounds. And things feels like finally whatever was spoken about in that attack ball is actually kind of coming to fruition.
Right.
And it's not just sort of Faith. He's still stepping up in a massive way, but it's not just him, right? We are seeing a little bit more out from VNC and from Action from Silver as well, right? So that's good to see. He's still, the sniper of MG, though, he's gone a little bit quiet. 1-5 for him. He is really not found his form just yet.
Well, it's actually been a fairly passive round on both sides for once.
Yeah.
I think every opening round has been, every opening to each round has been quite bloodthirsty so far, but this one slows down a little bit. Minute and a half left though, and Vasco trying to make their way into the A site, and they've definitely come back online. Ranking, they started so hot, but they have cooled it down, something chronic. And that is going to be surely the 4th over the line for Vasco, and they know that they've done a really good job of grinding that half back, and any thoughts of Ranking easily winning this map are now gone well and truly.
Yeah, no, that's true. That 5-4 is actually massive for Vasco, and a pretty big choke, it has to be said, out from the Ranking side. They were sort of flying away with things for a long, long while, and they have let things slip a little bit. So concerning is definitely one way of putting it, but also now kind of us questioning about how they're going to find ways back into this. It's not what you want to see at all. Only flashing to come out. Never going to get himself out in towards Longhouse, and at least maybe a bit of space to work with. But yeah, definitely a little more concerning than we want. For a Ranking side, he probably should have been walking away with 6, 7 rounds potentially. And having that pretty stable lead, they've only got the 1-round buffer zone between them. You can see he did take a little bit of early damage. He's waiting for a push-up from stairs, and yeah, for now, at least, he's not going to be given it. LDX is out there, but a smoke was being tempted to be dropped, so we're just going to hold on to it for now, though.
Solid said he wins the race, which is maybe not true to form for Ranking, but certainly is for Vasco. Smoking off the mid doors. Forward hold from Vasco on short. Difficult one to break with 2 players here. Nice little crossfire from them as well, and VNC hits his shot nicely to start that off and sends Humio packing. Doesn't want a bar of it anymore, and yeah, it's been a really rough event for Humio. Again, 2-7.
It's not going to get better as well for Ranking. Down, but at least the trade will come through. Humio works with one of his own. He's looking to try and stick around for a double. He's bobbing his head, and it might actually just work. VNC, under a bit of pressure, will just get out of there. Doesn't need to stick around. Action. Looks like it was a swing, and he gets caught by Nevis on the fallback. The fadeaway shot there will catch, and now a bit of space to work with, potentially. Oh, now answered right back as Nevis left all alone in the 1 versus 3. This is tough.
Yeah, especially with a player around the back as well. Silver, you know, that might be a duel that can be isolated, but you've got no idea where he is at this point in time, and just swinging around the corner, it may not matter. Nevis is looking pretty damn sharp. He's 12-5. Anyone going to get it done, it is him, and
yeah,
good call to go toward the B side of the map right now. Vasco pushing out of A long. They're not going to catch up with him. He will be able to get a plan if he just hightails it into B, but similar notion, I don't know that he's going to be expecting as fast of a rotate out from Vasco as what he's going to get here. They are very quick in clearing out A. They're actually going back to A, so I thought he might have gone up short. That's cost them quite some time. This suddenly starts to become quite winnable for Nevis to just keep ranking with their noses in front.
Has a nade as well, but for now not opting to use it. Sitting in the box's backside. And the fact that he hasn't been peeked from the window, Ice the first, looks at the second, Nevis tags him. Surely not. VNC is all that's left. Nade going to be thrown down as well. He looks to swing out the doors. VNC trying as he might. Nevis is still playing with his food, toying with him. VNC on the side.
Time.
And VNC's going to win it, but has he got time?
I don't think
for
so.
The defuse? He's shaking his head. He knows he doesn't. He knows he doesn't. And Nevis, brilliant from him. A 1v3 in total. And he goes huge. And they just gave him just a little bit too much respect. And a timeout going to be called here by Ranking, but My, oh my, that's a big clutch to win. We saw Silver win a big 1v3, and Nevis says, I can do you one better.
Okay, timeout. It's going to be called. I wonder if that's a little bit preemptive, honestly, from ranking.
Yeah, maybe.
You've still got a fair bit of time left in this half to kind of figure things out if it's going wrong. They've just won a round. You know, you're up 6-4. Doesn't feel like a particularly dire situation to be in. Love the drip from the coach, though.
Yeah,
Best dressed at the event.
And booted.
Bro, he's looking better than we are.
It's great,
He's got the Rolex out as well. I don't know if it's a Rolex, but it is a watch.
For his sake, we'll say it is.
Yeah.
He's looking dripped. But, you know, honestly, definitely premature in terms of the conversation. But I got to say, maybe not a bad time in the sense that it still feels like momentum isn't really in the favor of ranking right now, and they probably do need to just try and find a way to claw themselves back into a competitive state with ranking. They've got to take this first map. They basically, both of these sides want to be looking for 2-0s. It's as simple as that. So I feel like if you don't, you put yourself in a pretty tough spot. So you don't really give yourself a lot of room for error. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons why we're probably sitting here saying, ranking is saying, we need to call for a timeout and we need to find some form back into some consistency.
Just want to lock it in, eh?
Yeah.
Well, 10 seconds left on the timeout. Let's see what they've come up with.
Something's got to change there, right? I mean, it hasn't really been, as good as we want to see out for ranking, unfortunately. It's been okay, just not enough that makes you believe that they can 2-0 this and take it with some of the ease that they've done in some of these previous games. So, let's see. Mid-Control once again going to be taking my ranking very early, flying it towards those fights.
Well,
they're going quick.
They're going quick indeed, and I don't know if that's going to play out too well. MG hit that first shot nicely. Now under pressure, but he still gets 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough, though. The thing is, like, you get into this site, get that plant down. Humio and PM definitely capable of clutching it out, but Silver's been pretty good on the map so far as well. Action's going to try and get aggressive through the window as that plant is going down, force the 2-on-1, and he does a good job of it. Now it's up to PM to maybe get off of this site, honestly. He's done a good job of creeping to the bridge, and he's spotted out Action through the floorboards as well. Shots coming across on both sides. He's actually playing against where he's planted the C4, and he hasn't spotted Action up over the stairs already, but hitting that shot puts it into a winnable position. Has to just buy time, and I don't think he's done quite enough. Didn't really need to peek. The tap was there, but he could have held the peek for another second or two.
Yeah. I think MG does really well. That's the first time we've actually seen him step up in this game. He's in a very quiet one, definitely by his standards as well. Without a doubt being the best player for Vasco so far this tournament, but in this map he's been basically non-existent. But he sets up a big 2K, especially that second one before he dies. He's under so much pressure from both sides. Really well done. Once again, Util out towards long for that control, but this game now close, just one round in it. And we do need to now be a little careful of your ranking. They had a pretty stable position they were in. It looks like they're letting it slip a little bit.
Think about this as well, when we're talking about round differential, like for both teams, this is kind of worst case scenario. You're having either a close win or a close, well, I guess a close loss, if you're going to lose, is best case scenario. But certainly a close win in the case of particularly Vasco, who are kind of hunting for those rounds.
It's not good, is it?
Not great.
You need to come in towards the game. You need to dominate them, especially if you are Vasco. So it definitely hurts. Mid-control taken, and it all goes quiet. They call for a pause here, ranking, as they just pump the brakes. You got VNC in Action, sort of playing in a crossfire, but they're not actually holding each other. They've got just holding the two main positions you can come from in mid, and the only place they really can go is in towards Feifei's arms. He knows this. He does move out, spots nobody. Oh, but LDX would have heard this, and he goes to make a move himself, but it then goes a little late. LDX gets him behind. Feifei gonna get caught. That's a big find, and he just dips away, but he walks straight into his Action. Surely, PM will bail him out. That's a big double opener.
And VNC, he wants to try to bring the numbers back here. LDX will spot him out and take him down. Huge fight to win. does scale in and spots out MG, who would have to go nuclear right here to save this round. He's just missed that third shot. 2 good ones, but 2 is not enough, unfortunately, for MG. The team has given him too much to do.
Yeah, takes a lucky pop shot, but it's not to beat. C4 going to go down, and yeah, what can we really do here for Silver? This is giving him so little to work with, unfortunately. He doesn't have no idea what the setup's even looking like. Pop shot misses. Nevis does cross as well. Does get body shot, but it's not enough for the kill. The pistol will get him, but a very quick trade coming through from PM. And just like that, we are seeing once again where a bit of form being found by Ranking, and Vasco still looking, unfortunately, a little weak in some areas.
Yep. 7-5. Vasco now in danger of dropping this map, which would mean that they don't make it anymore to the playoffs. Just based on the numbers. That would be a big disappointment. There's been a lot of disappointments at this event, honestly. Evolution Power, BaiSha. Vasco would not want to be joining them. Real topsy-turvy event, which is keeping things exciting and keeping things interesting going into the end of the year as well. Like, you know, when we get to the CFS Grand Finals, I've just got no idea what's going to go on there, personally. So, let alone any idea about how the rest of this matchup's going to go, because Vasco have just started with a couple of kills and might be getting themselves right back into it. Feifei on a nice little push around behind. Be gathering a lot of info, and he'll be the insurance fund if things go wrong on this side hold.
Yeah, that nade from MG just completely banks right back at him, so he has to get out of there. There is a big flank on, and Feifei does need to move it. In a way, him not spotting anything is that guarantee. And actually, if they go together here, they might not. If they actually do this a bit delayed, so if VNC goes in and then Feifei fights with him, you could talk about how they might not expect that sort of a play, and it has worked. Humio left all alone. 1 versus 4, not to be. Vasco answer back. So this is what we're getting. The back and forth. Neither side really look under sort of any control at the moment. No. It is really hard to call.
Each round is its own sort of entity, right?
Yeah.
I'm just amazed at how close this entire event has been.
Yeah.
There's been very, very few blowouts. And once again, we're getting another really, really close match.
It's a good thing in a sense that we're seeing kind of every region start to have something competitive, right? It's pretty sick. I mean, you know, even a region with one team representative, you know, from the Philippines, the Pacific Macta guys, even they had their real moments too.
Yeah, they almost made it as well, didn't they? Like,
I guess not. One series, yeah. I think, it was kind of costly. I think there was like, you know, losing 2-1 and stuff was really hurtful for them. So I feel like, you know, we've got a lot of regions which there is quite a lot to like. So it's pretty sick. I mean, you know, even for us, you got 3BL technically still in for the chance to make it towards playoffs. So you got players from basically, or teams from basically every region that are now competitive, which really does spice up the international scene. It used to obviously always be basically Chinese dominance or Brazilian dominance, and no one else really scratched the surface.
Might still get Chinese dominance. All gamers are
they're
easily looking like the best team in the event at the moment. Only team to go 4-0 in their group.
Only team not to drop a map as well.
Oh, true. Well, that'll do it. Ranking, not looking too good in the last couple of rounds. Vasco are not prepared to go down without a fight. In fact, they might not be going down at all. This is lining up to be a equalizing round from them. I have Ranking run out of steam, and this is where you kind of get into the conversation we were having around that tack timeout.
Yeah.
You said a 6-4. Did you really need the tack timeout for Ranking? Maybe, maybe not. But now at 7-7, if it starts to get close like that, that's where you'd kind of want to have a bit of a chat. They don't have that luxury anymore.
Ice them out and whatnot, and you know, force your enemy to sort of pump the brakes when they're starting to heat up. And damage. Nice shot by MG. Looks for more as well. Might just get it. Misses the shot. Just whizzes past the shoulder of PM. He's down under a lot of pressure on towards the site itself. He will fall. Duck to one. Helping out as Nevis gets a double. That's huge. And now, numbers favor Ranking. A 2 versus 3. And action's low. This is really doable. Another flash going to come over. They want to get the C4 down. They might just get a little bit of room to do so. Another flash that catches action, so there's going to force him to rotate alongside Feifei. He goes as low as sort of the defense spawn play, but he will fall. PM going to deliver and leaves it all onto action. He's 1 foot in the grave. 4 points of HP. Got no chance in hell. surely a dead man walking. They know he's over towards short. They know where he is, and they don't even need to fight him. They're just going to tap, though. That isn't bad. There's still a bit of time for him to work with. Let's not overfight here, fellas. We don't need to give him too much room to work with. Thankfully, they aren't. Nevis was just jumping around for information. Dr. One's still backside. This round is done. He doesn't have time to clear them all out. So really, really well worked coming through from Ranking, who find themselves up to 8 and get ever closer. How have Vasco lost that again?
Yeah, it's so disappointing for Vasco. A couple of really big clutches going the way of Ranking in this half, and it could be the difference between a map win and a map loss, and we know how important that is for Vasco.
Yeah.
As has always been the case, the Vietnamese teams have been extremely clutch, have been very strong, individually talented players. And that shines through once again in this matchup against Vasco. 8-6 now the lead, and Vasco kind of back to the drawing board. They thought they'd done the hard work to bring it back to 7-7. I was already talking about it as if it was a 7-7, but
yeah,
anything but now. Ranking once again hunting for the map victory. Honestly, a 10-6 win would be pretty solid. That'd be a pretty good round differential. You take that.
Yeah, you take it. They need it. And of course, that'd be pretty damning over towards Vasco. That might leave them in a bit of a sort of tricky predicament. You can see, it's again going to play up close here. He said this before with Feifei. It worked last time, so might be more of the same here. C4 collected. Where are we trying to head here? Looks like we're grouping up for what feels like an A hit. Going to leave just LDX lurking around mid. But I gotta speak too soon, actually. The C4 doubles back, alone, PM, that is, over towards the B site. Or at least at range, looking towards B. But again, no committal play made just yet. We're moving around. We're not really decided exactly where we want to head, but we've got a couple of ideas. The only issue is when you're isolated like this, you can be plucked apart, and I do like it when the teams fight together. The issue is that Ranking at times have decided to fight alone, and it's been costly.
Ductuan opens it up. VNC might have been spotted out now as well. He's stuck behind the pillar. Ductuan wants that fight. He knows that he needs the numbers, but he's given himself up. In that meanwhile, Ranking are on their way into B. They've elected not to go in that direction. Feifei's behind them. This is madness. Feifei surely can't get away with this. Oh, Himeo has the heads-up play. Shuts him down. But with 28 seconds left on the clock, this is where action could come online, come up big, but he'll be forced away from the window. And VNC is miles away, so this will be a plan for Ranking. And in fact, they push aggressively to take down action. It's a 1-on-3 that's now been forced. PM getting that plan down. Ranking are looking for map point, and I dare say they're about to get it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can't see a world in which VNC clutches this out. It's not a terrible game, but that one was never going to happen. Good work by Ranking. Another big round for them, and chances and time starting to dwindle for Vasco. They're playing for overtime now, and even that feels like a luxury that they might not even get in this game. Tough spot that they're put in, that's for sure. And let's see if they've got any chance in this. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Nade on the corner. VNC, though, for the first. May not win out the clutch, but he'll start off this round.
Ductuan not able to get it done this time. Nevis nor him. So, yeah, fair enough. We'll just put that one by the wayside. Write that round off. It happens.
Yeah. Action will get one more. And PM, let's just see it off, fella, shall we? We will. All right. Much better round by Vasco, but no celebrations there for them. They know job is far from done. And this game's still against them, that's for sure. Stern faces over towards the Brazilian side. Need 2 more in a row to take it just towards overtime. And even that feels slightly unlikely, if I'm being completely honest. Ranking have just had the upper hand for both halves.
Not over yet. Only 2 rounds required for Vasco, and it's not impossible to imagine that they can pull that back and force it into OT. Looking a little bit nervy, but I think they do want to try and play a little bit aggro, right? You can see these little peeks onto short from Feifei. Trying to get some information as to how Ranking is setting up in this round, but they haven't actually been given any. Ranking have gone very quiet. which is kind of unsettling Vasco.
BNC, once again, this angle with Feifei. He's played before, worked well for them when it was tested, but for now, it's very slow out from ranking. They are not committing to anything at all. And I don't really know what's the game plan here. If you're looking at it completely honestly over towards ranking, we're playing all the way back towards our spawn.
Right.
Behind smokes, and it's what are we actually trying to gain here? Because there's no information you can gain. You're cutting on the clock and maybe cutting a bit of util.
I could understand it if you're playing against a team that likes to go aggro, but Vasco's not really that team.
Exactly, yeah. And all you're doing is burning maybe a bit of util, but you still know they're going to have smokes, and you know there's going to be util left on hand. So it feels semi-pointless in a sense to be going for these sort of plays against, like you said, a side like Vasco, because they're just not going to push you. It's just not something they do all too often. 3BL, I can understand it. All gamers, sure, I can understand it. But here, feels like, honestly, a bit of a waste of time. They're going to make a move now in towards B, finally.
Well, LDX opens the account nicely. Duck1 is in there as well for one more, and this might be the round that ranking have been looking for. It's been a tough day so far. Hard work here on Black Widow, getting over the line against Vasco, but they might have just done enough. Timing is not there. And MG down, that is 10 for ranking. And they are now one map away from going through to the playoffs.
That's big. That is really, really big coming through from ranking, and a massive victory to be taken. Well, just one more map for ranking. And it doesn't look very good over towards Vasco. They are pretty upset, as you can see already. Camera's drawn to the man with the head in his hands. It's not a happy bunny, it's safe to say.
I mean, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
At least this series isn't, but
their chances might be.
I think their chances of making it into the playoffs might be in it. I have to imagine that they're aware of that as well. If that's the reaction that they're going to be giving after one map loss, they're probably, I mean, look, if we're aware of it, they should be aware of it as the players as well. So, I'm going to go back and have a look at that and just really 100% confirm it.
Yeah, what's it saying? I feel like, I think they probably needed a 2-0.
They, if 2-0 Vasco, both Vasco and 3BL have the same set difference, -1, and then it comes down to round differential. If Vasco win 2-1, 3BL advances. So
they are out then.
They're out, yeah. Basically, there's no world where Vasco can now come into playoffs, and so we say goodbye to our second Brazilian roster, which madness, man. This event is just madness. It's like someone's taken CrossFire Esports,
flipped it.
No, they've put it into a box, shaken it up, thrown it in the air, and all of the pieces have come flying out and landed wherever they may well end up being. So at the moment, let's just have a step back. Our playoffs teams confirmed are Imperial, Wolf Empire, All Gamers, and one of 3BL or ranking.
Yeah, wow. That is definitely spicy. Even the potential of having 2 Vietnamese teams in the playoffs is kind of wild, but also, you know, maybe just as wild as having a West side in the playoffs as well. But yeah, Imperial, who are the second best Brazilian team, finished #1 in their group, but Vasco, who are arguably the #1 Brazilian team, don't even make it out of their group. So really spicy times that we kind of put ourselves in here. And I think definitely now, for Vasco, it is question marks about what they're going to do in towards the second map. Are they just sort of mentally checked out? Are they now playing to just sort of...
They're playing for 3BL.
Yeah, yeah. Are they trying to like ruin rankings day? Is that going to be enough to motivate them though?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. At this point, they could potentially still do it with even just one map victory here. If they were to go on to utterly smash ranking here, think about the map differential. That was, what, 10-7 win? Am I right? So that's a +3. Ranking were -5.
Yep.
So that'd be now -2.
Yep.
If you would then go on to 0 and 10,
okay,
you'd be -12.
Ambitious, right?
Okay, so I'm just trying to put the picture here together for 3BL.
All right.
If there is a 2-1 victory for ranking, can 3BL still qualify?
Yes.
The answer is yes, because they'd be -12 if they went 0 and 10.
Yep.
Go into that last map.
Yep.
If you then win that last map 13-12, that's +1, you're -11. You still miss out. Because 3BL is -10. So there's a mathematical chance where if it does still go 2-1 to ranking, it could still be 3BL to make their way through. But that would really require basically a 10-0, or I think a 10-0 or a 10-1.
Yeah.
Maybe the AP head-to-head is also there for 3BL if it ends up being both teams on -10. But seems unlikely at this stage now that we would be seeing 3BL go through unless Vasco wins. Unless Vasco reverse sweeps this series, then it will be ranking to go through.
Yeah, so what we're saying is for 3BL, it's not impossible, but it just feels highly, highly improbable, sadly. But yeah, you can see for Vasco as well, they weren't very happy. They were pretty upset, and I can even see them now. They're kind of hunched over in their seats, and they look pretty, some forlorn faces over there.
Pretty defeated.
They feel defeated, as they kind of looked, unfortunately, in the server too. They just did not show up to compete. So yeah, I mean, Vietnamese CrossFire really is pretty damn good so far this tournament. We've already got one team finishing second over in their groups, and now looking like the second team might be joining them in just a moment too, which is pretty sick, to be perfectly honest. I mean, if you've been completely honest, there's definitely arguments to be made that if we did predictions before the tournament, I probably wouldn't have predicted either of them to make it out. So
I think, I mean, I think if we would be looking at that, I would have probably said
BaiSha,
All Gamers, BaiSha, Imperial, and
I would have gone Vasco personally.
Maybe Vasco,
Just because they won the Brazilian League, I would have gone Vasco. So I would have gone, in this group, Vasco All Gamers, but All Gamers obviously first, Vasco second. In the other group, I would have gone BaiSha 1, Imperial 2. So, I don't know, that's massive. I guess is what I did put in my notes. I called Wolf Empire my dark horse because of the Vietnamese Dream Team and on home soil and all the rest. But yeah, man, you know, if I'm being completely honest, I didn't have them as my original 4 to go through, but of course they've done really, really well to do so. And here's the summary off the back of things. Silver, decent from him. Feifei really did quiet down. Actually, he started electric, but he slowed down towards the tail end, but didn't see enough out of action. Meant to be the best rifler in Brazil, and he didn't play like it, unfortunately. And MG meant to be the best sniper in Brazil, and again, same for him. Didn't play like it. It was really tough. But Nevis, another great game out for him. PM actually looked pretty solid as well with the sniper, which is great to see. And even the bigger names of Humio and Ducktwine, they weren't even needed.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Ranking was the team that showed up when it really mattered, and Vasco, disappointing indeed. And they are very disappointed with themselves, as you can obviously see from their body language on the stage. So
I do wonder whether they just check out now,
100%
towards round 2. You can kind of see a world in which they do, and they didn't look very happy at the end.
I mean, Silver and Feifei, they put in everything that they could, and you know, Feifei, like you say, he did slow down, but his role in this team is not to be the big fragger. You know, he shouldn't be the one at the top of the score. But remember what I said at the start of that map? If Feifei looks like the best player on this team for Vasco,
it's a worrying thing.
It is a worrying sign, and he did, kind of, for the vast majority of that map. And indeed, here we are. We find ourselves with a very, very worrisome result for Vasco. And now, jury's out as to what's going to happen for the rest of this series, but prediction would probably have to be, at this point, Ranking just going to sweep it and go through Ankara and win it out 2-0.
And do you know what? Fair play. I mean, Ranking did play really, really well towards that map, and unfortunately just was not enough coming out for the Vasco side. I don't know. For me, we definitely need to see things come through in terms of a change for a few things for Ranking. I feel like they still have a couple of hiccups in their game plan, still a couple of things where, for me, they need to clean up. But for the most part, I look at them actually now in a pretty solid showing. And I think now, if they've more or less guaranteed it, I want to see them coming towards this map and prove why they deserve to be in the playoffs and actually showcase that, you know, it's not a fluke that we're here. We don't get it off the back of a round difference. We deserve to be in here. You know, flex your muscles a little bit.
Yeah, well, I guess now is the time to do that. There is a bit of flexing going on the stage, actually. But let's just have a look at them, and
doesn't look great, does it? Their vibes look very low. You know, we didn't see. They like to do their normal before every map sort of huddle and a little shout and a war cry and whatnot, and unfortunately none of that. So I don't know. For me, it feels like they might be a bit checked out, unfortunately, which really sucks to see. But we are live.
We'll get to see. We'll get to find out right here, right now. And straight into it on Ankara. It is Ranking that will be starting off on Blacklist side, and Vasco going to try and get aggressive here outside of A. They are really keen for a fight. Ranking were prepared for it. In fact, very, very ready for it with PM watching that line. Not going to get anything. Ooh. Nade goes sailing past action and lands right on the head of VNC.
Action. Holding. Got a smoke of his own. I'll throw it over. VNC playing up with him. Very passive hold from Ranking because they know what Vasco trying to do. Oh, VNC gets tagged up again. Yeah, Vasco put a lot of pressure on early and towards this game and really kind of got up in their face, but they've unfortunately not gained anything with this. Not really any sort of information or even a kill to work with it too.
Well, they take the
space is good.
Outside A control, which is good. It's definitely a nice spot to have. Ranking are more than happy to play a slow start. We saw it actually on the last map as well. Seems like they're totally fine to slow things down today.
PM. Just having a look up. Anything's on offer, but so far, not to be. BeiFei still holding this out to A control, and Ranking do need to make a decision. 45 seconds, guys. Let's start to move, shall we? I don't have any mid-control, so kind of going to clear all of this out. Nevis could be in better trouble. He's not even looking this way. But they just slip right by action. Now they start to move their way forward as well. This might have a bit of something on the cards here. Silver is going to be tested. 20 seconds, guys. Let's go. Ranking. We do not have time to be messing around here. 1 for 1, but Silver, that's huge from him. Silver goes absolutely massive. And Vasco found a great round. But again, Ranking, I'm not even too sure what the idea is there. Super slow, and nothing comes of it. And this happened a couple of times towards that previous map with nothing gained off it. I mean, they really just don't gain anything. They were being completely honest. They slow it down. They have 20 seconds to pop on towards the B side with no information about how many people are there. And they just lose their fights because they don't have time to clear out the corners.
Well, nade into the vent. Not really going to cause too many problems for Vasco. Again, a similar approach from Vasco. Hugh is there to receive, but goes scampering away as he recognizes there's multiple members headed in his direction. Silva also opening things up in middle. Ranking. What is going on? Good trade from Nevis. He was sharp on that first map and maintains that here into the second as well. But let's not forget that this is not done just yet for Ranking. Like, if they still go on to lose this series, they will not make it to playoffs.
It is true. It might not mean Vasco make it, but Vasco can ruin their day still.
For sure.
For Vasco, it's about playing for pride on the other side too, and I still want to make sure they walk away with as many wins as they possibly can, and it will also help them. They get a little bit extra prize pool and all the rest, right? So those small things can be a pretty big incentive. PM, nice shot. 2 versus 3 now. Not out of the realms of possibility. VNC holding, but they're going to go towards A and nobody's there.
PM has got the C4 in hand, but he's gone hunting. He's gone searching. And he's going to find what he's looking for. Plant's going down now, and it's a 2-on-2 post plant, so it suddenly starts to become much more winnable for Ranking. This was looking like a bit of a disastrous start to the map, but if they could clutch this round out, then hashtag we back.
Yeah, it does change things. BNC, looks like he's going to use that first contact. Flash comes over. They're both holding for that wrap. Through kind of GR spawn, but far in they come. Coming from A. In through main, PM got it all to do, gets one. BNC to find Colt pulled out, and PM 1v2, that's massive. Big for him. When you got Ranking below, celebrations were massive too. They are happy to get back in and answer. That's huge. That is huge. And Ranking do need to put up a really solid first half here. I always feel like the BL sides where a lot of teams do their best work on this map. Especially, you know, we've seen all gamers, they've had their weaknesses on GR, but on the BL side, that's where they're just in complete control, and we always sort of bank on them, and I want to see Ranking do more of the same.
Yeah, Nevis he's looking for it, you know, like he's really keen for a fight. He's been the standout player for Ranking on this map so far. He wants to get in the action early in these rounds, make it easy for Ranking to put it over the line. But this time SV taking it a little bit slower, at least on the A side of the map. They are thinking about a push into middle, which LDX is on the other side of. If he would spam through that box, he would get a kill.
Yeah.
Especially with the M4. But he just can't see Silver's toe. Let alone maybe his knee. Like, his knee's just about to pop around that box. They don't know how close they are to one another, like ships in the night. LDX still jiggling on that corner, and eventually he'll lose his life. There is a nice trade in the end from PM. But man, this is wild from Ranking. They just continue to bring the same exact kind of approach to every round. And I wonder if it's a conditioning thing, and at some point they're going to try and pull out something a little bit quicker and catch Vasco off guard. But it's not like filling with a huge amount of confidence that Ranking have a massive game plan for this map.
Yeah, they did do it, you know, to be fair to them. Oh, that is huge! Silver for 2.
C4's dropped.
Surely that's going to be the round as well. MG sitting up close. He actually might be in a bit of trouble here. Colt pulled out. Colt gets the kill. And he looks for more as well, but Humio will answer back. Hasn't got the C4. He has got time, sure, but he needs to start making a move here.
Feifei's just going to tuck into the corner, hope that Humio is not going to check it, and he will be proven correct. Feifei's going to go well past. So this should favor Vasco in the end. Nice timing from Feifei. Very patient gameplay. Vasco get themselves another.
Yeah, MG, good work from him as well, just staying alive. That's all he had to do.
It's a good round as well from Vasco. You know, you're not expecting a second player in that hotel normally, so popping out the window on a perfect timing like that one, there's no real reason for Ranking to be watching behind, and Vasco know that. Vasco get the benefit of it. It's a nice little setup, cheeky.
One thing that I see a lot of other teams, all games in particular, do this is out from spawn, there's a smoke you can throw over towards A main, right, and a little bit earlier, but it seems like it's a little bit late over towards Ranking, or at least their spawns are a little bit late for it because they haven't been fighting for as much A main control as they are now, which is, you know, great to see. But yeah, I mean, for Ranking, you were talking about it, they're very slow in these early rounds, and they're sort of trying to maybe condition Vasco a little bit and then go for a quicker one later down the line. But there's not been a huge amount on offer, which kind of gives us a lot to use from it when we look at the previous map. For the most part, this is just how they play. They are a little bit more slow and methodical in terms of their approach, which, you know, nothing inherently wrong with that. The only issue is that Vasco know they can just slow things down themselves. So if they want to get proactive, they're not probably going to get punished for it. BNC playing out towards Vent. He likes this sort of same way he plays it, where he goes for kind of 2 jiggle peaks and 1 swing. This is sort of way in which he plays vent control. The only issue is that timing can be his worst enemy. Thankfully, this time it's good for him, and he gets away. And he took himself over towards the boxes, up on the site as well. Got the support, but not bad. LDX, Humio, gonna get a double, in fact. And now MG gonna try and help out at range. It's actually Silver on site. He's gonna go huge. Colt pulled out, not enough. And it's just at the sniper at quite a fair distance. He's gonna try and deny things. And for MG, I'm going to try and get up close as well. C4 still not down, not committed, missed shot. MG still got a chance in this. Head in the corner. Just do a little bit of chip damage, but they still could get a plant out here.
Not a bad place to be in, though. Plant's gone down. MG on his way through. This would be a big round to pull over the line for Vasco, but he has not been given a freebie. Oh, I think he might have just spotted Duct One. Looking at the stairs position. Now he himself has been spotted out, though, and it's difficult making a retake happen from here. You can double swing it so easily from the top of the site, and that's exactly what the Ranking members are doing. Gonna chuck a flash over the top and try and make something happen with it, but yeah, no chance. 2-2. Ranking, 8 rounds required for a playoff spot.
Yeah, big from Ranking. That round at one moment did look a little bit like it might be lost in transition, but thankfully it wasn't. It does start to once again open up the doors. If Ranking can get 5 here in this first half, and their BL side, that will absolutely give us something to work with. Yeah, 4 might still be workable, but a little bit more harder for. Nice opener though from Feifei. Secondary sniping. He will deliver action. Nice shot from him too. Really great work. And now a little bit of something also on the cards. Opening double goes the way of Vasco. Humio doesn't realize that he has Action dead to rights below him. And Action now has a flank on here. Action probably gets one for free. Oh, he doesn't. Humio doubles back, and Action just completely caught napping, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
Can still go either way. Silver on for a bit of a push. He wants to try and gather a bit of info. He's into hotel now and not seeing a whole lot, but I dare say he might keep going through the doors. He is. I like it, you know, in the 3v3. I think it's really hard to gather info on that CT side, on the defensive side. So, you know, you'll need to do something like this. You'll need to take a risk, and for Silver, the risk is going to pay off. He's dropped the C4 carrier. No way. Ranking, not plugging the holes, and now they've got to work their way back in. MG maybe caught on an off timing here by Doktuan if he looks in the wrong direction at the wrong time, missing a shot, but not really punished for it. Ace has been taken, but C4 is up the creek without a paddle.
Yeah, it's all well and good. You've got the sight, guys, but what are you going to do with it? Look at it. You've got to get that C4. Thankfully, they actually can pick it up here. They've got a small gap, a small window. If Doktuan just gets it out and gets out, he can go. Oh, Silver, double back, and that will be the kill. And that'll be the round. Humio, yeah, no chance, mate. Sorry, not a 1 versus 3, especially since he needs all the kills. He doesn't have time to pick up the C4, double back for the kill, so just call it a day, mate. This one, surely. They actually let him pick it up. They've got 3 people there holding, and they let him pick it up. That's wild to me. I'm all for playing retakes and, you know, playing a little passive, but a 1v3, guys, they already know they tagged him as well, and they give him a plant. That, for me, is a little oversight. Not that I think he can win this. I mean, surely not. He's so tagged, Humio. It feels completely out of the realm of possibility. I mean, he's 28 points of HP, but at the same time, they've let him get a chance out of this, which in itself could be something. He will only go 1 for 1, so it's fine, but yeah, it does still make you question of why they even gave him the site itself. But nevertheless, it will be another round on the board for Vasco, and they take a third. So, lead for them to work with. At least better than nothing.
Yeah, well, it feels very tentative at the moment for ranking, though, doesn't it? You know, we're a bit back and forth. We're not really locking these rounds down. We're not really locking this playoff spot down. Not the way that you'd like to see from a team storming their way to victory. Hard yards being done on both sides. But I think that really has been the name of the event as well. Like, it has just been very, very close maps, very, very grindy series, very much back and forth, upset city, hard to read. And even when ranking think, okay, we've got our foot in the door, maybe the door's just about to be slammed shut on them by Vasco, who kind of have nothing to play for apart from pride at this point. And you never know, maybe pride is enough for these Brazilian players. They are a very passionate bunch.
Well, Silver playing in around Hotel. Oh my god, that was a risky one. Peeking with util in hand. Not the one he wanted to see, but he does luckily get out of there alive. The 4 versus 4, him now being tagged is a bit of a predicament, but he does have a sniper, so I guess not the worst thing in the world. We're going to play up close, and Silver will get active. Love that from him. VNC going 1 for 1, not exactly terrible. Keeps the numbers in favor of the Vasco side. Might be a bit more here too. Doktuan going to make a little move. What's the play though? Silver's backside, he's tagged. Doktuan, he's isolated too, and he's going to get caught. That's
too many angles
so
to clear.
free.
I mean, I think at that point, right, if you're Doktuan, you really just have to be waiting for PM. You know, you can't be walking, floating out onto that site on your own on timing, thinking, oh, there's not going to be anyone on B. Like, come on. There's always going to be a player B. Now it's PM who has to clutch it out 1v3, and he's started it pretty well. Looking to isolate the duel onto Feifei. The flash, though, is going to come through, and PM cannot see anything. Feifei, bit of a whiff. And his counter flash, PM was so good, but luckily, action came across just in time to save the day for Vasco. Ranking starting to let this map slip away a little bit. 2-4 the scoreline now.
Yeah, not looking good so far. That's a safe way of putting it. This is a side who are really struggling. I need to see ranking come alive because so far it's not been good, and it had to be in this first half. I wanted to get sort of at least 4, if not 5. Good shot, and MG gets out of there alive, and MG gets 2. Oh, that's beautiful. That's really sumptuous stuff. Might just work out for a little bit more. Action going to deliver as well. PM and LDX left with it all to do, and yeah, unfortunately, so little to work with. LDX should be dead. Should be dead, right? Somehow isn't. Second time of asking. Thankfully is. As VNC will clean that up. And PM, yeah, it might be the same for you two. Missed shot means death. Means Vasco find yet another and make life look pretty easy here in the server. Ranking are not showing up to play here at all.
When does the timeout get called?
surely soon.
Like, this is a really important map for ranking to lock it in.
Yeah, they've got to start to make a move surely soon. This has not been good. Vasco, complete control of this game at the moment. Ranking have not offered up really anything, if I'm being completely honest. Pause there, now called. I'm assuming it's going to be on the ranking side, but what is the play?
It's weird though, is it not, to call the pause with a minute 50 left on the round?
Yeah, I don't understand why they do that. Is there a reason behind it? I feel like you want to be calling it surely just towards the end of the round.
Not that I'm aware of. I would think you would, as you say, call it at the end of the round when you know you're going to lose this round.
Yeah.
But also, like, this is now the penultimate round of the half.
Yeah.
If you're going to call the pause, should it not have been maybe a round or two ago where you had a little bit more leeway to come back into the half? Like, if you now lose this round, it's already 6 for Vasco. Best case, you get 6-3. That's already still a pretty rough result. So I don't really know what to say, but either way, ranking, they've always been a bit of a confusing element. They've always been a bit of a conundrum to me. And I think that's fair to say, even going back to last year as well. Nobody would have predicted them to go top 4 at the grand finals, and yet they did do that. So I don't know. You can't question the method. You can question the results, and the results for ranking, not too bad last year.
True.
Maybe still not too bad this year if they go top 4 at this event as well. So we'll see. But I'd really want to be seeing them lock this round in and then the next one off the back of the pause and play the 5-4. That would be the ideal scenario for ranking here. The plan is going to go down. It's looking a little bit better now. Ranking have a 5-on-4 post plan. And this is the first round where it's really felt like the game has kind of played out in a bit more of a standard way.
Yeah. Ranking loves slowing things down, and in a sense, it kind of feels like for no reason, but this time it's come a little bit more alive. But there's still a bit of life left in this. VNC, MG, still finding some form behind this. We need to be a little careful here. Down to 1 versus 2, and VNC taps on towards the C4. A little bit of a fight. Oh, and he will find his old coat pulled out, and it's so close. He was barely alive, but it will be converted in the end. That come down to the finest of margins. We'll see a pause called here by ranking, and they are going to have some sort of a conversation, but it does feel a little late doing this right now at one final round and a half. I mean, I don't know. I guess better late than never, but even still, it's still one of those things for me. It's like, sure, you can influence one round, but you want to be doing this maybe like 2 or 3 rounds ago when you had lost control of the game and try and influence the half rather than the round itself. So, I mean, we'll see what comes of it. I think I make a 5-4. I think that's really good. I think it's workable. Any less than that, though, I think I'm probably a little worried.
It's important to make it 5-4. Like, if you're going to call this tack timeout on this timing, you absolutely have to win this round. Otherwise, you're looking at that and going, bro, that's cap.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes no sense if you don't win this round. Because then you've got nothing in the second half. You're down 6-3. That feels kind of doomed at that point. If I'm Vasco, I'm looking at this and going, what on earth is this all about?
Yeah.
But again, you know, it could be a bit of a chat now, like, okay, look, let's lock this round in, and then a conversation around what they're going to start to do in the next half. That's something as well to consider. Because there's not much time in between the half. Like, there's no time to chat from first half to second half. So it may just be the coach sort of saying, all right, well, we need to, like, lock in for this second half. I want to have some words to the troops and let them know what's happening here for the second half.
It's true. It is true. Definitely something has to change there for ranking. They look sort of a shadow of what we saw of them, at the very least, in towards map number 1. They're not exactly that side that they once were. Let's put it that way. Not going to count them out just yet, but attack pool's done. Looks like we are back underway, and the question is now, well, you see, it remains to be of when will ranking actually come to play as they did in towards map number 1. So still, it's been pretty dicey. Look at this though. Once again, going to go quick out A main here. They're going to try and fight for this. Duck1 going to try and keep them at bay. 2 of them. VNC and FFA will dip away in towards tunnel, but it is going to be empty for the first. VNC for a double.
Oh dear.
Oh, Vasco. They are making light work out of this last round. And they shut it down. That is easy for Vasco. My God, they made that look so simple. And once again, we have to say, what is happening to ranking? Where are they? They are yet to turn up.
I don't know, man. Disappointing, disappointing. But it's kind of like the worst case scenario, as we've alluded to. You call your attack timeout, you're now down 6-3. PM going to get aggressive, and I think he's going to lose his life here. Yeah, he did not expect the players wrapping in underneath him. This is Vasco charging towards a victory on map 2 and potentially forcing it to a map 3, which is dire circumstances then for ranking, because they may still miss out on the playoffs as a result. Ductuan, last man standing here for ranking. That's going to be a 7-3 lead. Vasco to close this 2v1 out, of course. Maybe not. Ductuan, though, a little bit shaky on this map thus far.
Silva spotted. M4 can spam through that wood, so Silva needs to be a little careful. He just get tagged down low. Ductuan might still have something on the cards here. Oh, but no, Silva. We'll see him off. Another round for Vasco. I don't know, man. Ranking just don't even look like they want to play here. I don't know what's going on, but they are not fighting together. It's super isolated. There doesn't seem like there's too much of a game plan. And I mean, Vasco, we thought they were going to be completely checked out of it. And honestly, in terms of the vibes, they do feel they're not shouting, they're not celebrating.
No, it's not a big deal to them, but it is a big deal to ranking.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It doesn't feel like it's a big deal. It feels like they're the ones who've given up. Even though they're the ones who have got a grasp of a playoff spot right now. So what is happening? At least that's a good start. PM will get the opener. I'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, got to be a real rally from ranking right here. But I'm not getting the sense that it's coming. Nevis is the only player to try to hold on to A. Oh, never mind. There's a player under the stairs. Didn't see that on the map. It is Hugh, and he's come up in a big way. That's a huge round from Hugh.
About time. About time we've had some sort of any highlight.
Let's
out
go.
on the side. I mean, finally. Bit of noise, bit of celebration coming out from the ranking side. I mean, they've been looking lackluster, to say the least, in this map. So this is better than nothing.
Does that get them back online?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the truth.
Are they going to fire up?
I hope so, because, my God, they haven't really done much of that so far this game. But maybe here on the GR side is where they look a little bit stronger and feel a little bit more alive and the rest. We'll see, but yeah, definitely got a fair share of question marks about what's been going wrong with the side. That's for damn sure. Either way, should be a big fight for Ductuan. Might get a chance here at a potential one and done. Make it two. Wouldn't be too bad. He's just going to dip away in towards Hotel. And actually doubles back. He's kind of smart though. I don't expect this, but he gets caught. VNC, nice swing, nice find.
LDX dropping as well. Just seems like it's kind of falling apart for ranking, doesn't it? Just not showing up to this map at all. Which has got to be a little bit painful for Vasco as well, it has to be said. You know, like they were pretty close on map 1, but didn't really get anything done there in the end. And with that, lost their possibility of making it through to playoffs. And then they go on to their own map pick and sort of dominate.
Yeah, just farm, yeah.
It's pain. Bittersweet, really.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, I guess might help the mental a bit in a sense, but definitely so many question marks. I mean, we can be talking about Vasco taking like a 10-4 here, which would actually really hurt the round differential, to be fair, over towards ranking. So maybe for us as lovers of 3BL, that might be something we like. PM for a double opener. MG will finally answer back. So that's something. But round far from over, 4 versus 3. There will now be a little bit of something on the cards to work with. It does all slow down, but it might be another chance here. Ductuan got a really slow game, him, and it won't get any better here. Does get caught. And doesn't get caught, he gets spotted, he misses a shot. Second half asking, also misses again, but he's still sort of playing with fire a little bit. He peeks right back in towards MG, he's holding that line.
Ductuan. Oh, it's such a scary spot to be in. Oh, man. His timing is looking a little bit off, though, and Silva will punish for it. So we've been able to bring it back to 3-on-3. C4's in close proximity to B. In fact, a plan could go down there. MG doing work in the A-con. Looks like the call might actually be to go over to A. I mean, why not at this point? Feifei's really cleared it out. Nevis may be able to get one here on a cheeky timing, but that'll still only bring it back to the equal numbers.
Yeah, he might even just check this. Yeah, he won't look that way initially at the very least. And Feifei going to try and flank him on the other side. Nevis, though. Low HP, no problem. Maybe a bit of an overfight by Feifei there. A little audacious from him, but the nade comes over. Touchdown on towards Nevis, and he's LDX. All to do, 1 versus 2. Only got 4 kills to his name. Wants to try and finish on 6, but it will be him taking 13 deaths as Vasco get yet another silver, having a really, really class map number 2 here. Might all be for nothing. Penultimately, when it comes to, or ultimately, may I say, when it comes towards the result of them making it towards playoffs, but at the very least, he's showcasing what he's got in the locker. 9-4, map point Vasco, and I don't know, we've got a lot of question marks about ranking. Where have they gone, being the primary number 1? Nice shot, though.
Not over, though, for VNC. He's still kind of in the thick of things, and Feifei in there as well. Even when ranking are doing some work, it seems that Vasco are going even one better, and that is a very anticlimactic finish to map 2 because it means we need to go to map 3, and for ranking, they would have been hoping that at the end of this map, they'd be screaming, shouting, cheering right now because they would have made it to playoffs, but they've still got a job to do. And obviously for poor old Vasco, well, they win that map and they go, all right. Tell you what, though, probably 3BL back at the hotel, they are screaming and shouting.
Yes.
Because their dream is still alive. They can still make it through.
There is actually still a world in which we can see. I mean, hey, he's not very happy. He knows that Vasco are eliminated, but I mean, at the very least, you know, I mean, I think it's action that is, right? You know, he's not very happy. Obviously, he's upset that they are eliminated, but I mean, we call it bittersweet, and I think that's probably the right way of calling it. But when you look at it, I can still make 3BL's day. So maybe a little bit of a brotherhood between the West and South America in this sense. It's a long way away, but closely bonded by one result and one more map as well, sub-base to decide this one. Vasco lost on the play against AG. Didn't go too well. They looked very weak on it, but there's definitely a world in which it's a map, you know, it's a map which on paper they do like. Right. So they play a lot domestically. They can still take the series.
I'm going to be honest, both teams feel like they can take this series right now. It doesn't really feel like there's a huge gap between the two. I mean, obviously, Ankara looked quite good for Vasco, but ranking, you know, they're one of those teams, and it's exactly what we were saying in that first map. Very, very inconsistent. Can, on any given day, just absolutely pop off and run away with things. And so, throw my hands up in the air again. I've said that a lot, actually, at this event. It's kind of been my go-to phrase. But man, what can you do? How can you predict this at this point in time? Like, we're just seeing weird result after weird result, and you would think, like, ranking, win that map, Vasco don't have a chance of making it to playoffs. They just switch off and go, whatever, we're out of here. But they don't, and it's kind of the same story as 3BL up against Evolution Power, where Evolution Power were done. It felt like the perfect setup for 3BL to lock themselves into playoffs. They couldn't do it. Now ranking have that same chance against Vasco. Are they going to suffer from that same kind of epidemic that 3BL have now run into?
Yeah, I mean, it is a really, really interesting conversation to be had here, because we're looking at this and we're saying for ranking, I don't know, they didn't quite look at themselves at all, right? They've gone for a little bit of a break as well, stepped off the stage. I mean, for Vasco, I don't think they, I mean, it's kind of hard. You can see for them, they're still super dejected despite winning that map, despite winning it dominantly, but it does really throw a spanner in the works here. Ranking, they've now either got to, I'm right in saying, they've got to take this map, or if they lose it, they've got to lose it close. Is that right? Because round difference-wise, that's -6 for them on top of what were they before, -2? So they're now -8 overall? So we're 3BL are -10. Yeah. So it's close. It's seriously close.
My brain.
We're going into this third map with a 2-round differential between 3BL and Vasco, if I'm right in saying.
If ranking lose this map,
that's it.
That's it.
That's it. Kaputski.
If ranking win this map,
I
think they're okay.
Okay.
Regardless, because if they would win, worst case scenario, it's a 13-12. They go +1.
Sure.
In that last map, 10-4 would be -6.
Yeah.
But they were -5. They would have been a plus a couple from.
Okay.
So they'd be like they're like no, they're -2 after map 1.
Yeah.
Now they're -8
because there was
-6. Yeah, so they're -8. So they're still ahead.
Okay.
On the round differential. In which case, assuming they win, you can't go negative round differential in a win,
Yeah, sure.
they're going to be okay.
Okay.
So if they win, they're through. If they lose, they're out.
Damn,
That's it.
It just makes you think if 3BO just didn't get battered 10-1 by Evolution Power, who were already eliminated, they would actually just already be in the playoffs, basically. Even if it was like 10-4 or like 10-5, they probably would have been, for the most part, fine or sitting relatively comfortable. But they're not. And here's how things look at the summary at the tail end of that. Silver with Masterclass from 2.57. He hasn't turned off the Jets, despite the elimination of Vasco already. VNC also looks pretty good as well. Action at his moments, despite being obviously quite visibly upset. And Feifei looked pretty quiet, but he wasn't needed. It was a very easy showing. PM looked pretty good. We'll give him that credit. We asked from PM, but Dr. Wan was absolutely missing in action, and same for LDX. 0.25 and 0.29 respectively is not what you want to be seeing out for these guys, who are unfortunately offering up little to nothing in that map, and we need them in towards sub-base. If ranking want a chance, they've got to get, especially Dr. Wan, who's super important for this side, he's got to get active.
Yeah, yeah. Feifei switched off a little bit in that one. Silver's been having a really good series, so he could be the key to success for Vasco, particularly if the rest of the lads can stay online as well. Man, what a disaster this is for ranking. What a disappointing night this could be in the end if they end up dropping this last map in the series. I almost welcome it, you know. Let's just have a bit of chaos.
Yeah.
Why not at this point? But first we have to go to a short break. Don't go too far away. One more big map coming up for you today.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. We're heading towards map number 3 in just a second, and it's actually pretty interesting. It's for all the marbles, right? Because ranking need to win this, right? Simply put, if they lose, most likely case they won't make it to playoffs, and 3BL take that spot. So a pretty spicy position that we're in. A lot of this comes down to the round difference, all the rest, which is a bit of maths that we're going to work out sort of on the fly. But what we do know is ranking, not only losing that map, but losing it quite heavily has actually hurt them quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. But it's not over yet for ranking, at least. If they can win this last map, at the end of the day, their fate is still in their hands, and that is what matters.
Yeah.
So it's all a bit annoying having to go through into that sub-base map and not get it done 2-0 on Ankara, lock it in nice and easy. But a win's a win, and a win is going to be enough here for ranking. So they do still have that possibility to make it through to playoffs, and they got everything to play for, whereas Vasco are still here just looking to play spoiler for ranking and honestly help out their buddies 3BL apparently.
Yeah, I know we're in Vietnam, but there's definitely room for some "Let's go Vasco" chants from the English stream, because obviously we want to see 3BL. We come from the West League, and we want to see these guys make it to playoffs. We haven't seen a West team in the playoffs for a while, and it would be a nice little change-up. And in all fairness, 3BL did beat both ranking and Vasco, so if it was on head-to-head, they already would be through in that sense. But it is round difference, of course, and round difference is pretty close between these two sides at the moment. But I can see all the players are getting up on the stage now as well, and they're getting in the game, and the chants are coming through, so you know what that means. It is time to get this game on the road. You guys can't hear the chants. We can, and ranking are getting pretty fired up. Vasco is pretty muted over towards them. Of course, they know that they're already eliminated, but on the other side, ranking still have a chance. Win this map, and they are through. First person they probably got to try and slow down is Silver, who so far has been incredible. There's VNC for the first as well. They're going to look around for a couple more fights as well. A little scrappy here, but looking good for Vasco, who look like they want to try and help out 3BL as much as. Nevis will answer back with one of his own before he falls. A 4 versus 3. Numbers favoring Vasco. Not a bad spot that they find themselves in.
Early aggression, maybe not the name of the game for ranking. Remember, that is kind of what they brought to the table on Ankara as well. They were very, very slow on that blacklist side of Ankara, and it didn't really work out for them. So, not sure what the solution is actually going to end up being here for Vasco, or rather for ranking. Vasco looking pretty chill. Action just going to be jump spotting the angle, and ooh, bangs off one head before falling. Fair enough.
1-for-1's not terrible. Keeps the numbers in favor of the Vasco side. They've still got Silver down towards missiles. He's happy to play there. Might actually play up close towards stairs themselves. Down late. Even one via mid. And one over towards B. Might be a bit of room to work with. First fight's going to be important here. Fei, oh my god! How is he going to still be alive? How has he got away with a kill? How did Fei survive there? He absolutely, under no circumstances, shouldn't even be alive. Never mind finding a kill. But it's Vasco who get the first, and obviously muted celebrations over there for them, but 3BL somewhere back in the hotel, somewhere celebrating as they inch closer and closer towards the players. So Vasco going to go aggro. Machine Rooms, they start to fight. Fei sets the tone, leading by example as he gets 2, looking for 3. Fei, the king of, well, the West at the moment. They're going to crown him if they are able to take this map, and he's trying to do it all off their own of his own back. I mean, that is beautiful.
Love to see it, unless you're a ranking fan, that's for sure. I mean, Fei continues to have impact in this series. He's been quite good at this event so far in general. I've actually been really impressed with the level that he's been able to bring, because I was, kind of critical of him at the last Summer Championship. I just think maybe that was a roles thing in that Imperial roster. He didn't have great roles. He didn't really have a lot of agency on that team, even despite being the in-game leader. He was playing quite a selfless position in a lot of cases, but here it seems like he has a bit more of an impact in the game, and it's good to see. It's not a good start for ranking, and the issue is going to be the longer this run ends up going, the scarier it gets, and the more it's going to be getting into the head of these ranking players. And that's 2-0. 2 pretty decisive rounds as well.
Oh, well. For now, We are seeing where Vasco are delivering. 2-0, and once again, a bit of Machine Room's presence. This time, going to double back in towards the lockers. Feifei wants to sit up close. Pretty common angle to hold as well, because the aspect ratio, you can hold both angles with ease. PM, having a look in. I mean, on this BL side, a lot of teams do struggle to get that control. I've seen this a little bit here from ranking. The errors of map number 2 seem to be creeping in, but I don't know. But this is not a bad map for Vasco. I don't think they're too upset to see this as a third map. It's just unfortunately just too late for them to make a difference for themselves personally, but they are good on this map.
Yeah, hugely popular map in Brazil. Both Imperial and Vasco like to play it, so it's always going to be a bit of a staple in series between those two teams, and so they'll be getting a lot of practice on it as it is. And ranking already struggling. Got to say, though, better start to this round for ranking. At least they haven't lost a player early. Heading in the direction of Feifei, and he has been a real thorn in their side in this series. They've also got to deal with MG, who, as the sniper, will set things up. Bit of spam onto Feifei, and he doesn't really have a chance in that round. That's actually quite a heads-up play from ranking. Problem is, MG and Action have come alive now, and if not Feifei, then someone else for Vasco is going to step up here, and it's still not a successful round for ranking.
Nevis trying, but try as you might, not going to make a difference. 1 versus 4 was never going to get off the ground there. And it will be yet another round for this Vasco side, who are actually making life look pretty damn easy in the server. Tech Paul's going to come through, though, so you really do hate to see it. That's the worst way, especially when Vasco, yeah, starting to find a bit of form. I wonder, okay, it looks like it's over towards ranking then. I wonder who is having said issue and what said issue is. Looks like it's Nevis, but we'll see regardless. But either way, issues with Nevis will be fixed, I think, in just a second. Looks like they can have a little look. I can see the eagle-eye view from up here, so I'm trying to figure... Oh, now I can't. Never mind. Someone's standing in the way. I did have a really good view about what was going on, but my view has been obscured. But it is something to do with Nevis, I think, over there on...
Ranking?
The ranking side. I'm trying to figure... I did have a decent view, but I lost it. They tabbed out. I know that. So maybe something to do with settings or something of the sort. But...
might be an audio issue.
Yeah. Something small like that. Still got his headphones on, though, which I guess is a good sign. Headphones don't seem to be a problem. In-ears seem to be okay. Who knows? But either way, doesn't change the fact that Vasco are looking pretty solid so far, right? They're a side who are playing really, really well and maybe keeping the chances alive for 3BL. The tech pause might ice them out just a tad, but I think for the most part, they still are a side that, for us at the very least, here, of course, being primary casters from the West League, we kind of love a bit of Vasco right now, especially considering there might be what's needed to get this side, our side of 3BL in towards the playoffs. Call it bias, call it what you want. We're just being honest.
Yeah, you can call me the Vasco #1 fan. Wonder what it is on the stage that's an issue here for ranking. I mean, end of the day, this is an extremely important map for them. So even if there's a tiny little thing that's annoying one of these guys, a little distraction, they want to make sure that they lock it in and sort it out ASAP. Can't be affording to bleed rounds over tiny little issues.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Can't really talk too much in these sort of pauses either, so they've just got to kind of sit there. But I don't think there was too much talking being done anyway, really, over towards Vasco. They unfortunately they just look a little quiet. It's just how it's been. They haven't really been too communicative, obviously, since especially it kind of got guaranteed that they were going to be eliminated. And now we just hold and we wait. Hope for a brief one. We've had a couple of tech pauses, but it looks like this one's done. They've tabbed back in. Nevis is moving around. So it looks like, yeah, there we go, back underway. Soldier's only going to be a brief one, and we get this show back on the road. And once again, Machine Room's control is the priority. PM, though, will get that first. No complaints about that at all. They're going to need PM online if they're going to be able to find this. He's, yeah, pretty important.
Well, Ranking start things off much, much better in this round. Very quick into the A-bomb side, and Vasco were not prepared for that one in the slightest. So, don't know whether it was just a tech issue that was keeping Ranking a little bit slow, or if they have had time to kind of come up with something in that break, because that was a completely different round to the initial 3 that we got to see. I've got no idea where that one's come from.
A lot quicker, machine rooms controlled, don't allow Vasco to get it, and yeah, a lot better. That's what you want to see, and just kind of fight fire with fire. Get up in their face, make them feel a little bit uncomfortable. That's more of what we'd like out from the Ranking side. It does actually slow down Vasco a little bit. They are going to just slow up. And this time, not taking that control out towards Machine Room, not looking too aggro anywhere, really. And they're going to sit back and sort of inviting the pressure, but I don't recommend that. VNC, I'll say it, he looked pretty weak when they were against AG, but it's fair enough, it's AG. They kind of make everybody look a little bit weak, if we're being honest, but that's sort of peak I want to be taking. Loses life kind of for nothing, and there's no one even close enough to trade.
Yeah, PM kind of coming alive in this map at least. So that's the one silver lining for Ranking. He's doing very well, but you do need to see Nevis, LDX, Ductuan off the donut. 4 rounds into the game, all 3 of them still yet to find a kill. Better news, of course, for Hugh, who this was one of the maps where he had that 0-7 start, but better, at least in this important matchup for him. PM, another nice shot, and I wonder if he can pull Ranking, kicking and screaming through this matchup with the entry frags on that orb. So far, doing a really good job in this round. LDX guaranteed at least 1. Does get traded back for his troubles, and now it's on to Action. Difficult one for him to clutch out there for sure, even despite a couple of low HP players. So Ranking is starting to come back into the map. They were looking completely out of it until that tech timeout, but now much more of a conversation to be had.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. We'll see what we got for us. Fei. Nicely fine. It's not bad at all. You're looking for a little bit more as well around this, as well as LDX and Ductuan both get caught early. They're going to continue to re-aggressing here, but the 1-for-1 trades aren't bad. Let's see. Action. Silver delivering, Orm not hitting. Another round going to be taken for the Vasco side, and as they put more and more rounds on the board, 3BL inch closer and closer to playoffs.
I mean, how can you possibly predict this series at this point? Like, when the rounds are going like that, one way and then the other way and then back the other way, it's like, what is going on here?
Yeah, because the thing is, Vasco got nothing to lose but nothing to gain either, so it's like, they don't really care. And you can see the way they play. I mean, actually, he just ran in mid. It doesn't even make any sense to go there. But
he's going to get 2 kills.
He's still alive. He might even get 3. What? How? How is Action getting away with this? He's just run in mid. He ran through second mid completely for free. What is happening in this game? I think Action, he was so upset earlier, right? We've seen at the end of both maps, head in hands, he was, he obviously is so visibly distraught, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him. That is, I mean, it's audacious, but my God, it's worked.
They're playing for 3BL. That's really all they're doing right now.
I will forever love Brazil if Vasco do this. I'll become the biggest Vasco fan ever. VNC, I love you, but... Oh, hang on. Ductuan and PM get 1 apiece.
3-on-3 though. By no means a sure thing for Ranking, but at least workable. The issue is they're going to go into the stacked site. There's 2 players to defend it. Action, who's been quite good. And you got MG up in the window as well as a rotating coming in. Fei is on his way over. Ranking getting some nice positioning onto the side. Action needs to be a little bit careful, but he pops his head up at the perfect time, catches one off guard, pushing his way forward as well. He's doing it all on his own. No one from Vasco to even help him out. They're both stuck up in the window. But Action's done a great job and has potentially secured a 6th here for Vasco. PM to try to clutch it out. And again, the tack timeout called in the penultimate round of the half for Ranking. They're down 6-2. Best case scenario, 6-3. It again must be. It must be a set strategy that this is like, okay, if we're doing poorly in the first half, we'll call it in the last round. Make sure we win that last round and go into the second half with some kind of momentum. It must be exactly what they're thinking, because we've seen it now a couple of maps in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. But again, it does make you kind of think in a sense, right, of sort of too little, too late, maybe to a degree, because, I don't know. I mean, even last time when they called the pause, they lost the round straight after. They lose the round here. We're talking about them 7 down. I mean, 7-2, right? That is, yeah, that's a yikes position. And this is where we start to get really, really worried. Credit has to be given where credit is due. Vasco, we know they like this map. They're playing it very, very well, and I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out from them. This is fantastic work, but yeah, my God, what is happening? We'll see. With this timeout, even the coach doesn't seem to be getting all too proactive. LDX getting pretty vocal, trying to have a bit of conversation himself, but I mean, a long old minute 30 to discuss about what's going wrong, and there's a whole long list to try and go down here.
Where do you start, really? Every player except for PM is kind of going missing on this map. Early rounds aren't working out. Mid rounds aren't working out. Late rounds aren't working out. Vasco are just kind of throwing anything at the wall and everything is sticking. Like, they're pulling out the randomest rounds. So it's not even really as if there's a world here where you can try an anti-strat, counter-strat. Like, it's like, what kind of strat is Vasco going to bring into the next round? I don't know. Does anybody know at that point? Because they're just doing wild stuff. And 3BL cheering at what they're seeing.
It's a strange position that we find ourselves in. I really don't know what to expect here, but I'm being honest, I'm looking at this and I'm pretty damn worried. I have to be perfectly honest. Ranking are letting things slip away. Moment by moment, I'm getting very, very concerned about them. Fei is going to get the first, and onto Macta will come through as he gets traded out. So, and I guess, okay, 1-for-1's not terrible there as Humio.
For sure.
Answers back, but
better than it has been.
Yeah, it's only been one person running out mid getting 3, so.
It's a solid angle for MG to be on. Like, he's given himself a lot of room with that that kind of an angle, so he should be good for at least one if the push comes into locker room. Elsewhere on the map, though, Vasco not doing a great job of gathering much information. They're going to smoke off wood again. Haven't seen ranking go second mid to B at all, really. There's been a lot of A presence, a lot of A hits from them. MG's fallen back a little bit. Like to see him just post up on this lockers line, which is what he's going to be doing. Just crouch spotting.
It's a good angle, isn't it? Especially if you have a bit of spot.
Very, very safe.
Yeah, even if you're rifling towards lockers, it's such a good little 1-2 punch. This, however, could be an overextension, and it is. Humio gets 1, but an answer back from action's good. He's still alive, and Silver's playing jail really well. Nevis gets spotted on towards the site. He's going to try and dance around the missiles on B, but it's just tough. And from there, above, another round for Vasco. Yikes. What is... Even, you can see, you know, VNC's laughing. Even he's thinking, what is going on with these guys? Like, what are they doing? Because we are baffled by what they're doing. I'm so confused as to what's happening for this side. They are not playing the way that they should. 7-2. 3BL are sat at home cheering.
Yep.
They're getting inching closer and closer to the next stage off the back of what is this rankings are falling apart. Nevis, a double with a Colt. That is quick.
Yeah, you're not going to be expecting that every day of the week. And to make it even better, he's dropped the C4 as well. So a lot of work to be done for Vasco in retrieving that. Elsewhere on the map, they lost a player as well. So the start to the second half hasn't been altogether too exciting if you're a Vasco fan.
True.
MG can't afford to pick that bomb up just yet. Needs to find a kill. Nevis, I'm surprised he doesn't swing for the trade, and that actually might lull MG into a false sense of security, but no, he is a smart cookie. Another great shot, and MG, unfortunately, will not expect a third on the B side of the map. You can't really blame him there. Honestly, getting the second was impressive as it was, but it's not enough to save the round for Vasco. They gave up way too much earlier on in the round.
Yeah, that's true. Nice play has to be said, though, from Nevis at the start. Double the Colt, really impressive, good work, and he sort of just sets the tone nice and easily. Exactly what you want to be seeing from him, and Well, now maybe a chance to work with for ranking. Need to come alive for them. And, you know, for Vasco, like we said, nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Just sort of playing their game. It's more for pride here. I do want to see this off, and kind of we also sort of want to see it in a sense. Fei for a double. Action coming alive as well, but PM will deliver one of his own. 3 versus 2 still workable. Silver slips in the back lines. PM didn't expect that. Humio will trade from jail, and he tucks his head, but he might still get chased down here. C4's got a long old rotate over, but now we'll start to make a bit of a move. Action, let's not...
No need.
Let's not die for nothing here. Yeah, he doubles away. That's smart. Takes a little bit of damage, but it's nothing too worrying.
Yep, just get that C4 down. Set MG up. It's going to be action to plant. And MG to hold. Humio thinking about going for a bit of a wrap, but plant's going to go down, and so really doesn't have many options. He's got to come through from jail and just hit some absolutely nutty shots to get his way back in here. And probably Vasco have to make a couple of mistakes, right? Like, MG's on such a safe line that how do you even dig that out as Humio? Yeah, first you can get action. That's all well and good. That is doable. But I don't see him getting MG here in time, and it won't even come down to that because Vasco have grabbed another one, and it looks like it might be a disappointing night to be a Vietnamese fan. Ranking have just not showed up in these last couple of maps.
Yeah, I mean, credit as well to Vasco, because you could very easily talk about this side sort of off the back of map number 1, knowing that you're not going to be making it towards the playoffs, just checking out. But there is a little bit of extra prize money on the line as well. And I guess, you know, actually there isn't for them. They're already guaranteed their spot, so it is just all about pride. So you could talk about them, yeah, very easy, discuss the options about them just kind of giving up in a sense. But they're competitors and they want to win, and I have a lot of respect for that. And obviously, sort of paying off here in the sense they're getting ever closer. 8-3. I mean, ranking, they have been non-existent. No two ways about that. They'll come down. Won't really do anything at all, to be perfectly honest. Nobody playing around those vents.
Nice setup, though. I like Ductuan and Neves, this position. High-low in the locker room. Pretty difficult to break. Ends up being a 1-for-1 for Silva, but the rest of Vasco come streaming through. A bit of a hole in the defense there from middle. PM, tough fight with the Orm at that range, but he's got a great shot with the Colton, so never mind that. 1v2. And on to MG to drive another nail in the coffin of ranking. He's in the form to potentially do it, but not expecting a player close. Oh, shots were missed by PM. MG wants to chase that one down. He's being harassed by Humio on the way through. And eventually he'll fall to the Orm of PM, and ranking are trying to hype themselves up. But honestly, Nao, that was not nearly as loud as you have been hearing from them over this event. So
yeah, it was only really PM.
I think the belief is not quite there yet for ranking.
Yeah, I don't think they believe that they can do it, which is never a good sign. It doesn't feel like they are all there, all checked in just yet, and that itself is obviously quite concerning. Sometimes MG has those moments where he steps up in a massive way. You can never completely count him out, but that was not one of those times. Bit of a move in vents here. VNC's up, so I might want to keep an eye on him. Might get a bit of leeway. He actually gets a back out again. He's going to go join up with the rest of the pack here. So we shall see. Smoke going to come down. Fei going to play out in front of this. This is all right. I don't mind this. He's got a strong angle. He doesn't need to really push. He'll swing out, and he'll get one for free. And Humio had absolutely no clue that was going to be there. And now a double fight going to be taken in towards window, but they've got missiles control.
Yep, that's big. They've also got a player in the vent by the looks of things. That's action, and the longer he waits here, the better this is going to get. But he might actually have to look to strike because he's losing teammates across the board. Oh, it's just a bit over-eager from Vasco.
Yeah.
They could have really slowed it down. But in the end, for some reason, this is the time they go aggressive. Action, though, finds a very cheeky angle. Whoa, just about loses his life to Neves.
How is he still alive, Action? Can't believe it. Saw one of these rounds earlier where he just sort of held W. He got a double there, and now 2 versus 2. And Action completely gets out of there. The C4, Action. Oh, he had a chance there. Doesn't quite take it. And I go back to where he was. I mean, they've still got time to work with. In sort of no rush. Only issue is you're going to get this plant down, and now it's all down to MG. C4 will get planted down towards missiles. And a 1 versus 2 again for MG. Not an easy one to convert, to say the least. Pop shot taken, not converted. Surely got to expect some sort of a stairs play. It's a very common angle to try and retake from, and I feel like he's got the right idea for it. He's going to post up for that hold. Doesn't spot anybody. He keeps dipping his head. Here's the first. Nice find. Nice take. He doesn't spot anybody. He's got to expect Nevis over in this position. Flashbang down as well to bail out the fight, but Nevis hits a big shot. And now the celebrations for Ranking get a little louder.
Yeah, just peaked a little bit too soon on that flash. It hadn't quite popped yet.
Yeah.
And Nevis, you know, it's a bit of a game, right? When you see that flash pop out, either you watch it, expect the peak, or you turn away from it and hope that the peak comes later.
Yeah.
In this case, Nevis gambles correctly. He watches the flash and takes the fight before the flash pops.
Yeah, it's true. I think you've got to gamble in those situations as well. If you play it too safe, I think you give the advantages to the guy in that post bomb because he's not the one with the timer above his head and all these issues. So, there we're at. Ranking are chipping away at the deficit bit by bit, moment by moment.
I mean, PM 19-9.
Yeah, he's been lights out, and he's struggled this tournament.
If he wins, if they win this map, they got to pat this guy on the back.
Yeah.
Tell you what, if Vasco win this map, I think 3BL better give them a pat on the back or two, and then some.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a massive, massive jump up in prize pool as well. Even if you go 4th in the playoffs, you go from 12K to 20K.
It's huge. That is huge. For those guys, especially a lot of them, you know, young and pretty new to the international scene in a sense, right? So massive. A lot of them haven't even been playing CrossFire that long. You know, a couple of the guys from sort of China, for example, have had careers sort of 4 or 5 times as long as they've even been playing the game at any sort of competitive level, and they've been playing LANs for 4 or 5 times longer. So Vasco, he could be doing 3BL a massive favor, but far from over here. They're struggling to get these final 2 rounds on the board. I just think getting the 9th, though, would be huge. That's the one that puts the pressure all on the shoulders. LDX had a slow game. That'll be his 3rd kill, though. If he can maybe get a 4th out of it, that'll be huge. Dr. Wan, he will get it. Spam is scrapping. Oh! Really nice shot, though, from Fei, but it's all over the place. MG left all alone in a 1 versus 2 again. This is his 3rd 1 versus 2, and he's not been able to clutch any of them.
Yeah, you got to question, though, where is he in all of that? Like, he's just floating around, running back over to the control room. He didn't spot him? Did he? Someone did. Someone on his team did, and they've conned it just in time. But MG very low. Ductuan saves the day, and Ranking are definitely starting to believe now. With each round, the cheers get louder.
Yeah, Vasco letting this slip. They're putting MG, that's his 3rd 1v2 clutch, and fair enough, right? I mean, it's one of those, but you know, you hope that he could get one of the clutches, but he shouldn't have to need to go into a clutch, I think is the issue. I mean, obviously for MG as well, you do normally expect him to be able to deliver in those clutches, but he's not, in all fairness.
I don't even know if I want it to go down to that clutch. I want to see MG just in the thick of things earlier on in the piece. Like, that's
exactly.
That's just where it's got to be.
Rely on him either. I feel like if you want anything, you want a rifle in those clutches, if anything. But it's tough, dude. Ranking are close. 2 rounds. 2 rounds of difference now between Ranking tying this game up, but also still Vasco closing the series out.
Yeah. Well, another good setup for an A take with Action being able to get pretty advanced in the vent. Doesn't need to be peeking just yet. Interesting here from Vasco that they're going to push through 2nd mid. I mean, it's almost a bait. It's almost like they're going to leave Action there and pretend like they've all gone down onto the site, potentially. I don't know what happens here. They have to take the site, though, first, and that's just not happening. Action has dropped out of the vent. He's gotten himself a kill or 2, but numbers are still there for Ranking. Action looking for the fight against PM. He's going to find him. Ductuan doesn't turn around in time to find the trade, and in fact might expose himself to MG here. This is all down to the timing. But Ductuan will win the duel. Action now in the 1v1. Another clutch here for Vasco, but he'll be able to get that bomb plant on B, and it's going to be a long rotate for Humio.
Yeah, this was way more doable. Not only is it a rifler, but like you said, it is that C4 down. A lot of time to set yourself up for it too. Humio, I think he actually was spotted there via jail. All right, maybe just something to work with. Action just going to tuck his head. And he might just play the C4 here. Just play time.
Some Vietnamese fans in the crowd trying to cheer him on as well.
Yeah. He doesn't need to move here, Action. You don't need to fight. Play for information. Play for time. That's all you need to do.
There
Spot him out. Gets away. That's
away.
perfect. That's all you need to do. You don't need to fight. You can't afford to fight.
Humio's going to push him. But I think Action was ready for it. I don't know. Time, is it there for the defuse? That's very close.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's got it. There would be cheers from Ranking if he had. Well done to Action.
Oh.
And they get to 9. And it is silence in the arena. Not the least from Ranking. Because this is their hopes and dreams of a playoff spot disappearing in front of their eyes, one round at a time.
And it might even come down to something like that clutch as well to make matters even worse. And it might be an unfortunate but classic scenario of close but no cigar. We'll see. Map, series, point. 3BL. Gripping the arms of their chair as they watch this game. And that's massive action for the first as well. That might just already start to lock these spots in place. Never taking a damage action as well. Gonna go again, huge. LDX Alanta back when he gets traded out as PM comes alive with one of his own. Starting to deliver. M4 spraying, delivering PM. Left with it all to do. And it's some harrowing faces down there, head and hands towards the side. And it might just be that. Closed out by Vasco. And it is muted on both sides. But my God. That actually might just be, if I'm right in saying, 3BL in towards the playoffs.
Does have to be said, it is a big victory today for 3BL. They didn't actually win today, but they are the winners today, thanks to Vasco. So it is going to be 3BL that'll go through to the playoffs. I will put an asterisk there and just caveat that and say we aren't actually the ones that get to choose. We've got to, you know, go back and have a look at all the stats, but I'm pretty sure that's what that means. We'll get that confirmed for you guys before we end the show. We'll probably have a bit of a look at how the brackets are going to shape up going into tomorrow as well. But that's the end of the group stage, and Vasco, it's disappointment for them, and it's disappointment for Ranking. It's disappointment all over the place here in the arena.
It's very sad in here, isn't it?
I'm happy though. I'm happy though. I've got no bias, but 3BL probably through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
We like that as the West League commentator. So first time in a long time. I can't remember the last time a West League team actually did make it to the playoffs from one of these events. So
I think we can afford to be biased. We're in Vietnam, and obviously it's Vietnamese casters in here, and I'm sure they were obviously sort of cheering on for Ranking. So I'm sure as commentators of the West League, we can be happy for the team for the West League as well, for the 3BL. I think, I'm not 100% sure, we're going to confirm it now, but I think we are talking about 3BL being confirmed made it. You know, that was tough. Ranking take map number 1, and things are actually looking pretty good for them, and they just let it slip away. And it makes us ask a couple of questions. I'm just going to double check now and see whether it's been updated online, but let's have a look. No, it's not been 100% confirmed just yet, but I feel like
it'll take time for the stream to catch up. Maybe another 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
So I think I'm right in saying that 3BL are confirmed. Not 100% sure just yet, but either way, I mean, an incredible performance coming through for Vasco on the last 2 maps. Map number 2 was really, really solid. Map number 3, for the most part, was really good as well. They did have a couple of hiccups here and there, but for the most part, all that matters is they've confirmed making it through to the next stage, that of 3BL. And you know, unfortunately for Vasco, you know, it was muted celebrations for them. They weren't obviously all too happy because it slipped away of map number 1. But credit to them for playing all the way to the end of the series and actually reverse sweeping. So
yeah, I wonder what it's like in the hotel right now, how much noise is going to be made by 3BL. Because, look, no doubt 3BL will be watching along to that one, and they'll be very pleased by what they've seen. I think at the end of the day, though, you do have to look at 3BL and say, you know, that's not the way you want to do it, right? They,
it's true.
They really, really could have locked it in themselves. There was many, many opportunities, and honestly, it could have been done even in this fashion a little bit cleaner if they would have maybe won a map against Evolution Power. It would have been less risky if, for example, Ranking would have won. There could have been some, you know, intricacies there, but
or even if they just like lost 10-5 in both maps to Evolution Power, it's a 10-1 that I think killed them.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things there that I think 3BL can look to improve on, no doubt. But end of the day, you know, a win's a win, even if it wasn't you that got the win, and it'll put you through to the next stage. And how that is going to look for you.
Yeah.
Might still be pretty tough because I believe Imperial tops Group A, which will mean it would be 3BL plays Imperial, Wolf Empire plays All Gamers. I mean, either way, that's a tough game for 3BL. Either Imperial or Wolf Empire, I think, would be favored in that matchup personally. But, you know, you go through to the playoffs, and that's kind of what you'd want to be seeing. And yeah, heartbreak really for Ranking, who in front of the home crowd would have really loved to have made it through to the playoffs. But I like the fact that we get a different spread than what we usually do at one of these events. Because normally it's like China, Brazil, Brazil.
It's true.
Or maybe like China, Brazil, Vietnam.
Yeah.
But now we've got something that China, Brazil, Vietnam, and West.
I mean, so it's spread, right?
That's kind of cool.
We are seeing international CrossFire start to get a little bit leveled out, and we've just had confirmation 3BL are 100% confirmed now. We've had it confirmed from the admins, from the higher ups, so we can celebrate in that sense. We were like 90% sure, but we just want to make sure before we say anything stupid. So it is confirmed 3BL are making it through to the next stage. They will be taking on Imperial, so it's going to be, you know, there's two different stories here. Imperial started slow, warmed up. 3BL started super hot and then massively cooled down. They ended terribly. No choice about it. The All Gamers game, whatever, nobody could take a map off them. But that Evolution Power game was abysmal. I think they can hold their hands up. Nobody lost 10-1 bar them, right? So I think that is the big thing for me. I look at this now and I say, right, you've massively cooled off. Maybe people have figured out how you play your CrossFire. You have to change things in towards the playoffs. You've already done what basically no team from the West has been able to do for a long, long time. I don't even know if you were able to find out when the last time it's been.
I was having a quick look, but you know, it's hard to go back and obviously
it must be like pre-2019 at least.
The thing is, there's also this period during COVID where like some events were smaller amounts of teams, and so it was a little bit easier to get out of group stages. But yeah, certainly not in the last 2 years. Like, you know, 2023, 2024 hasn't happened. So it's been a while between drinks for the West League, and I think 3BL are the deserved team. You know, if anyone was going to do it, it was always going to be those guys, and they're well liked by the community over there at the West League. So congratulations to the 3BL lads.
Yeah, we're proud of them. We're proud of them as well. Seems like as well.
The fans know it.
In the chat, yeah, they're celebrating it. And I'm really glad to see that as well. You know, they've always had really good support. They've always been the most watched games over in the West League. They've got a really nice little fan base over there as well. So I'm really happy for those guys. For 3BL, we've loved watching them all the way throughout the West League. They've been really fun to watch, right? No two ways about it. And I think for us, you know, it's maybe not the way, like you said, that they wanted to qualify, but all they care is they did qualify. And even the small things, whether it's, you know, pride for the West, pride for themselves. They're a side who haven't had chances. This is the first time they've played with this sort of core 5 on LAN, and I think they have looked really, really good. You know, stats at the end, PM, he looked incredible, man. You know, sadly, probably the first time we've seen him look lights out. Maybe this whole tournament, it comes too little too late, but everybody else completely checked out already. They're already packing the bags and booking the flights home. Duktuan, LDX, Nevis, even Humio, all of them did not show up to play at all. It was a one-man army, and the one-man couldn't do enough. But actually, the side looked great. Fei called and played great. MG had his moments too, and hey, man, even though Silver maybe tailed off a little bit, I still think everybody did fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think probably Silver still walks away with the MVP. Map 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'd say so. And Action goes from just being completely missing on map 1 to having a really good map 3. Gets the double on the board. I got a feel for PM though. He put everything into that game. He went 22 and 12.
Yeah.
Action went 22 and 11. So it was the question of one person carrying each team and who can do it better. Well, it was Action, definitely. And there you go. You're right in your overall prediction of MVP going the way of Silver. He was really, really solid on all 3 maps, but definitely a standout on map 1 and 2 for Vasco.
Do you know something absolutely wild I've just seen? So Ranking have gone from almost qualifying second place to losing that game, finishing dead last in the groups. So they've gone from almost guaranteeing 20K to finishing with a 5K is what you get for last place. So that is an insane... That's how fine this group was, how the margins close they were in that one. Silver, of course, the MVP. Off the back of this and some of his highlights like this game. I mean, he was actually the only real consistent factor all the way through.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Painful for Ranking, you know, and it is almost reminiscent of where they finished off in the last Summer Championship as well. But last year, at least, after having a really rough Summer Championship, they had a very, very, very good Grand Finals and one of the best performances from a Vietnamese roster ever. So, you know, I think you do have to sort of take into account that there are still some positives that can be taken away. Hopefully, going forward for Ranking, they'll be devastated to miss out on it today. But the year is not yet done for CrossFire Esports and for Ranking Esports as well. And they'll obviously have to now sort of focus in on trying to give as much to Wolf Empire as possible in getting them ready for this playoffs, because obviously Wolf Empire, if they do well, that increases the chances that Ranking can go to the grand finals, increases the possibilities for all the Vietnamese teams, and that will be what Ranking will be looking for at the moment as well. So, didn't make it themselves, but there are still some positives for the Vietnamese community going into tomorrow's matches. And well, everything changes up tomorrow, doesn't it? Best of fives. We've got big games coming, and I imagine, just based on how this group stage has been so close, that the playoffs are going to be just as, or maybe even more so.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty damn spicy. I'm really looking forward to it. But we've had, a great few days here in the groups. A lot closer than it usually is. A lot harder to predict as well. And now getting representation from basically all the regions coming through, which is sick as well. And even the one region that isn't represented in those playoffs are Pacific Macta. I think they did pretty well. They're 2-2 as well. In a pretty tough group over towards Group A. I mean, even BaiSha didn't make it out. So credit to those guys. And it's great to see that internationally CrossFire is now starting to step up across the board. This is sick. This is what we want to see. And this is how things end. Ranking, he started so well. Got a 10-7 to eliminate Vasco's chances of getting towards the playoffs. But then Vasco, despite being upset and visibly upset as well, reverse sweep 10-4, 10-6 on Ankara and Subbase to not only deny Ranking making it towards playoffs, but actually to put them in, as he said, to last place. I just have to reiterate that. It's absolutely bonkers. Ranking went from nearly having 20,000 guaranteed to now getting a quarter of that as 5,000. That's what they get because of last place. It's crazy how fine the margins were in that one. Yeah, you really hate to see it.
Yeah. Hey, it is what it is. Like at the end of the day, they only have themselves to blame, right?
It's true.
They lose. They lose on the final day. In a match that was definitely very winnable for them. They started so very well.
Yes, yeah.
In that matchup. It is what it is. And I think also, they drop it to 3BL as well. 13-12 in that map of Subbase.
Yeah.
Just think about how important that one golden point round was.
It looked like Ranking had won it as well in overtime. It looked like they had basically confirmed things, and they hadn't. So these are how the groups end up being. Imperial finished first over towards Group A, with Wolf Empire finishing second. They'll be your two representatives from Group A in the playoffs. BaiSha, a fan favorite and a real just general favorite, a top-seeded team, do not even make it out of groups here, finishing third. Pacific Macta fourth, and LCK unable to pick up a win, find themselves in last place. Is how Group A is contended. And that one, it was a little bit close at one point. There was like 3 different teams sitting on 3-1, but it ends up being yeah, pretty standard stuff. Didn't need the workings out as much of Group B.
BaiSha in third, though, that's just wild. That is just unbelievable.
Everyone expects them to go first, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They should be up there in first. At least that's the expectation for them, and unable to do so. And then over towards Group B, this is where things were pretty damn crazy as well. CHENGDU All Gamers easily out there in first. The only team to go through the group stage undefeated. The 3BL Vasco tied it to a piece, but you can see the set differential is what makes the difference. -1 rather than -2. It's crazy. Vasco are +5 on rounds. So they're a +15 over 3BL in terms of rounds. That means that they're winning their maps way cleaner than what 3BL are and losing their maps way closer. But yet 3BL is winning more maps than Vasco is. So end of the day, it's unfortunate for Vasco. Like the metrics would say maybe they were the better team in terms of round differential, AP as well, but the tiebreaker is the set differential, and so 3BL will go through.
That's how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. And Vasco, I mean, of course, they'll take a third place, a little bit more prize pool for them as well. It's a small little thing, the difference between what potentially could have been 8 grand to 12 grand. The 4 grand difference
that's still money.
It's pretty substantial. You'll take that every day of the week.
You want to give me $4,000 more, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly that. But it's just that ranking one map, the difference between them finishing second, them finishing fifth, them getting 20 grand, them getting 5 grand is pretty huge. And maybe 20 grand could have been, who knows, it could have been more. Could have been up towards 50, 70, 110. So for ranking, they're going to be probably the most disheartened people in the building. I don't think there's going to be any doubts about it. Of course, this is how your playoffs are going to look, though. Of course, Imperial will be taking on 3BL, the beasts over from the west side, who have been, in all fairness to them, they started so well in this tournament. We hope we get that form against Imperial.
And there may be a bit of a competition there. And then CHENGDU All Gamers, who are yet to drop a map, will be taking on Wolf Empire. But Wolf Empire love taking a series towards 3 maps. So they might be able to push those best of 5s towards 5 maps. Because Wolf Empire like a little bit of longevity in their series. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm expecting some 5 mappers. Maybe not tomorrow. I think Imperial and All Gamers will probably wrap those ones up pretty quick smart. But Imperial AG, that definitely could be a closer one. 3BL and Wolf Empire. I mean, if 3BL ranking was anything to go by, that'll end up being a pretty close one too.
True.
I think if there's a point where Imperial and Wolf Empire match up as well, again, expecting that one to be pretty close because remember what happened in the group stage. So
yeah.
Could be a very, very long playoffs run. The good news for everybody in that playoffs, though, is that it is double elim. And so you get to the playoffs, you get yourself a couple of extra chances, and you'll be coming back for at least another 2 days of play. So that'll be big for those teams that are looking for experience going into the grand finals. But that's us done for tonight. We'll hand it down to the stage to close off the show.
Chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc giai đoạn vòng bảng của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2024 rồi. Cặp trận đấu cuối cùng giữa bên phía của đội tuyển Ranking Esports chạm trán với cả các thành viên của Vasco thì cũng đã có một kết quả có lợi cho bên phía của Vasco. Và đứng cạnh tôi đây đó chính là Silva, người chơi giành được danh hiệu MVP tại cặp trận đấu vừa rồi. Với chiến thắng 2-1 của mình thì nó là một chiến thắng cũng khá là quan trọng. Tuy nhiên thì nó cũng chưa đủ để giúp cho bên phía của đội tuyển Vasco có thể đi tiếp được vào vòng đấu playoff. Thì ở đây thì mình xin muốn hỏi Silva cũng như là bên phía của đội tuyển Vasco rằng là bạn đánh giá sao về cái chặng đường mà đội tuyển của mình đã trải qua tại mùa giải năm nay?
Vocês já venceram 2 contra 1, né? E como você avalia o desempenho do time Vasco neste torneio?
Acho que o nosso desempenho no campeonato em geral foi muito ruim, foi muito abaixo do que a gente esperava.
Chúng mình đánh giá cái trận đấu, cái màn thể hiện này bọn mình chưa được tốt cho lắm. Bọn mình mặc dù cũng đã cố gắng hết sức nhưng mà cũng đã chưa thể làm hài lòng những người hâm mộ ở đây ạ.
Vậy thì bạn có thể chia sẻ một chút về những cái kế hoạch từ giờ đến cuối năm không? Bởi vì là cuối năm nay thì chúng ta có thêm một giải đấu quan trọng hơn nữa, đó chính là chung kết thế giới.
Você pode compartilhar o plano para o próximo torneio? Compartilhar o seu plano para o próximo torneio?
Com certeza no próximo torneio nós vamos se dedicar muito mais para não acontecer o que aconteceu aqui e vamos tentar garantir a vaga para o CFS final de ano e tentar ser campeão.
Sau những màn thể hiện chưa được tốt lắm ở lần này thì bọn mình sẽ nhất định cố gắng để có thể trở thành nhà vô địch trong cái giải đấu lần tới ạ.
Và lời cuối cùng thì Silva có thể gửi lời cảm ơn tới tất cả các khán giả đã theo dõi đội tuyển của bạn trong những ngày vừa qua, những khán giả Việt Nam cũng như là các khán giả ở quê nhà Brazil được không?
Você pode enviar agradecimento para todos os espectadores na transmissão ao vivo e os vietnamitas e os internacionais.
Queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu e torce pelo nosso time e também pedir desculpa pelo desempenho no campeonato.
Chúng mình xin cảm ơn rất là nhiều với những khán giả đã đón xem chúng mình và chúng mình cũng gửi lời xin lỗi đến những người hâm mộ vì đã chưa thể hiện được tốt nhất cái khả năng của bọn mình ạ.
Vâng, và đó là những chia sẻ đến từ bên phía của Silva cùng bên phía của đại diện đội tuyển Vasco. Bây giờ thì chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc ngày thi đấu hôm nay rồi và đây cũng là ngày thi đấu cuối cùng của giai đoạn vòng loại. Ngày mai chúng ta sẽ đến với cả vòng đấu playoff và đừng quên nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ 101 nhà thi đấu quận Tây Hồ sẽ là địa điểm mà các bạn ngày mai có thể đến check in nhận quà miễn phí để nhận về rất nhiều những phần quà của chúng tôi. Trận đấu đầu tiên của vòng đấu playoff sẽ ra vào khung giờ đó là 15 giờ và các bạn có thể đến check in cùng với chúng tôi từ lúc 14 giờ để có thể nhận được những phần quà nhé. Và bây giờ thì buổi tường thuật trực tiếp ngày hôm nay thì đã kết thúc rồi. Xin phép được hẹn gặp lại quý vị và các bạn vào buổi tường thuật trực tiếp ngày mai.